Good morning to everyone that has called in for the third HMA EMA Joint Big Data Stakeholder Forum. It's a great pleasure to co-chair the meeting today with Jesper Kjær from the Danish Medicines Agency and to welcome all of you here. Before we start, I just wanted to inform you that the meeting is broadcast and recorded. So by attending the meeting, participants are consenting to that recording and broadcasting. Clearly, if you're uncomfortable with that, you could log off now. We will be giving instructions about questions and answers a little bit later. But before all of that, I would like to introduce EMA Cook, Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency, for some opening remarks. EMA, please.
Thank you very much, Peter. And indeed, it's a great pleasure to open this third multi-stakeholder forum on big data. And I want to thank you for your participation and really to appreciate your contribution to the continuous effort and collaboration in this area. Let me cast your minds back to the vision set by the Big Data Task Force in early 2020. And the aim was to improve regulatory decision making by strengthening the place of data analysis in order to enable high quality, robust and rapid assessments of medicines. And I have to say, I'm very proud to see the impressive progress that has been made this year towards achieving this vision. So transformation to data-driven medicines regulation that can benefit public health by bringing new innovative medicines and treatments to patients faster remains central to our work today, tomorrow, and in the future. The world is moving to a digital space, and we need to run and keep up with the innovation in data science and technology, and to realize the opportunities of these new developments, but also to avoid any potential pitfalls along the way. The last 2.5 years were times that were dominated by the COVID-19 pandemic, but in one way, the COVID-19 pandemic was a catalyst for many new ways of working and new methodology. And it demonstrated that there's a real need to enable large, well-designed clinical trials. We didn't have enough large, well-designed clinical trials. Only 4% of the clinical trials that were performed during COVID led to meaningful outcomes from a regulatory perspective. So we need this data to support the robust data to support decision making, but we also need real-world evidence to complement the data from clinical trials. So these learnings reinforce the big data vision to enable data-driven regulation. So let me share with you a few highlights. It's been a very, very busy year. So start of the year, we launched the Darwin EU Coordination Centre. And during the last few weeks, we've actually onboarded the first data partners and initiated the first Darwin EU real-world evidence studies. So Darwin EU has come to life, it's born and it's thriving. During the summer, we also did a lot of work in the international space, and we joined forces with international regulatory partners to workshop how we could future collaborate on real-world evidence for regulatory decision-making. This was done through the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, or ICMRA. And there's a published statement now from the meeting which helps to guide us in the international collaboration space for the years to come. Also during the summer, we launched a pilot to assess the benefits and practicalities of analysis of individual patient data from clinical studies in medicines evaluation. And just this week, we've started to assess the first procedure containing raw data through the pilot. Later, during the autumn, we held a workshop on patients' experience data, and this set the agenda for collaboration with patients and other stakeholders. And we've also launched a public consultation on data quality framework for regulatory decision-making. I believe this is the first of its kind from any regulator in the world. We launched a public consultation on a good practice guide for using real-world metadata, and we've kicked off the regulator's contribution to a pilot in the context of the proposed European health data space. So these are a few of the big data deliverables that have been progressed during the year. It's an impressive list, and I'm sure you'll hear many more during today's meeting. Now, today's agenda is very busy, discussing all the work that I've referred to today, but also the use of data in medicines regulation. And this is a key priority for the European Medicines Regulatory Network. So please do use this meeting as an opportunity to provide your views, to share reflections, to seek clarifications, to see how we can build the future together. It's really important that we have active dialogue and learning from each other, because this allows us to evolve faster, it allows us to innovate, and it really means that we can turn data into decisions on medicines that can create a healthier world. So you should begin to see the objectives of today's meeting coming up on the screen. The objectives, as I'm sure you're all aware, are to inform on the delivery of the data activities of the network strategy to 2025, because this is the guide, the real guide for our work. We want also to strengthen engagement and collaboration with all of you in our goal to increase utility of data in regulatory decision making. And finally, to look through a medicines regulatory lens to the potential that's created by a European health data space. And as you know, the discussions on this are ongoing from a legislative point of view. So let me conclude by simply wishing you a very successful day today, and to thank you all for your contribution and for engagement in this important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, EMA. It's a great pleasure now to introduce Carl Broisch, HMA Management Group Chairperson, member of the European Medicines Agency's Management Board, and President of the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices, BfArM. Over to you, Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So I hope everybody can hear me. So I'm also very pleased to welcome you to the Big Data Stakeholder Forum today. And I would like to start, similar to EMA, by acknowledging the impressive work of the Big Data Steering Group this year, and to extend my thanks to all partners and stakeholders for all their excellent contributions. On behalf of the HMA, I have the privilege to lead the data and digital pillar of the network strategy to 2025. I also co-chair together with EMA the Darwin EU Advisory Board, and I'm pleased to see that the vision of the network embracing real-world data in the regulatory decision-making is materializing now. With the Darwin EU, the network's flagship initiative is being established and will improve data access, expertise, and services available for the EU network to generate reliable evidence from real-world data to support decision-making for the benefits of European patients. The Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee now has the routine access to real-world evidence, while pilots are underway with the other EMA committees on use cases through the product life cycle and to get complementary data to the clinical trial data, as already mentioned. We are making progress as well to drive up data quality with the release of the first version of the data quality framework for EU medicines regulation, which is intended for all data used in medicines assessment. So we have here interoperability. And we agreed this year the list of metadata for real-world data to improve discoverability for use in studies. We have also released a draft guidance on how to use this metadata. So step by step, we are delivering on enabling the use and establishment, the value of real-world evidence in the development, authorization, and supervision of medicines in Europe. In 2022, we have seen important progress beyond real-world evidence. This includes the work on raw data from clinical trial has started in CHMP. The establishment of the Methodologies Working Party, which is developing its work plan for guidance development with regard to real-world evidence, the development of training in data science and study methodologies, work on artificial intelligence in medicines regulation, and importantly, the adoption by HMA of a big data strategy for the veterinary medicines. So this is all on its way. I would also like to draw attention to the work which we refer to as clusters of excellence, where the individual medicines agencies of our European network collaborate to share good practice in data and analysis. So if we look now in the future, the work in the next years is to deliver the data analytics and digital transformation of the network strategy to 2025. It's implemented through the Big Data Steering Group work plan. This summer, you have seen the third revised work plan. This has been published and is now incorporated with feedback from experts and stakeholders. This plan, which will be the focus of today, sets big data actions that will deliver further transformation to data-driven medicines regulation to be executed up to 2025. Our work plan also foresees collaboration and support to the proposed European health data space and revised pharmaceutical strategy, and I am pleased that this forum will have a dedicated session on this. To complement the discussions on the legislative proposals, I'm very pleased that colleagues from the European Commission will present on research initiatives on big data and real-world evidence under the Horizon Europe projects. Knowing when and how to have confidence in novel technologies and the evidence generated from big data will benefit public health by accelerating medicines development, improving treatment outcomes, and facilitating earlier patient access to new treatments. This is one of the lessons learned from the pandemic situation we have to implement. So I can encourage you all to work on this, and HMA is fully engaged and committed to transformation to data-driven medicines regulation. Engaging and collaborating with stakeholders and leveraging each other's work remain key to ensure successful delivery of our objective to better use data in medicines assessment. So thank you so much for being part of this event and for your support and contributions to deliver the vision for the data-driven medicines regulation. I look forward to continuing this journey together with you all. Many thanks goes to the Big Data Steering Group, to the panelists, speakers, and organizers of today's meeting, and other colleagues involved in delivering the Big Data Steering Group. Work for their efforts and dedication. I wish you all a successful day. So we will see a living network working on these approaches. So thank you very much, and back to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, Carl. I'm very pleased to introduce our next speaker for introductory remarks, Olga Solomon, Head of Unit Medicines, Policy, Authorization and Monitoring, European Commission, DG Sante. Olga, please.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really very happy to join you today at the third EU Big Data Stakeholder Forum. I would like to start by congratulating the colleagues at EMA, at the HMA, for all the work and for the recent achievements of the Big Data Steering Group, in particular, bringing on board the first 10 data partners for Darwin EU, the invitation of the first Darwin EU studies, supporting the work of the committee, the initiation, of the first Darwin EU study, supporting the work of the committees, and on the antimicrobial resistance, and the start of the raw data pilot. These are very important milestones to support scientific development and regulatory decision-making for medicinal products. I will be brief and focus my opening remarks on three key Commission initiatives in the area of big data and real-world health data. The pharmaceutical strategy for Europe in connection with the European health data space and with the EU research agenda. So starting from the revision of the pharmaceutical legislation, this is one of the flagship initiatives under the Commission's pharmaceutical strategy for Europe. The pharma strategy aims to boost innovation, including in areas of unmet medical needs, ensure that all Europeans have timely and equally access to innovative and established medicines, strike the right balance between rewarding innovation and promoting affordability for health systems. And also it aims to reduce regulatory burden and ensure that our regulatory framework is well adapted to technological progress and attractive at global level. Digital transformation is already affecting the whole life cycle of medicines from R&D to authorization and post-marketing activities. There is an increasing use of real-world evidence in the development, authorization, and monitoring of medicinal products. In this context, advances in technology and methodologies and availability of real-world data have prompted a need to allow for broader range of study designs and data sources to inform decision-making. As you know, the pharmaceutical legislation was designed at a time when technological developments such as big data, artificial intelligence, genomics were far from being a reality. So the Commission has taken these developments into account in the evaluation of the current legislation and designing the options and the policy options for its revision of the regulation and the directive, so to avoid bottlenecks or regulatory gaps and to encourage breakthrough happenings in the EU. So the legislation will further enable the secondary use of data for the regulation of medicines, pre and post-marketing authorization. In particular, the regulatory's access to wider data, including from real world, beyond the data submitted to marketing authorization holders. Some other amendments that they will come with the pharmaceutical legislation aim to simplify and streamline the approval procedures and flexibility for timely adaptation, the adaptation of the legislation to cutting-edge products, scientific developments and transformations, to take forward the use of high-performance computing and artificial intelligence, and ensure an environment sustainability of manufacturing and use of pharmaceuticals. Complementary to the legal review is the joint action on increasing capacity building on the EU medicines regulatory network. And we need this because we need also to have well-trained staff in the network for these new technologies. So the joint action will support member states by developing skills to maintain and improve regulatory experience in handling marketing authorization procedures, including upcoming scientific developments. Action is coordinated by our colleagues in the Slovenian Medicines Agency and almost all EU member states. Data space is another flagship policy for this Commission. It was adopted in May and is currently being negotiated with the European Council and the Parliament. The European Health Data Space will provide a clear setting for secure access to and processing of health data for the benefit of people and patients. The creation and development of the European Health Data Space will further catalyze the availability and use of healthcare data and create new opportunities for the use of real-world data and real-world evidence along the medicine's life cycle. The Darwin EU is part of the European Health Data Space, leveraging on legislation, governance, infrastructure, and capacity data. Another key initiatives of the Health Data Space is the Health Data at EU pilot for the infrastructure for secondary use of health the will present. Finally,
Olga, can you turn your camera off? I think we have a bandwidth issue. Thank you. Maybe go back to the beginning of the
is it better
when you were talking
now?
about research support. Thank you, Olga.
Yeah, thank you, Peter, and I'm sorry for this. So I was referring to, from the research side of things, the Commission via its successive framework programs for research and innovation provides substantial support to health data and intensive research, including cross-border. So several EU research consortia have developed good practices for making health research data fair, which means that they are findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. The Horizon Europe program fully acknowledges the importance of health data, and via its infrastructure and health clusters work program since 2021, it already supports a large area of activities that they are synergistic with the European health data space. Our colleague Christina Kyriakopoulou, representing DG RTD, will provide an overview of research big data and real-world evidence under Horizon Europe later. So with this, I will close, and I would like to wish you, a very good, fruitful meeting today. Thank you.
Olga, thanks very much indeed. And it was crystal clear, crystal clear. We heard you very well. So thank you very much for your remarks. Really interesting at a turning point time in terms of policy and lawmaking to leverage data in medicines regulation and beyond in healthcare. Very pleased to introduce Marco Greco, President of the European Patients Forum and member of the European Medicines Agency's Management Board, to give a patient view. Marco, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. And thanks to HEMA for asking me to share a few introductory words to open today EU Big Data Stakeholder Forum. I would like to start by saying that this opportunity is another important representation of the strong collaboration between the patient community, APF, and EMA on these topics. As general remarks, I would like to start by saying what could be seen as obvious to some extent, but the digital transformation has tremendous potential to improve healthcare. Proper use of health data can improve health data system sustainability, increase the quality, safety, patient centricity of healthcare. It can decrease cost and transform care into a more participatory process. However, only by including patient voices in the discussion, health system will be able to address patient needs while harnessing innovation to ultimately deliver better care for all. Accurate and quickly accessible health data is fundamental in the management of a person's healthcare journey across different care providers for medication management and safe use, but also in research and, of course, in cross-border public health emergencies, as we have learned from the recent past. In medicines regulation, effective use of big data and data-driven tools can, amongst other things, support research and innovation for better therapies, improve the benefit-risk assessment of new medicine, and the continued monitoring of their safety and effectiveness. These are 4 reasons why APF, for example, has strongly invested in training and informative moments for our members. We have dedicated 2 congresses to that in order to not only to demonstrate how engaged we are, but also how much we care about these. And we have included EMA in many steps of these processes. I would like to mention the Congress 2021, when we looked at the digital health through the added value of the patient partnership, and we touched key points such as patients' access to and control of their health data, the need for health data literacy that is essential for not losing anybody and not leaving any patients behind in this process, the importance of patient-centered, the European health data space, and of course, the potential to improve medicine innovation through better use of health data. This last topic indeed was discussed in a dedicated session with the kind participation of Peter that has just introduced me. As he mentioned at the Congress, a regulatory decision in future will increasingly involve hybrid sets of data comprising both clinical trial data and real-world data. And to ensure this achieves the best results will again need collaboration between EMA and patients and the other stakeholders at every step of the way. That is, I believe, the true reason why today's meeting is important. The fact that there is a variety of stakeholders present today that are able to discuss, to take their perspective into the discussion and take their contribution. Given the importance of the topic, we have dedicated also the 2022 Congress. We have again benefited from the contribution in this case from Xavier Kurz and Juan Garcia Burgos. who joined our discussion. The debate then about how the value of patient-generated data can be better recognized in regulatory settings and about the important role of patients' organization foreshadowed the important workshop organized by EMA in September on patients' experience data in medicine development and regulatory decision-making. European Health Data Space and EMA works on data is the most important. I think the European Health Data Space is the most important initiative on this topic at the European level, not only because it promises patients access to and control over their own health data, but also because its acceptance depends on its ability to reach out to patients, to be co-designed with them and to meet their needs. Trust, transparency, meaningful involvement of patients' organization are all elements that will impact the success of the European Health Data Space project. This also means patients' representative participation in governance and the necessity for patients to be more and more trained. The patient community generally is favorable towards sharing more health data for the public good, such as developing new and better treatments, improving healthcare quality and person centricity. But patients' trust will be conditional on appropriate protections of patients' privacy, the security and quality of the data and tools, and how ethical concerns and potential unintended consequences are addressed and will be addressed. There is great interest from the patient community in engaging more in discussions about health data and the impact on healthcare, but also a need to improve the digital health literacy and the development of skills of all the stakeholders, not only patients, but also healthcare professionals. Building on this, I'm looking forward to today's event and further discussing the EMA planned activities on data. EMA is clearly a trailblazer when it comes to engagement on patients at the EU level, and I'm especially glad to see how the possibility of being present here today in an active way as speakers in the program also later on today. To conclude, I would like to mention the fact that that we have now a momentum in policy and regulation and much promise, but also much more work that remains to be done. The plans and recommendations alongside the work put forward by the European Commission with the European Health Data Space will be instrumental in moving innovations forward in a way that adds value for patients. As we do continue our journey towards a more digitalized healthcare, active dialogue between the EU and the national regulators and the patient communities remains a key point. EPF continues to be committed to facilitating this important relationship and supporting EMA works where needed. I'm sure that today's meeting will help to further advance this discussion, and I'm looking forward to the rich exchange that we will have today. We are living and we are working in this case in a indeed fast-changing environment, and I'm happy to see that EMA is not only adapting in a timely way, but it wants evidently to do its best to be the peacekeeper on this. Thank you very much, and looking forward to move on with the meeting.
Oh, thank you, Marcus. Thank you so much, and especially having the patient voice in here to really support the work we're doing. Really a good start from you, from the Commission, from the heads of the EMA and the HMA as well. This slowly takes us into the first session today, but before we do that, just for everyone being aware that we actually have all of you muted to minimize the risk of any disruptions, but would definitely like to hear your voice throughout. So if you wish to speak, there are a few options here that you can go for. Ask a question, but please await the QA session once we get there, and then you can raise your hand by clicking the function within WebEx, and we'll pick you in the order of which we can see you have raised your hands. And we'll make the chairs give. We'll sort that out between us. So we'll make sure we give you the opportunity to speak. In the Q&A sessions, we definitely want to take WebEx first, but we'll also have the options of Slido, and you can now see that on the screen here. So do take a little bit of time to go to that. Enter the event code as you see it here, and there's a passcode as well. Some of that, those instructions are also in the forum agenda and the event page as well, so you can pick them there. If you don't see it now, we'll probably repeat them later. The Slido polls will be open at the beginning of each of the sessions. So we'll ask you to submit your questions relevant to the topics currently being discussed, and we'll do our utmost to pick those up in the Q&A session. You can also upvote other questions. So if you see something in there that you would like to have prioritized, do use those functions to bump that up in the order of things we're going to pick from. Due to time restrictions, we may not be able to read and address all comments and questions during the meeting. But please be assured that we will read them all and we'll take note of them. So we'll definitely hear your voice in the discussions we have here today. That's why we're here. But for this first session, it's really my privilege to put Peter Arlett in front of the podium to talk about the report implementation of the HMA EMA Big Data Task Force priority recommendations with the overview of the 2022 deliverables and the new plan from this year towards 2025. Over to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, Jesper. And indeed, great pleasure on behalf of the Big Data Steering Group to present the school report, if you like, of where we are in December 2022. Let's go to the next slide, please. So we're going to touch on drivers for change. We're going to have just a thought about clinical evidence, so the bigger picture of evidence in medicines regulation. We're then going to do a deep dive into the vision, the priority recommendations and work plan, look at key achievements in 2022, and then look to the next couple of years in terms of what's in the planning. Let's go to the next slide, please. So let's just acknowledge where we are in the world and in the world of medicines regulation. Firstly, we have the EU network mandate, these recommendations from the Big Data Task Force, and importantly, recommendations in the EU network strategy to 2025. We also have a changing policy environment, as referred to by Olga Solomon earlier, in terms of the European Health Data Space legal proposal and the anticipated legal proposal on a pharmaceutical strategy for Europe. Public health drivers for our work include the slow speed of product development and the burden of unmet medical need. And the opportunity that has been shown to us by the pandemic, as referred to by EMA Cook in her opening remarks, better ways of working, remote ways of working, decentralized ways of working, as well as the role that healthcare data can play in generating evidence for our decision making. We believe then that we can reap the benefits of better healthcare data access, better study methods, and also advanced analytics to deliver better evidence for better medicines decision making. Next slide, please. So if we were to set out a vision for clinical evidence for the next few years, it would be that evidence generation is planned and guided by data, knowledge, and expertise, that research questions drive the evidence choice, be that clinical trials or healthcare data observational research. So that the research question drives whether we, the type of data and methods we use. Clinical trials will remain core, but should be bigger, better, and faster. Real-world evidence will be enabled and its value will be established. The patient voice guides every step of the way. That the evidence that is generated supports healthcare systems in their choices, and that we do all of our work with high levels of transparency, which will underpin societal trust. We believe that at the core of a successful MA dossier, marketing authorization dossier, is excellent clinical evidence. Next slide, please. This slide just reminds us of the vision of the Big Data Task Force, and it was referred to, I think, in Carl Broisch's opening remarks, by delivering the vision of a regulatory system able to integrate big data into its assessment and decision-making. We can support the development of innovative medicines, deliver life-saving treatments to patients more quickly, and optimize the safe and effective use of medicines throughout the life cycle of a product. Next slide, please. Now, the priority recommendations were published in January 2020 and are available on the web. And we will use the structure of those recommendations for our report on 2022 deliverables and on the work planning going forward. Let's go to the next slide. And That's it. So let's start with Darwin EU. And rightfully, both EMA Cook and Carl Broich highlighted the establishment of Darwin EU as one of the biggest highlights of the year. So the Coordination Centre, which is a consortium led by Erasmus Medical Centre in Rotterdam, was established in early 2022. The first data partners have been onboarded, and a press release from the agency was made public last week, naming those data partners. And maybe to emphasize that the data partners is just the start. We are aiming to build at least 10 additional data partners per year going forward. The first studies through Darwin have been initiated, and we've had a very fruitful workshop with HTA representatives and payers at European level to see if we can identify use cases, so research questions, that might be elaborated through Darwin EU so that Darwin EU studies can address the common needs of regulators, HTA and payers. Next slide, please. So again, focusing on achievements in 2022, the data quality and representativeness. It's really important to emphasize the very close collaboration we're having with TEDUS, which is the joint action towards a European health data space, a joint action to help prepare at technical level the proposed legal framework for a European health data space. We held a workshop on data quality. We've also now launched the consultation on data quality framework for medicines regulation. Let's go to the next slide, please. If we then turn to data discoverability, which some people might refer to as findability, we have published the first EU metadata list for real-world data sources. We have launched a consultation on a good practice guide on how to use those data. And that good practice guide will support the use of a catalogue, which I'll talk about when we look at the future planning. Work has also started to actually build those catalogues. So there's been a business case and user requirements for the building of a public catalogue on real-world data. Next slide, please. If we then turn to the EU network skills, we have had public procurement to find external service providers to help deliver training content that will drive up the levels of expertise within the regulatory network, and particularly focusing on data science. We have also had similar procurement in the area of real-world evidence. Next slide, please. If we now turn to the processes within the EU network, a lot of work focusing on real-world evidence. So it's really important to highlight the work for COVID-19, both in terms of disease epidemiology, in terms of vaccine safety, and in terms of vaccine effectiveness studies. They have really been demonstrating the value of real-world evidence and how that evidence feeds into regulatory decision-making. It's fair to say that through 2022, use of real-world evidence, including studies initiated by regulators, has become routine for the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee. And we have been running pilots through 2022 with the other EMA scientific committees, so the Paediatric Committee, the Orphan Committee, the Scientific Advice Working Party, the Committee on Advanced Therapies, CHMP, and the Coordination Group for Mutual Recognition and Decentralized, the CMDH. Next slide. Now, the original priority recommendation on capability to analyze data has a number of important actions within it. And within 2022, the CHMP clinical trial raw data pilot has been launched. So this is a pilot to look at the practicality and the potential benefits of assessing raw data in a marketing authorization application as opposed to information submitted without the raw data. We've established the pilot. We've set up an advisory group within the network as well as an industry focus group. We've put in place processes for the pilot, released a question and answer for industry, and I'm pleased to say that the first product has been submitted now to the agency through the centralized procedure, which will go through that pilot. We've initiated an AI reflection paper So again, falling under the same category of capability to analyse, and that work will obviously be the subject of public consultation next year. And we've agreed principles on clusters of excellence, so how to share good practice, how to learn from each other within the different agencies of the European regulatory network. Next slide, please. Let's focus now on expert advice, and the headline here really is the establishment of the Methodologies Working Party. Prior to that establishment, we had separate biostatistics working parties, pharmacokinetics, modelling and simulation, extrapolation, genomics, and what we often found was when we were discussing the programme for research and development of a product, the questions branched across the different specialities. And by putting the different specialities into one group, having a multi-disciplinary group with experts on those different specialities, we're able to give better advice for product development and product supervision. The first Methodology Working Party work plan is under development and will be finalised soon. Next slide. If we then move to the governance framework, priority recommendations, we have initiated a review of data governance within the European regulatory network, and we would anticipate in the first quarter of 2023 recommendations for strengthening data governance going to the heads of medicines agencies and the EMA management board. We have started participating on the secondaries of healthcare data through a pilot project of the European Health Data Space 2. That will lead to recommendations on governance, but also on technical and practical aspects of secondaries of healthcare data through the model of the European Health Data Space. And finally, we have been supporting the European Commission in a technical way, in a scientific way, in terms of reflections on the use of data for the pharmaceutical strategy. Next slide, please. If we then look to international initiatives, probably the highlight here was mentioned by EMA Cook, and that's the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities statement on international collaboration in real-world evidence, which we believe will act as our guide for greater collaboration, convergence, and even harmonization in real-world evidence over the years to come. In addition, to mention the good progress made with ICH M11. So this is the work on protocols for clinical trials, and work that's going on in parallel with that on a electronic structured harmonized protocol, which will in the future underpin a data-driven approach to clinical trials protocols, and therefore almost certainly clinical trial results. Next slide, please. In terms of stakeholder engagement, we had, I think, a very successful workshop on patient experience data back in September. We've had 2 meetings between the Big Data Steering Group and industry. We've started releasing regular newsletters on data in medicines regulation, and here we are today with our multi-stakeholder forum. Next slide, please. Last but not least, let's turn to veterinary recommendations. The veterinary Big Data Strategy was adopted by the Heads of Medicines Agency, and that covers a period from 2022 to 2027. A second Veterinary Big Data Stakeholder Forum was held, and cooperation on data and big data in the veterinary sector has started at an international level. Next slide, please. So if the slides I've just presented were looking back, let's, on this slide, look forward, and I will just give you a few highlights. It's not fully comprehensive in the interest of time, and it's taken from the public work plan that is on the web. But just a few things I'd like to highlight looking forward. If we start with Darwin, there will be a gradual increase of studies and data partners over time. Real-world evidence pilots, including in health crises, as well as with health technology assessment and payers as partners, will take place. And the EMA committees, in a phased way, will start to have routine use and access to real-world evidence rather than the pilots which mark most of the work at the moment. If we then move to data quality and representativeness, the data quality framework will be rolled out. Well, firstly, it will be finalised after the public consultation. It'll then be rolled out, and the first deep dive of the application of that framework will be in real-world data, and that work will take place in 2023. Good practices on regulatory data science will be developed within the network. We will have a review of the data qualification process. So this is the Scientific Advice Working Party process which qualifies data. And there's a workshop, I believe, in March 2023 to hear stakeholders' feedback on scientific advice and the qualification process. And of course, we will have intensive collaboration with the European Health Data Space colleagues in the area of data quality. Moving then to data discoverability, the highlights for the next 18 months will be the launch of real-world data and studies catalogues. So these will be public catalogues where any member of the public can search for European sources of real-world data, as well as observational studies. And they will build on the metadata list that was published before the summer. We will explore patient experience data analysis, leveraging the feedback from the workshop in September. And we will also conduct reviews of the utility of e-health data and social media data in the generation of evidence for regulatory decision-making. Turning now to EU network skills, the key highlight here is to deliver training for regulators on biostatistics, pharmacoepidemiology, and data science. There will be work to adopt a genomics curriculum, and there will be targeted rollout of training for patients, healthcare professionals, and academics. In other words, leveraging the training materials that had been initially developed for regulators to key stakeholder groups. Looking then at the network processes, we will publish a portfolio of real-world evidence use cases, as well as terminology. We will provide a process overview for real-world evidence within the network, and we will also regularly report on real-world evidence use in regulatory decision-making. And we're looking for the first such report to be issued in 2023. Turning now to the capability to analyse, headlines include implementation of the clinical trial raw data pilot, and then assessing the results of that pilot to judge how best to use raw data within routine business processes within the European regulatory network. There's work to enhance the EudraVigilance database, particularly the data analytics of the EudraVigilance database to better support detection and analysis of drug safety signals. We believe that the reflection paper is likely to lead to formal guidance development on artificial intelligence. There will be a knowledge sharing between the national agencies and the EMA, a sort of platform development on advanced analytics. And we will also, almost certainly in 2023, assess the computing capability to analyse data within the European regulatory network. In terms of expert advice, we'll further strengthen the Methodologies Working Party with the adoption of its work plan. Data and methods guidance roadmaps will be part of that work plan. And we will establish so-called European specialist expert communities in methodologies. So this is groups of experts within the European regulatory network and academia who are, if you like, a community of practice on methodologies. They will be set up in early 2023. Finally, clusters of excellence in terms of analysing clinical trials data will be set up within the European regulatory network. In terms of governance, we will finalise the review of network data governance and implement the findings as adopted by the HMA and the Management Board. We will strengthen engagements of ethics expertise within that governance. We will roll out data protection training. We will continue to support the Joint Action TEDAS, as well as other initiatives under the European Health Data Space, and we will support the work on the pharmaceutical strategy. And turning now to the international arena, we will build on the statement under ICMRA on real-world evidence. So those recommendations will be our guide, and we would anticipate particularly work in the ICH arena on guideline development on real-world evidence. There will also be further work on data standardization strategy and on clinical trial protocols and leading on from that likely results. In terms of stakeholder engagement, we will maintain the investment in multi-stakeholder dialogue. We will continue to hold industry meetings. We will hold dedicated workshops on specialist topics, for example, but only as an example, Darwin EU and real-world evidence benefits. And we will also have a focus on change management. So that's bringing together dialogue, communication with training to ensure that the regulatory network, but also our stakeholders, industry, patients, healthcare professionals, academia, are ready for this transformation to data-driven medicines regulation. So finally, with the veterinary recommendations, highlights include implementing the vet data strategy and antimicrobial sales and use database, developing a data sources catalogue, and work on metadata analysis, and finally, continued stakeholder engagement. Thank you. So this is a sort of conclusion slide. It just sets out a crystal ball as to what things might look like in 2025. So the transformation to data-driven regulation. We are working to make sure that the use of real-world evidence will have been enabled and its value will have been established across the spectrum of regulatory use cases. That clinical trial raw data analysis will support regulatory decision-making. The Darwin EU, as part of the European health data space, will support better decision-making. Through public searchable catalogues, data will be discoverable and of known quality and representativeness, allowing to choose the optimal data source and enabling regulators to guide the development and expertly assess study results. EU network will have knowledge and experience in data science methods and analytics to advise companies developing products and to expertly assess application dossiers. There'll be a suite of EU and international guidelines and standards available to help industry and regulators develop and supervise medicines. We will continue to have full compliance with data protection and ethics of data sharing, and we will be guided by patients and working with stakeholders to deliver data transformation to support the development and use of better medicines for patients. So I repeat the statement I made at the beginning, that at the core of a successful marketing authorization dossier is excellent clinical evidence, and all of our work is to drive up the quality of evidence for better decision making. Next slide. So this slide gives some links and contacts for further information, and there I'll stop. Thank you very much, Jesper.
Oh, thank you, Peter. Very extensive and good overview, and really also speaking towards the future activities. Any questions from the Slido that we should bring up here? Because we actually do have 5 minutes for a Q&A. I don't see anything in WebEx right now. There's no need to be shy. If there's anything you would like to ask, now is the time within the 5 minutes we have. What people are waiting. Peter, would it be safe to say, in terms of the work you presented here, that the past year has actually spent some time to listen to stakeholders and include their views in the work we have planned ahead? Something we should speak about?
So, yeah, thanks for that. I didn't emphasize it in the presentation, but the 2022 to 2025 work plan was a significant review. And actually, it started with the big data, multi-stakeholder big data forum last year, almost to the day last year, where we had very rich feedback from stakeholders on the different topics. That was all recorded and then analysed by the big data steering group to inspire improvements to the work plan. In addition, there was a consultation of the original experts, subject matter experts from the big data task force, and a consideration as to whether there were any blind spots or new drivers for change that we should be taking into consideration. So I think it's a nice question, because it is really important to say that one of the things we're doing today is listening. It's this, and if colleagues, particularly when we get into the specific sessions on the specific topics, have ideas, have views, have suggestions, please make them, because it'll influence our work planning going forward. The 2022 to 2025 work plan is a living document. We'll almost certainly be updating it in the summer next year.
Well, thank you for that, because also so people are aware about the value of giving input here, right? With the patient experience meeting we had, with the industry stakeholder forum we have, also around the clinical trial work. I mean, all of those are actually channels in which we listen very carefully. And we really would like to thank both academia, our colleagues in the network, and especially all the colleagues here at the EMA, of the heavy lifting, but also the collaborative spirit from industry and the patient voice here. So I think all of that really matters. Now we're starting to see a few Q&A coming up here on the Slido, so maybe we'll just have some time to take those. I'll just take them from top here. Who will deliver training in pharmacoepi and data science? There's a question on that.
Yes, so, well, let's be clear, we all have a collective responsibility for training, and there's an awful lot of training out there. We made available within the European Regulatory Network about 2 years ago, and then updated it this year, what we call our training signpost. So letting people know about the really excellent training that's already out there, often from academia, sometimes from training, sort of dedicated training providers. We are in the process within EMA of finalising contract discussions with service providers, and as soon as that is finalised, we'll be making public the information on who our service providers are.
Then to the last point you had, Peter, in terms of at the center of every good market authorization application, this quality evidence. There's a question here that there's always a concern that using real-world data might compromise the quality in the regulatory process. How do you see this?
Yeah. So it was in the presentation, but I moved over it very quickly. Clinical trials remain at the core of a marketing authorization dossier for the vast majority of products. Clinical trials are the best way to demonstrate efficacy. And the way we see this is that the research question, so is the research question the primary demonstration of efficacy? Is the research question to look at a causal association with a safety event? Is the research question to look at the natural history of the disease, or how children are currently treated for a particular disease? Or how is a medicine used in everyday medical practice? Now, with a very well-informed audience like we have today, people will understand that different research approaches are best suited to answer those questions. My personal view is that the efficacy question will always be best answered, if feasible, by a randomized clinical trial. But I think it's clear that other questions, like how is the medicine being used in everyday medical practice, cannot be addressed in a clinical trial. So we believe we can have a better, more robust dossier and a better, more robust decision-making by embracing the full spectrum of methods. Maybe just because there was an interesting question, Jesper, on US data, and I think it's a really interesting question.
Let's cover that as well.
Yeah, so it's clear that we need to embrace the full spectrum of data, including geographically spread data. And that's true within the European Union. And we're aiming through Darwin over time to be building up data sources from across the Union. The first 8 data sources have a bit of a propensity for Western Europe, and we need to work on that. It's also clear that some of the research questions are probably geography agnostic, if you like. So causal association between an adverse event and a medicine's exposure is probably agnostic to where the study is done, whereas the effectiveness of risk minimization would be a classic example where the use of a particular medicine within a particular healthcare system is geography specific. So we believe strongly that US data, which was the specific example in the question, can be extremely useful in European regulatory decision making, but we need to think about what the question is. And if it's dependent on the delivery of healthcare in a local market, then we need to factor that in.
Thank you, Peter. And I think for the interest of time and the other questions and also the remarks, we'll save the praise for the end, but I think you can read that here as well, Peter. So I agree. Impressive work by those who actually did the heavy lifting here. So thank you. But we refer the other questions for some of the other sessions. I actually think they fall quite nicely into the sessions we are having here. And we actually up on time. It's 10 o'clock now. So let's continue into the next part of the program, which will be handing over to you on the Darwin EU and the data quality work, where we have a number of speakers.
So thanks very much indeed. Yes. So for starting then session 2, and a great pleasure to introduce Xavier Kurtz, who has joined the agency in 2005 and is currently head of the data analytics work stream within the Data Analytics and Methods Task Force, and he's going to give us an update on the first experiences and regulatory use cases with Darwin EU. Xavier, please.
Yes, thank you, Peter, and I'm very pleased to be here and present the first experience with Darwin EU and the progress that we have made so far. And I can already say that Darwin EU is progressing well according to timelines. I will, in my presentation, first remind what is the vision for real-world evidence and the strategy that we are following now. I will then give the update on Darwin EU data partners and the studies that have started now. I will give a couple of slides on the link between Darwin EU and the pilot project for the EHDS2 that has just started, and then give one slide of feedback from the Darwin EU workshop with HTA and payers representative, because there may be other presentation afterwards. So first of all, the strategy for real-world evidence has been defined by the European Medicines Regulatory Network strategy, and the vision is that the use of real-world evidence will have been enabled and the value will have been established across the spectrum of regulatory use case, and this is by 2025. We see that there are three main areas for which real-world data analysis could support EMA scientific committees for decision-making. The first one is to support the planning and validity of applicant studies, and there are two subcategories here. First of all, to facilitate the design and the feasibility of planned studies, for example, by looking at the impact of inclusion and exclusion criteria on the availability of patients. And also, as for the result, it will allow to assess what is the representativeness of the studies by looking at the generalization, for example, of the control groups, comparator group that have been included. The second area is to understand the clinical context of the applications, disease epidemiology, what is the incidence and prevalence of the conditions, what are the standards of care, what are the regular treatments in clinical practice, what is being used, and then also how drugs are utilized, what is the switching pattern, what are the switching patterns, what are the first line and second line therapies, and so on. And then the third area is to investigate associations and impact. So these are classical effectiveness and safety studies that may have a role in regulatory decision-making, but also more importantly perhaps is to look at the impact of regulatory actions and to perform studies on the effectiveness of risk minimization measures that have been put in place. The EMA has currently three main routes, pathways to generate real-world evidence. The first one is through the analysis of in-house databases. Now we have available in-house 6 databases from primary health record from the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and Romania. They are in-house, we can access them. And we also are in the process of getting direct access to hospital data from the UK and from France, which allows us actually to perform very quick analysis. So when committees have questions, we can do in a matter of hours or days fast analysis in our in-house database to look at what is the drug utilization of a specific drug, what is the incidence or prevalence of a disease, and what is the potentiality for doing more in-depth studies to investigate a research question. The second pathway is to procure studies through our framework contractors. So in the real-world evidence framework contracts that we have, this is our lot 2, we have 8 research organizations that have been pre-selected, and these research organizations give access to a very wide network of data sources. In total, 59 data sources from 21 EU countries. Of course, for a single study, we are selecting one research organization through a reopening of competition. So we do not have access to all these data sources simultaneously for the same questions. And then we have the Darwin EU. So as you may know, this is a federated network of data sources providing evidence for real-world healthcare database, and where the data stay local so that it is possible to generate rather rapidly through the use of a common data model data that can be compiled by the coordination center, which is the Erasmus University Medical Center. And so this has been established this year, as Peter told it, and I'm going to present what are the progress now of this of the Darwin EU network. In the implementation roadmap, we have finalized phase 1, which means that we have set up the coordination center. We have made an assessment of the data protection impact. We have recruited the 10 first database, and also we are starting the first studies. And we are planning now the phase 2, which is in 2023. This will, at the end of next year, the established main will be finalized, and then beginning of 2024, we will start the operational phase with a larger number of studies. So we plan that in 4 years, there will be a total of 40 databases recruited, and about 280 studies are planned to be conducted over 5 years. What are the benefits of Darwin EU? It is important to mention that it is not only a database network, but it will also provide scientific expertise. And these expertise and these benefits will be provided not only to EMA, but to the regulatory network. There will be a catalog of non-relevant data holders. We will expand and maintain the federated network of data partners, which will provide a large source of data that will be available to the regulatory network and stakeholders to perform studies, to answer research questions. And then the Darwin EU network will also be a source of training, governance, and support to studies. So in the phase 1, we have now, as I said, onboarded our 10 first databases that are here on the slide here. From UK, we have the CPRD Gold. We have a database from general practitioners from Belgium. We have hospital data from France and from Spain. We have data also from Finland. The biobank has been recruited from Estonia, and there are, from Netherlands, we have a comprehensive cancer organization database which will provide information and data on cancers. In terms of experience from the onboarding of this set of data partners, we had previously selected defined selection criteria, and actually they could have been all fulfilled. These data sources are collecting health data routinely and with different types of real-world data. They provide a broad geographical cover. They provide patient-level data with detailed information on medicines and on clinical events, and they are all be converted into a common data model. Now, for the second set of data partners, there are a number of considerations for next year. First of all, we need to think about the balance between what I would call the general purpose data sets, which without any selection or restriction as to the product or the disease, or population-based data sets, and also the specialized data sets such as specific disease registries. The number of questions that we receive from the committees concern a specific disease, a specific setting, and may not be totally answered by, for example, general practice database or hospital database covering whole hospital population. And there may be a need for specific disease registries, and we will need to really balance what is the number of these two types of data sets that will be recruited. However, the selection of the second set of data partners will maybe also influenced by the research question that we received. And that's why to our all stakeholders, we have asked them to provide us with use cases, because this use case may indeed influence which data partners need to be recruited. We may also select non-EU data partners if they had values. For example, among the candidates, there is a large drug utilization database from the US, which contains 200 million patients. So this may be of value for rare diseases, rare drugs, where there is not enough data from Europe. So this may be a value, like the large hospital database also from the US containing 18 million patients, which may be of great value too. And also, the data source may need to be converted into OMOP common data model. Some of them in which we're interested now have not yet been converted and are in the process of being converted. So this is a consideration that will need to be taken into account. Regarding the studies, now we have defined 4 categories of studies. First of all, the routine repeated analysis, which are based on a generic study protocol and allow to repeat analysis of drug utilization on or epidemiology of disease. The off-the-shelf studies where the generic protocol is already existing and can be adapted to research questions. More complex studies, which are more, I would say, classical epidemiological studies, which require the development or customization of a specific study design protocol and statistical analysis plan. This is more the classical epidemiological studies requiring to control for confounding, looking at effect modifiers and comparison with causal association aspects. And then there are the very complex studies which may require additional data collection where the data available may not be sufficient. This may happen. Now we have started actually 4 studies. The 3 in green are ongoing. The first one is a population-level epidemiology study on the prevalence of rare blood cancers in 5 countries, which is a study supporting the Committee on Orphan Medicine Products. Then there is a drug utilization study on valproate-containing medicinal products in also 6 countries, and a drug utilization study of antibiotics, which is an important one in the context of the strategy on antimicrobial resistance. And a complex study, these 3 studies are off-the-shelf studies. And the 4th study, which is being developed now, is a complex study on mortality rates in patients with severe asthma aged more than 2 years old. And this will be really a study supporting the evaluation by our committee. This is a very busy slide, but just to show this for the first study, actually, that has progressed, the valproate study. I will not look at this is the slide that is discussed every week by the coordination center. It provides the milestones of the implementation of each study. I would like to just to show 2 things. This first study started in July. It took some time to finalize the protocol because it was at the same time that we were developing all the processes, the tools, the methods. So this was developed in parallel, but it shows that now in October, we have nearly finalized everything. And also we have, at the same time, we were onboarding the first databases, and it shows the calendar at which now these databases have been onboarded. But a second aspect, which is probably more important, is that once the protocol was finalized and approved, so this is, it is in in November 2022, so at the beginning, a couple of, well, it was 3 weeks ago. It is being implemented very fast. And you see that the study report is planned in December, so in a couple of weeks. So it will take maximum 1 month, 4 to 6 weeks to perform a study in 6 countries, 6 European countries on an important topic, the drug utilization of valproate study and related components. What is the experience? As I said, for the first studies, we had to simultaneously onboard the data partners and test the study processes, so it took some time. But I think we did a very good outcome that actually the first studies could be started now and will be finalized before the phase 1, so in December or January. So this is a fast delivery of result, which after the acceptance of the protocol. This number of studies will increase on a yearly basis, and we already have a long list of candidate studies and candidate topics for year 2, and we will need to prioritize. I mentioned that we have the possibility to do routine repeated analysis, and certainly there are 2 topics which are on our plate. Is the antibiotic study, which can be repeated every year, and also the use of opioids in Europe in different countries. We can change for each repetition. We can change the countries. We can change also the scope of the study. So we can have over time a regular and a continuous evaluation of the drug utilization and the consumption of these drugs. One word about the European Health Data Space, because Darwin EU will have a link with the EHDS. So EHDS as one of the objectives is to look at to improve the reuse of health data to facilitate research, innovation, and also better policy making. And there is a pilot phase that has now started. This is called EHDS2. And in the pilot phase, there are a number of use cases that have been defined. And the EMA is leading one of the use case, number 2, so the natural history of coagulopathy, which involves Darwin EU, but also 4 other countries, Denmark, Finland, Croatia, and France. And besides the public health importance of this study, one of the objectives will be to see how Darwin EU can be integrated with other data sources that are not part of Darwin EU and perhaps not included in a common data model, so that this will test how a single research question can be studied, investigated in different countries with different data models, and how Darwin EU can be integrated in the EHDS in the future. And this is also a busy slide, but the use case and the EMA use case is part of Work Package 1. And this is to show that Work Package 1 is aimed at leveraging the work and the tools developed by the other work package of EHDS2, but also to inform on the practicability, the feasibility of these material tools and methods that are developed by the other work packages of EHDS2. And lastly, I would like to have one slide on the workshop that took place with the HTA and payer representative. And there was very interesting and active discussions between all the stakeholders. And there were a number of suggested domains of interest that were mentioned for HTA and payers. First of all, the natural history of disease to validate the assessment of the control arms of interest for clinical trials. The relevant data on chronic disease based on remote patient monitoring, current standard of care, effect of new drugs, and effectiveness studies. So there is a large overlap between the needs of HTA bodies and payers and those of regulators. So Darwin EU could be a common source of data and data. Specific topics were suggested, and I'm not detailing here the specific topics, but they are related also to orphan medicinal products, ATMPs, and, for example, multiple myeloma and also blood disorders. And the discussion is continuing. So thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer questions.
Thanks very much, Xavier. We're going to hear from Nicholas Hedberg and Wim Gutsch first, and then we'll have a discussion for all three of you. So thanks, Xavier. Let's then move straight on to a health technology assessment perspective using use cases. And Nicholas, over to you, please.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to present this forum day. Yeah, I will represent the HTA perspective, representing UNETA 21. But I will come to a number of points where I have to give a national or personal opinion, because the discussion we have started and we are very engaged in this, but we also realized it has become a bit of a chicken and egg situation, and now we realize that the further selection of, for example, data partners might be influenced by our data needs, but we also needed to see which kind of partners would be included for the first time to be able to really specify our discussions about future needs. So we will really take up on Xavier's last line. Actually, this discussion will continue, and we hope to be able to come back. So I'm the chief pharmacist at TLV in Sweden, and also the chair of UNETA 21 executive board. I can have the next slide, please. Oh, okay, I can do them myself. So first, a general description of HTA bodies' needs for real-world data, and I can be quite brief, I think, because obviously this has already the message has already been sent through, and we saw some of these on Xavier's slides as well. So real-world data is important for us for appraisals when it comes to effectiveness, safety, utility, of course. It's needed at first evaluation and at reassessment of a drug, and also needed to assess drug classes where it might be an extended need from what regulators normally have. The quality of real-world data is often an issue for us, of course. We've talked about that already this morning. We see that it can be, in certain conditions, be used as external control, of course. Some of the HTA bodies are actually developing guidelines, guidances and dedicated resources to support the development in their own capacity. It's not very common, but it occurs. And the type of real-world data and also the frequency when we ask for it has changed, I would say, drastically over the last years, and is steadily improving, though still a bit different from member state to member state. And we, in general, have difficulties in terms of identification of relevant sources and getting access to the relevant data. I think those problems might be more pronounced for HTA bodies than for regulatory bodies, actually. So that would be the general description. And I have been in discussions both internally and externally. So this is not a recap in this group. This is and perhaps not even I have been in all of the meetings, but where we are right now, I think this is quite a fair summary of status. We acknowledge the differences in needed variables and access to data, but we strive for consistent recommendations when possible. I would say both between HTA bodies and or within HTA bodies and between us and regulators. We continue the exchange on quality requirements, of course. I think it would be positive if we could further explore if and how the request tool that was developed by UNETA Joint Action 3 can be used to ensure generation of information relevant for both parties. That's HTA and regulators there. And we continue to participate in workshops and meetings like this, organized by the EMA, of course. We give early EMA UNETA parallel advice on plague. Well, that has been a bit less pronounced the last year, but real-world data is still, we see that on the list of questions from the companies when it comes to joint scientific consultations. We share the information on registries that are qualified to be used. And we hope we can create an alert system for when the EMA anticipates a request for the plague. And then when we come, so that's as a basis for this. Then when we look at Darwin EU, then from our side, what do we need? And I will be reusing a number of the slides also from Xavier. So I think this is excellent. This is of course core also for most HTA agencies. But I think there is a useful exercise for each and every one of us to say that, okay, but in this decision case, which are my needs then? Okay, so here we see that representativeness is normally always a big issue, but sometimes perhaps disease epidemiology is not in the core of the HTA question at hand, but drug utilization might be. So I think this kind of qualification will be needed in general and in actual cases in the future to come closer to also the system and structure that EMA will provide. I kind of skip this. I think it's interesting for us of course as well to see the 4 different categories of studies, but even more so the plan. Okay, this is the one slide I think Xavier didn't have today. Okay, the amount of studies that are planned in the different categories. I think it's excellent for us also to see the examples we already have. Where would we put these in this EMA grid? This is just one example where we from TLV used registered data and see, did we have an impact on reimbursement? And we did look at hemophilia A and B. We used data from the prescribed pharmaceutical registry to see if the claim from the companies of a prolonged lifetime would also influence drug use or drug utilization. And you see in the first example, we have exactly the same use of the first drug and the drug with the expected prolonged half-life, but in the second example, with the second drug, we have a split. So this actually then influenced our decision making in the reimbursement side, on the reimbursement side. And I played around with the EMA grid to see, okay, but where would, given the data we had to collect, given the decision we had to make, where would this pilot, this example fit into the EMA system? Is this a complex study? Perhaps it is an off-the-shelf study, I admit, but I think the exercise is more important than exactly where we put the cross right now. And I hope that we will see a number of real-world evidence, real-world data cases coming from the HTA side and see where they can fit in, because that will give us both the mandate to say we will need these data partners, but also the realistic time frame, perhaps. And I think this is my last slide, summarizing. So we need real-world data for a number of different reasons: natural history of disease, actual clinical studies, inform on design of feasibility and representativeness of studies, use of external comparators, of course, measure representativeness, again, of patient groups between the clinical trials and the target population, when appropriate, to validate the study findings, and inform on the feasibility of post studies that are already going on by other reasons, for example, passive peers. So with that, I thank you very much for inviting me and for your attention.
Nicholas, thank you very much indeed. So we're not going to take questions now. We'll hear from Wim Gutsch, who is Special Advisor at the Dutch National Healthcare Institute, former Director of UNETA, Joint Action 3 Directorate, and Chair of the Executive Board of UNETA, Associate Professor at Utrecht University, and it's going to give us a pair perspective. Wim, we're running slightly behind. It's my fault, not your fault, but I just thought you should know before you start. Wim, over to you, sir.
Well, thank you, Peter, for introducing me. I tried to be very concise and also build on what is already being said by Xavier and Niklas. So may I have the next slide? And maybe directly next. So I think that some of the slides are already quite familiar to you. So when these questions came about Darwin EU and use cases, we thought that it would be important to have a very comprehensive overview on what payers really want with real-world data. And as most of you know, In comparison to HTA organizations, I think payers are quite diverse. So it was a really important exercise to survey and go out to them and ask what they really preferred. So about their willingness to use real world data, and if they do, what kind of data sources do they actually prefer? And when in the life cycle of a technology initial assessment or later on, are there certain circumstances which actually increase their appetite to use real world data? Are there situations challenging where they feel real world data are crucial? Situations where especially international collaboration in real world data will be important. And then, of course, the $1 million question, how could actually Darwin EU facilitate in this? So may I have the next slide? So, and also these results have been presented before, and I think that there is, although all different payers are still somewhat cautious in terms of what the use of real-world data is. That has to do with the roles of some of these payers. Some of these payers only have a remit to do additional assessments, so they're not that much interested to use real-world data, for instance, to follow up to how medicines are being used. And if it's useful, I think they still see it as an additional to RCT data. So long-term effectiveness, because there are many trials where there is also only surrogate markers, endpoints, information available. So what do we know about clinical endpoints on the long term? For pharmacoeconomic assessments, of course, because their real life is really the base part of the pharmacoeconomic modeling. Patient populations, how do you actually compare to the patient populations which are treated in trials? But also appropriate use in terms of which doses are being used in clinical practice and how this is compared to the trials. And for some of the organizations which are a little bit more active in moving into pay for performance or price volume agreements, of course, they need clinical practice and prescription data. And if you want to do reassessments, reevaluations, I think, and I think many organizations think real world data, real world evidence can be crucial. So may I have the next slide? So based on that, I think there arose a kind of picture of what kind of data they want. I think there's a lot of interest in data on orphan drugs, ATMPs, combination therapies. That has to do that there is a kind of perception that there, of course, there are small patient groups, and the information they get after market authorization on the effectiveness of the treatment, also compared to usual care, is scarce. So there's high uncertainty, high prices, high heterogeneity, and therefore, for instance, they need information on historic controls. And they also feel that direct collaboration sometimes between countries is possible for registries, but might also be difficult because things are arranged or organized very differently in member states. And therefore, Darwin EU might provide a structure to collect those data on a European level. May I have the next slide? So these are examples, I think, very familiar to most of you, mostly indeed in the field of orphans, ATMPs, oncology. Some I already think are actually happening in some extent where data are collected, even some in part of work EMA is currently doing. So this shows this large interest, especially in these types of medicines. May you have the next slide? So, and then subsequently I asked a little bit more in detail if you have then these kind of treatments in mind, what kind of information do you actually want? And then they want, for instance, information on type and duration of treatment, whether there are combinations of treatments being used, sequential or consecutive, what are the characteristics of the patients which are being treated with these types of treatments. And what do we know about clinical endpoints, survival, motoric function, ventilation, number of bleedings, of course, relating to certain treatment. There was a lot of interest in tumor agnostic drugs. So how are these currently being used, and can we actually get specified information for tumor location types? And also, is there already some information on long-term outcomes, for instance, also considering overall survival? A specific question came up in discussion with payers about the use of COVID antiviral drugs, which is, of course, a little bit different area. but there is interest on how these different antiviral drugs are being used and whether there will be any insight on how they actually work in clinical practice. Next slide, please. So, and I think I was also interested by the use cases which were presented by Xavier, because I thought that some of these use cases might already of quite of interest for the payers and I think for the HA organizations too. So I don't know in which extent this is already worked out in detail, but a suggestion would be from my side to find out whether this could also provide additional value, those studies for payers and HA organizations. Then I also discussed, I actually had a meeting with some payer representatives this week, and we also looked a little bit on the databases and first data partners which were suggested. I said, well, are there any questions in there which would be relevant? And they came up with a number of examples. For instance, in the field of diabetes, the GLP-1 agonists and obesity, is there any information over there? And there are those databases, IPSI and CPRD, I know very well, can provide those type of data. This question of agnostic drugs using the cancer registry and seeing that our Dutch cancer registry, of course, is one of the first data partners of Darwin EU is great and might provide excellent data to actually study this and maybe also in other cancer registries later on in Europe. The last question which came up was about, for instance, bisphosphonates and therapeutic treatment and also the order and consecutive combination treatments for osteoporosis, maybe also linked to fracture rates. Is that kind of information available in some of the GP databases which are there, or maybe also in the hospital data? I think that the payers also indicated, well, it's important to know what type of information is available with data partners in order to understand which questions are realistic. So what type of information is available? Is it only about the drug or the treatments? Is there also patient outcomes? Or can we actually make a link over there? How recent are available data? And is there any information on follow-up of the patients? And can we collect information that payers want? And again, Monday, they were very explicit in saying, well, we are really interested in clinical outcomes and for instance, patient-reported outcomes. So to finalize, I think that all 4 use cases mentioned by payers are mostly in orphan medical products, ATMPs, oncology. I think there's a broader interest, as the examples I mentioned show, and I think there's a lot of interest to see what we can do. So I think that also after this meeting, I hope there are opportunities to go a little bit more in detail, looking at the preferred data partners, looking at the questions to see how we can actually facilitate use cases which are relevant for payers and HCA, I think.
Wim, thanks very much indeed. So I think we've probably got about 5 minutes for discussion. And I'm very pleased to see that colleagues have been very active in Slido. So let's use the Slido questions, and we probably won't get through them all. But a first question, the top scoring question, you can see at the top there: how will industry be allowed access to this data? So that, I guess that's the Darwin data sources at any point. Maybe it's best for me to answer that. And some of you will have heard me give a similar answer before, because it's a question that has been posed quite a lot over the last year or so. The initial priority of Darwin EU is to provide data into regulatory decision making. Following that, and explicitly in the work plan, is decision making by other public sector bodies, including HTA, payers, ECDC, European Commission. We do foresee a dialogue going forward, particularly in the context of the rollout of the European health data space, on how we can leverage data access and data that's curated for the greater good, in other words, to a wider selection of stakeholders. And in this context, obviously, industry access will be on the table. One could envisage, but I'm using very conditional language, as you can hear, one could envisage a scenario looking at the experience in the US, for example, where you have Sentinel, which is clearly for the FDA and the FDA only, but a sort of almost like a copy and paste governance with some of the data partners, then allowing use of those facilities for pharmaceutical companies. Now, whether that's the model for Europe, I don't know, but it's something that I think will be discussed over the years to come. If we just go down, well, maybe we should take the only other question, or the other questions that have got more thumbs up. So questions about OMOP, Common Data Model. And I think the first question maybe to Xavier is, do we foresee all the data partners and all the data sets being converted into the OMOP Common Data Model? And then there's a linked question further down, which is maybe just a one-sentence answer from Nicholas and Wim on whether the Common Data Model has any limitations in terms of healthcare service delivery. But Xavier, all data partners?
Yes, certainly in the first years, because this will provide us with an efficient network of federated data. So with allowing the coordination center to write a unique programming code, to send this programming code to all the data partners, who will run the code and then send the results. This will provide the best protection of the data, will allow not to have a cross-border transfer of data. Now, we can exclude that for some complex studies where the available database are not satisfactory or are not adequate, that there could be a need to include additional data sources that are not in OMOP. And that's why, as I said, we are testing in the EHDS2 pilot the possibility of having research questions studied both in Darwin EU and in other data sources.
Nicholas or Wim, do you want to give any reflections on the OMOP Common Data Model from an HTA or pair perspective? It's quite a technical question, but feel free. Nicholas first.
In general, I think we need to realize first that this is going to be centralized and coordinated between the member states a bit later than the relative effectiveness assessment based on randomized clinical trials. But so there will probably be different answers from different member states for a while. But in general, we will have to get used to new quality measures for data, because real world data will have to go into, it is in a different framework. And we are as interested as anyone else to further discuss data availability, data quality, and methodologies to be used. In brief, no promises made at this point, I'm afraid.
Thanks. Wim, any reflection on Common Data Model?
Yeah, I think that this is really something of interest, and I see it, and I go back to my own national situation where we try to get more actively involved with registries and getting this data. And we also feel that the federated data network approach is a very promising one. Sometimes we're not sure whether it will solve all the questions which we have, but I think also in the Netherlands we are quite actively looking at the OMOP standards. As you know, the Erasmus Medical Center is in the Netherlands, so they are very actively in also promoting that for exchange of data. So so we have to check whether using the data exchange format, all the information we need will also come to us. I think the question about patient-reported outcomes, for instance, is this already covered within the OMOP standards, and how does this work? So so I think there's a positive approach to this standardization, but we have to check what it means and whether we really can get the data which we would like to have from a payer perspective.
Thanks very much. I'm going to take two more quick questions, but then I think we're running out of time. So a question to Xavier. There's a question that is getting a few thumbs up about representativeness of clinical trials. And I guess this implication of the question is, can real-world evidence help us understand the representativeness?
Yes, certainly. And actually, this is one of the objectives of the asthma study that I mentioned, is to look at the inclusion and exclusion criteria that have been used in clinical trials that have been submitted, to reproduce these inclusion and exclusion criteria into real-world data, and looking at what is the number of patients, the characteristics of patients. Therefore, this will allow to compare the comparator groups that have been used in clinical trials to the clinical practice and the overall patient characteristics for the same disease and for the same criteria.
Thanks very much. And maybe the last question we'll take, just in the interest of time, is to Nicholas. And it's about use of real-world evidence studies in the EU joint clinical assessments. Nicholas, any comment?
Once again, the real-world data space and evidence generation space that we have used to work with in United Joint Action 3, for example, is not part of the former HTA regulation. That is based on clinical assessment. However, we realize and have seen in a number of cases that the real-world data question eats itself in the back through the back door in a number of discussions. So we will have to deal with that somehow and increasingly, I think, but it's not formally directed by the regulation.
So thanks, Nicholas. And to all participating, a really interesting debate, lots of really interesting discussions, which I would love to go on with. But I think to be respectful to the other sessions and other speakers, we now need to move on. So big thanks to you, Nicholas, to you, Wim, to you, Xavier, for animating that discussion on Darwin EU and real-world evidence. And we move straight on then to the Data Quality Framework and Medicines Regulation. And it's a great pleasure to introduce Anna Coquino, who's a medical doctor and data scientist working here at the EMA, who has led on both the data discoverability and the data quality work at EMA. And she's going to give us a quick overview. Over to you, Anna, please.
Good morning. Thank you. You have heard already through the morning introductions that we have now launched a EU data quality framework for medicines regulation. And I'm here to give you a bit of more insight on what this pertains and what do we see in it and how did we come to do this piece of work. So I'll show you a little bit the objectives and the milestones that we went through, the steps in drafting this data quality framework. We're going to look a little bit at content, not very deep, but a little bit to get a bit of a flavor of what is in there. Some comments that we had from the public consultation and what our next steps will be. So in terms of objective, we're looking to improve consistency in the evaluation of the quality of data used by regulators, to enable the development of a standardized approach for data quality across all types of data sources, to facilitate the systematic use of data for regulatory decision-making, and eventually to reach a point where we're supporting the trust of stakeholders in the data that underpin regulatory decisions. This very first draft of the data quality framework that went for public consultation in the last couple of months provides general considerations that can be applied to a wide range of data sources for the purpose of characterizing and assessing data quality for decision making. So gives some outlines on how to measure data quality, so gives measurements. It's intended to serve as a overarching framework, so from which more focused data quality recommendations can be derived in the next steps once we have set up the general principles. It has been produced in a collaborative process by EMA, HMA, and towards the European Health Data Space, TEDAS joint action, and has been consulted with a wide range of stakeholders, culminating with a public consultation that just ended a couple of weeks ago. This is the work plan that set up our objectives in this work. We are here to address the data quality and representativeness objective of the Big Data Steering Group work plan, parts of that objective to be more precise. And we are now in a point where we are have published this first draft and we have received the comments from the public consultation. So how did we get here? We have started off with a revision of existing data quality frameworks, everything that is out there, other regulatory, looking at global sort of landscape, looking at initiative from US and so on. We did a landscape analysis. This happened at the beginning of the year, and it was used as a starting point for further drafting of our own data quality framework. We had a dedicated data quality workshop back in April, a day dedicated with external stakeholders to look through what needs to be addressed in such a data quality framework. We have agreed on a table of contents for drafting. We have then had dedicated sessions with various topic experts to further refine this general content, to get some input from them, to get them also familiarized with the content of our document. And we also had dedicated sessions with our colleagues in TEDAS to align on principles and the data maturity models that were proposed in there. A brief overview of the document. It's looking to be, keep in mind that it wants to address, the document is looking to address wide range of data sources, and it's has the purpose in mind of supporting regulatory decision making. So in this mindset, it defines terminology, general principles, a range of metrics and dimensions, and ultimately define some data maturity models for regulatory decisions. The final goal, a long distance sort of goal, is to establish a EU framework for data quality and representativeness guidelines, a strengthened process for data qualification through scientific advice, and to promote across member states the uptake of electronic health records, registries, genomics data, and secure data availability. It is I will, since I hear we're a little back short on time, I will try to be a little briefer. This is a diagram that you also find in the document. It represents all the concepts that are outlined in the document in one overview. So we're talking here about determinants, which are a manner of referring to all that contributes to data quality. We're talking dimensions and metrics, then data workflows in the left bottom corner, and maturity models on the right. So when it comes to determinants, those are split in three big categories. We're talking foundational, so determinants that are related to the generation of the data, intrinsic to a particular data set, and then question specific that are specific to a research question. So this kind of split is then reproduced throughout the document, and it's put some order into the terminology, into the metrics used. It looks a bit at the data workflow, from starting from data requirements collection and moving all the way to publishing and consumptions. Define some metrics and some data maturity models, and we're going to look at these in just a little bit more detail, but not much. So the dimensions can be classified in five main categories, and this is something that's pretty much common with other data quality frameworks, various flavors of this. So we're talking things like extensiveness, reliability, how reliable the data is, how trustworthy is, coherence, how the data fits with each other within a data set, things like timeliness, how present the data that you're looking at is, and relevance, how relevant for the topic you are addressing. So there's obviously there's far more details that is in the document, which I encourage you to read if you haven't already. It goes from defining the dimensions, goes to defining sub-dimensions to give a better granularity to what they're looking to measure, and then further on to the metrics that correspond to these, and then some suggestions on how this measurement could be applied. With all these measurements in mind, we go ahead and in the last part of the document, define some maturity models that take into consideration everything that was presented until that stage. So again, it's the same split into some foundational maturity models, so talking processes and then data generation, intrinsic to a particular data set, and question specific to a specific research question. In terms of level, here the level of maturity are described bottom down. So it starts from, say, documented. So when the processes that generate data are to a level in which they're just documented, continues with things like formalized, when also an industry standard is applied, all the way to automated, like a sort of aspirational level of maturity. For intrinsics, it's sort of the same logic. It starts from very little data quality intrinsic to the data source and grows all the way up with data quality embedded at metadata level, applying over standards, all the way to feedback where the metrics of data quality are embedded in the data set. They are working in an automated way, and feedback to the generation of data process. It's a vision, again, an aspirational sort of level. And lastly, question specifics being from ad hoc, from addressing ad hoc a question, a research question, all the way to question specific where the data set has the metrics for data quality implemented a priori to address a particular question, and in between a domain of questions. We got several comments. We had quite a few comments from the public consultation. We received from the regulatory noting, from data holders, industry, from pretty much everyone, and we thank all of them, people who took or stakeholders who took the time and to provide those comments are very appreciated. They went across several topics. Some of them, for instance, sort of went around interoperability, the scope and applicability of the data quality framework. So, for instance, which type of data will be assessed. They were discussing of harmonizing terminologies across different data quality frameworks, which indeed is something we also saw in our landscape analysis, that this is a need to come up with a harmonized terminology. They discussed things like privacy protection, where does that fit. They of course, many of those comments asked for, of course, a better precision, and also for addressing a use case or another, which frankly is a very positive outcome for us. The fact that we are asked to go deeper in one direction or another, it's something that we do plan to do moving forward. And in the morning, Peter presented you that we are looking into going further to do the real world data use case, which is, I think, yes, in this slide where I'm telling you where we are and what's next. In terms of, so this is the document here that we have published for public consultation, which ended about a week or so ago. We have the comments, and now we are working into implementing them to produce a version that has these comments into consideration. We will publish this first version of the data quality framework, and moving forward next year, we're looking into focusing on real world data. So the data quality which pertains to real world use case. And it will be a busy year, I'm sure. We're planning a workshop with stakeholders and whatever else is needed around to get this going. And with that, this is my presentation, and thank you for listening. This is our email address. And thank you also for all your comments during the public consultation.
So Anna, thank you. That's a beautifully clear presentation of what I understand many stakeholders consider quite an elegant proposal on a framework for data quality. We are having a slightly different approach in this session to how the discussion will go. And we have our front row comments from different stakeholders. And I think each of the stakeholders will give a very brief reflection in a few minutes. And then we will then go to an open Q&A if we have time. The first of our stakeholders is Enrique Bernal Delgado, who is head of the Data Science and Health Services and Policy Research Unit at the Institute for Health Sciences in Aragon, Spain. He's also, and importantly, the work package lead at TEDUS, Towards a European Health Data Space Joint Action on Data Quality and Interoperability. My word, Enrique, that was quite an introduction. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Peter. Let's first congratulate for the work together along this year and the materialization of our work and your work in particular on this nice data quality framework that you just released and getting comments on. So please to be able to say something else. Anna, taking your words, the last words, it's about what TEDUS is doing in the end is trying to figure out how to mobilize real world data to produce real world evidence for the policy making, for regulation purposes, and for research purposes. And then in the end, the work is that we are doing in particular is about building a data quality framework that it goes along the whole data life cycle, meaning that we are focusing on the data preparation processes and the data preparation institutions in Europe. So those there actually have the mandate to prepare the data for the end users to reuse real world data. We are focusing on the interaction between the users and the data preparatory bodies. And then we are interested in the finalization process, which is in the end how this returns into the society, in the particular case of regulatory purposes in a report on regulation, for example. And well, EMA, and I think this is the big point that I see in this data quality framework. EMA is acting as a data holder and is acting as a data user. And I see in this data quality framework the main focus on the data holder perspective, and we can see, and maybe in the next section in data discoverability as well, we just see some elements that are in stream with the ones developed in the data in action. If we look at what it is expected in terms of recommendations from our side to the European Commission, the member states, or what a data holder should do. So EMA as a data holder, they have to prepare the data in a way that are interoperable, so they can be easily reused, easily discovered. And there are some good elements within this data quality framework that will allow data users to do that job, actually. To put an example, the point about OMOP is a very interesting one. It covers part of the work. However, it is part of the recommendation from TEDAS to the Commission. There will be more standards to use because maybe there are more data types to think about. In terms of EMA as a data user, in terms of EMA as data user, what are the needs of a data user in the European health data space for secondary use? And we came up here with the data quality and utility labeling. This is one of the works that we have to do together. I think it is my suggestion to you guys that preparing a consensual approach to utility labeling in Europe, you as a data holder will benefit from that, but you as a data user will much benefit. And in the data, what I mean by data quality and utility labeling is documenting on the data that is actually hosted in the different data holders, you amongst them. Technical quality is a big part of it, but it's not the lion's part of it. The coverage, not just the coverage in terms of how well represented is the exposure of the European population, but also the time varying exposure of many of the elements contained in the data sets. The access and provision, how to make it possible in terms of the application to permissions, and something I mentioned earlier, in terms of data collection to make that available, in terms of the permission to delivery, and finally, last but not least, the value and interest of the data collected for the purposes of the users of the European health data space, one of them, regulatory purpose. And that's all from my side. Just as very much looking forward the continuous collaboration this year, and congratulations again.
Enrique, thanks very much indeed. And indeed, the collaboration between, if you like, the local work in medicines regulation and the broad work in terms of the European health data space is both a pleasure and will be a success factor going forward. So thanks for your ongoing support and collaboration. Our next stakeholder front row speaker is Lisa Hampson, who is representing FPIA today, the European Industry Association, and she's Senior Director in Statistical Methodology Group at Novartis in Switzerland. So over to you, Lisa.
Thank you very much and good morning, everyone. So just to start by saying that FPA very much welcomes the draft data quality framework to help all stakeholders, including data generators, holders and users, understand the strengths, limitations and suitability of a data source to answer a research question and inform regulatory decisions. We believe alignment across regulators on general principles of data quality and termination is necessary, and FPA really appreciates the EMA's leadership towards ICMRA's commitment on this. FPA did provide comments on the data quality framework during the consultation period to try and help maximise the utility of the framework and facilitate its practical application. Amongst other things, we offered the following 4 points for consideration. Firstly, there would be value to expanding the current glossary to provide more descriptive definitions and build a common understanding for key terms contained within the data quality framework. Secondly, stakeholders might benefit from an expanded discussion of the role of data governance, including the feedback loop or remediation processes that might be needed to correct data quality issues that are identified. Furthermore, additional details on the different maturity models proposed would be welcome, as well as guidance on how these can be applied, including implementation tools such as checklists, scorecards, or details about the required documentation for quality reports. And we'd also welcome updates on how data quality efforts will be integrated across different aspects of the big data work plan, such as Darwin, and the registry qualification procedure to ensure that there aren't different approaches for data quality for regulatory purposes. Given that data quality is highly context dependent, we're very keen to work with the EMA and other stakeholders as they refine the framework and develop data type and use case specific guidances in the coming years. And we were pleased to learn that the EMA is prioritising a real world data specific guidance, and we're keen to learn more about what regulatory use cases of real world data this guidance might cover. In terms of next steps, we'd also welcome further dialogue about the types of data or different use cases that might be the focus of future guidances, and in particular, how granular these guidances might become. Finally, to conclude my comments, in terms of collaboration going forwards, FPA would be very keen to discuss opportunities for how we could help pilot frameworks to ensure they're feasible and also align with existing quality practices. And FPA would also like to contribute to the planning of future data quality workshops, such as the one planned in 2023 by the Big Data Steering Group. For example, contributing real-life case studies to demonstrate the practical application of the quality framework, and also exploring what it means to be fit for purpose. So with that, I'd like to conclude my comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Really clear points, and maybe just focusing on one, which was about engagement and collaboration. This is a starting point. It's a draft data quality framework which would apply right across the data spectrum for medicines regulation, and the only way we're going to be able to do this is step by step and in collaboration with stakeholders. So I think the yes is the answer. When we come to workshopping and piloting and use cases, we will be dialoguing with you and other stakeholders. Let's now move on to a healthcare professional voice. Aldo Pietro Maggioni is a cardiologist and is director of the Research Centre of the Italian Association of Hospital Cardiologists. Over to you, Aldo.
Many thanks, and thank you to have invited me to this meeting. Regarding the data quality of big data, I have a practical example in the field of cardiology. It is the example of the EuroHeart of the European Society of Cardiology, and our experience in checking and trying to assure data quality has been conducted in disease registries of common diseases such as heart failure, acute coronary syndrome, atrial fibrillation, and trying to provide good data quality. We followed different steps. The first step was to provide with an IT platform for data collection, the cardiologists participating in the experience. And second was the issue of data standardization, a methodology to select and define common standards and quality indicator was developed and published. And then the common variables for the common diseases that I mentioned, heart failure, acute coronary syndrome, and atrial fibrillation, were selected and defined and published. And finally, we implemented the IT platform internal checks for consistency and biological plausibility. But the problem is how it is possible to assure that data correspond to reality. And the big problem was to assure consecutiveness and representativeness of the collected data. And cross-checks, for example, with administrative data, can be done. And this procedure was easy if the disease requires an hospitalization. It was really more difficult in an outpatient setting. And we implemented also periodical live monitoring of data in a remote way mainly, and very infrequently also with on-site visit. And to conclude my intervention, I have to say that this initiative can be considered a reliable framework in which it is possible to develop a registry-based randomized trial. These kind of trials can allow the conduction of simple, large, also less costly, and surely more representative of real population. And this can be an initiative surely useful also for regulatory decision. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here.
Thanks, Aldo. And it's nice to have a specific use case from cardiology, a specific a specialty within healthcare, just to give that context. Our last stakeholder, our last front row commentator is a patient, or in fact a parent view, George Paliouros, who is chair of the Duchenne Data Foundation, which is an international collaboration to bring data to improve the world of dystrophinopathies. He is also a father of a boy with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and he also, interestingly, leads a large AI lab called SCALE at the National Centre for Scientific Research in Athens. So over to you, George.
Thank you, and thank you for this very nice meeting, very interesting discussion so far. So I am representing today the Duchenne Data Foundation, which has been established by patients and is interested in promoting the data use for this particular rare disease. Probably the problems that we see and the efforts that we make are common with many other rare diseases, and data for rare diseases have many particularities. First of all, they're not typically, we don't find big data. We don't find big data in terms of volume, but to make it more difficult, we find big data in terms of other aspects like noisy data, missing data, large dimensionality, many dimensions, data heterogeneity, and other issues like the fact that data is aging, so older data becomes less relevant, or even bias in the collection procedures that we have. So data quality is very important for us. And we want to make the data available, but we want to make it available in good quality. We want to make sure that it can be used for and avoid waste, so to say. So we want to make sure that all the efforts that are made in collecting this data is to the point, and the data that is generated can be combined. We're strongly advocating for fair verification and fair principles. So eventually what we want to do is to achieve high quality real world data coming directly from patients or from other sources. and want to see in the framework that is being developed how this can be achieved. We are also very interested in secondary use of data. We believe that secondary use should be the norm, not just the exception. So the data should be reused and should be widely used for many purposes. We are also interested in, we're working towards cataloging data, linking data, making sure data can be found. And there we have questions like, what is it, how do you measure the quality of a catalog of data sets? Is it equal to the quality of the individual data sets? And can we have a sort of quality report for each data set in a catalog? And if this quality report can be generic or should be specific to the use cases, like the use cases that and the questions that were mentioned earlier about Darwin EU. So there are many questions about the quality of data when it comes to rare diseases, in particular the Duchenne muscular dystrophy that we are working in. And we think that we're very pleased to see the progress that is being made. And we see an enormous opportunity here, because not using the data or not having the quality data that can be used has an enormous opportunity cost, as can be imagined for a rare disease. Delaying progress, which is caused by lack of data or lack of access to data, is very costly, as you can imagine. And as we see new treatments and gene therapies have already been mentioned in previous presentations, data quality will become even more important, especially for regulatory purposes. So in conclusion, we're really eager to work together on a data quality use case for rare diseases, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
So thanks, George. I have to say, and I just want to compliment you and those working in the Duchenne area, clearly at the vanguard of data science, the vanguard of patient experience data. And I think we've got a lot we can learn from you. So thank you for sharing your insights today. Colleagues, we've got about 5 minutes before a well-earned coffee break. There's 2 questions in the Slido, and I'll just read them out. And I think I'm going to give the first to Anna. Well, in fact, I'm going to give both together. So Anna Coquino, the final version of the data quality framework, it's not the final, actually, it's the draft version, seems very ambitious. Is it realistic? And then a closely related question, what's the plan for implementation of the data quality framework across Europe or worldwide? Now, you touched on both of these points in your presentation, but could you maybe elaborate a little bit more? And I might then flip the same question to Enrique to broaden the question about implementation of data quality frameworks into a wider context. Anna, please.
Yes, so for the first question, I think, it is somewhat ambitious, but what I think the question is actually referring to is the addressing of the real world use case. And that would be very ambitious. And no, we do not plan to do that. What we plan to do in January 2023 is to release a version that includes the comments that came from the public consultation, the changes that are required because of these comments. That might be slightly ambitious, but we're still aiming for it to do it. When it comes to the real world use case, though, it's a throughout the year activity that will probably end towards the end of the year with a new version.
So go ahead. Sorry, Anna. Go ahead.
No, that was it for it. I was pretty much moving to the next one.
Go ahead.
So if you so when it comes to plan for the implementation, I've touched indeed that we're looking into discussing the real world use case throughout next year. So we would like to get to a point where we have a mature enough, agreed enough document towards the end of the year that then could move on towards implementation, I suppose.
So thanks, Anna. Maybe I can bring Enrique in. Enrique, the question, I guess, is specific to this draft data quality framework, which is in the context of medicines regulation. But maybe you could give a few reflections on the use of data quality frameworks more generally with healthcare data, particularly thinking about the European health data space.
Actually, the we are expected to provide recommendations for data quality for a broad data quality framework before summer next year, and then there will be a continuous implementation process. This is going to be a maturation process in Europe for years. But the very first cornerstones are being put in this data quality framework that we are developing, and then there will be some implementation and delegation acts across Europe to make this possible. There are some additionally, as far as we could see from different offices, there will be some extra funding for the development, for example, of the data quality and utility labeling for data institutions and data sets in Europe. So anyway, there is a momentum now for the actual release of a broad data quality framework for Europe, including, of course, the data quality framework developed for the regulation purposes. And then there will be a process of implementation that may take a decade or so, but it's a maturity process in the end.
Thanks very much. Now, the last question that's come through Slido, I'm going to nuance a little bit. It says, it talks about incentives for data holders to use the data quality framework. I want to nuance that, and I'm going to put the question to George, to Aldo, and to Lisa about what might be actions or principles that we could take to drive up data quality in general, particularly think about healthcare data here. Because a data quality framework is exactly what we say. It's a framework. It's a way of thinking. It's a common language. Enrique was talking about the legislative initiatives, which might in some ways be binding in the future, but do maybe just any reflections on principles or actions that we can take to drive up data quality. Maybe I go to Lisa first.
I think in terms of encouraging uptake of the framework in practice, I think key to that would be having examples from industry, and also to have tools and in-depth guidance on sort of how to implement this in practice. So I think bridging that gap from concept sort of principles to practice, I think would really help encourage uptake amongst practitioners.
Thanks. Aldo, any reflections on how do we drive up data quality?
Yes, I think that the data quality framework should be used now in different countries in which the electronic records are in development, in the sense that there is a big incentive in the different countries to develop electronic records, and if it is possible to have data quality in this setting is really very important. The management of different clinical conditions can really change if we have a good quality data in this sense. So I think that it is necessary to implement the data quality framework in the development of the electronic health records in the different countries.
Thanks very much. Let's have just a word from George, and then I would like to bring in Xavier Kurtz maybe for a word on this topic. George, please.
Yeah, I think it depends on what kind of data and what kind of data holders we're talking about. If, like Anna alluded to, we're talking mainly about clinical trials, then I think the motivation is obvious. I mean, you want the application to be successful as quickly as possible. So this is a strong motive. But if we go to the real world data, like patient-reported data or electronic health records, there it becomes much more interesting. And from the perspective of rare diseases, I think the main motivation is that each data holder on their own cannot do much. So they have to have the right quality to be able to combine the data with other data to make the most of it as data users eventually.
Thanks, George. Last word to Xavier Kurtz, please.
Yes, just one word from a regulator perspective. As a regulator, we need to have confidence in the quality of the data source that are submitted for regulatory decision making, and implementation of data quality framework may be one of the information that we need in order to have this confidence. So, for example, in Darwin EU, for the onboarding of database, there is also the data quality framework from the UCMAG release is already implemented. So for each data sources, we have to approve and we review all the outputs of the implementation of the data quality framework. We may also envisage that when a study is submitted to regulators for decision, regulators may require that the data source that have been used in a study would have gone through the data quality framework and have shown that there has been a sufficient level of quality. So I think there is certainly opportunities to and the need for having data quality frameworks implemented. Now, I just see the question on the harmonization. There are several data quality frameworks, and one is used by the FDA. There are other ones. They are not so different. They are not so different. So I think that across the different data quality frameworks, this would not be a big deal to harmonize.
Thanks very much, Xavier. And actually, it won't be a big deal to harmonise sounds like a good conclusion. It's an optimistic, glass half full kind of way to conclude that session. Big thanks to George, to Aldo, to Lisa, to Anna for that second session, also to Wim, Nicholas and Xavier for the part on Darwin. We're now going to take a 15-minute coffee break. We'll restart prompt at 20 to 12 Central European time, and we'll be looking at data discoverability, skills, processes and capability. My word, that's an ambitious session 3. So have a great coffee. See you in a few minutes. Thank you. So colleagues, welcome back. Hope you managed to find time to grab a coffee. And I'm very pleased to introduce Hilmar Hamann, who is Head of Information Management at the European Medicines Agency, and he's going to guide us through session 3 on big data, including data discoverability, skills, processes, and capability. It's a big session, and it spans lunchtime, Hilmar. Are you out there?
I'm here, and excited about session 3. Thank you for the introduction, Peter. So first of all, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today. I have the honor of chairing session 3. As Peter said, I'm the head of information management at the EMA, and I'm kind of involved by working very closely with Peter's task force for data analytics, but then also by providing the technological capabilities that support the data analytics program at the agency. So in this session, which I think is going to be very, very interesting, we will look at different tools and processes to capture, organize, and analyze big data, and primarily, of course, in support and with a view to support medicine evaluation and regulation. So in this session, we have 3 presentations, and each one will be followed by a set of stakeholder perspectives. So we have a couple of stakeholders here from representing patients, patient organizations, healthcare professionals, research organizations, and of course also the pharmaceutical industry. And then after the first 2 presentations, we will then have a short time for question and answers. That's right before lunch. So we plan to break for lunch at 1 o'clock and then resume the session at 2 o'clock. And so now I would like to introduce to you Katharina Daly, who is a data scientist in the healthcare data workstream in the task force for data analytics here at the EMA. And Katharina will update us on her work regarding real-world metadata, good practices, and the development of catalogs for data sources and studies. So over to you, Katharina.
Thank you, Hilmar, and thank you, everyone. So today we will first we will provide some background of the work around data discoverability and go through the highlights of key achievements so far and important deliverables to come. Then we will provide an overview of the good practice guide for the use of metadata, which was public consultation and a flavor of the comments received. And finally, we have a status update on the development of the metadata catalogs, and we will show also some draft prototypes. Improving data discoverability is one of the 10 priority recommendations of the HMA EMA Joint Big Data Task Force, as presented earlier also by Peter Arlett, and we're implementing this recommendation in line with the Big Data Steering Group work plan, and we are setting up a catalog of real-world data sources and a catalog of studies with a goal to facilitate the discoverability of data sources to generate adequate evidence for regulatory purpose. So we're setting up a catalog of data sources, of a transparent catalog with trusted data sources that can support the initial identification of data sources suitable to investigate specific research questions, but also to support the assessment of study protocols and study results by providing quick access to information on the suitability of data sources proposed to be used in a study. As mentioned, this work is following the Big Data Steering Group work plan, and here you can see the key milestones in the plan that I will go into more detail in the next slide. So this work started to materialize back in 2021 with the Minerva pilot study, which laid out a lot of the foundational work. It was conducted by a consortium including 16 organizations across 9 countries and delivered the first draft metadata list after a lot of engagement with stakeholders, reviewing metadata practices of multiple key regulators and organizations. A stakeholder workshop was held in April 2021 as well. Also, the study delivered options for the process to collect and update the metadata and a proof of concept catalog for accessing, searching, and visualizing the metadata collected. Coming into this year in 2022, we built on this work. We did surveys consulting on the content and functionalities of the catalogs within the ANSEP community, industry, international regulators, and working towards, we further refined the metadata list. We did a webinar involving TEDAS, National Competent Authority representatives, to consult on the metadata list, which was agreed and published back in May. Also, the development of the EU metadata catalog started, and also we started collecting metadata from different data sources that we prioritize. Also, the first good version of the good practice guide on the metadata collection went under public consultation. Looking into 2023 onwards, key deliverables are the publication of the good practice guide and metadata collection following the implementation of the comments. Also, working towards the launch of the new EU metadata catalogs, which is key deliverables for late next year. We're also planning to migrate data from the current EU Pass register and the ANSEP resources database, and also to continue collecting metadata from different data sources, such as data sources included in Darwin EU, but also through collaboration with other catalog initiatives. Now we will go into a little bit more details on the key deliverables of this year, 2022, and how they work together. First, we spoke about the metadata list for real-world data. So this is a list of metadata to describe real-world data sources and studies to help pharmaceutical companies and researchers to identify and use such data when investigating the use, safety, and effectiveness of medicines. This list is the one that is going to feed into the 2 future EU catalogs that are being developed for real-world data sources and real-world data studies. In anticipation of the real-world data sources catalog launch, we also have the good practice guide for the use of real-world metadata, a document that provides recommendations to a variety of stakeholders for the use of the catalog to identify real-world data sources for assessing the suitability for specific studies. And also it describes in more detail the metadata elements that are envisaged to be used in the catalog. So it describes in more detail the list of metadata. In the next few slides, I will go a little bit into the content of the good practice guide and a flavor of the comments that we received. So you see here the table of contents, and this document is basically divided in two parts. The first part is about how the catalog can be used to identify real-world data sources to assess the suitability of studies. And the second part is focused on user guides. It contains the detailed metadata definitions, and also there are placeholders that will be further developed once the catalog is live, with more practical and technical guidance on how to add and maintain data sources and studies. So focusing on a little bit on the first part, on how the catalog can be used to assess suitability of data sources, the document describes the specific variables that will be collected, so the metadata that can be used to evaluate data sources reliability and relevance, two aspects important of data quality of primary data. Also, and these are only some examples, there are use cases described looking from the perspective of different users of the catalog and looking at different working scenarios, how the catalog can be used to fulfill those. So for example, from the point of view of an investigator who wants to identify suitable data sources for a planned study, there is an outline of the steps that are recommended for the catalog users in order to select a suitable data source. Also, from the point of view of an assessor who needs to assess a study protocol that has been submitted using including a particular data source, there is a description of the data elements that can be useful for this assessment. Also, if for an investigator who writes a study report for which they need to describe a data source, and especially when comparison between characteristics of several databases used in a study is difficult to perform with available information online or in the literature, there are proposed solutions of how the catalog can support this. Also, if a data holder needs to compare features of a specific data source with others covering fully or partially the same population, there are recommendations on how the catalogs can be helpful to benchmark using the several data sources using the harmonized description of the characteristics of each data source in the catalog. So this document was under public consultation, which finished on 16th of November, and we received many contributions from regulatory network, from data holders, researchers, research networks, industry, medical associations, etc. The comments were mainly related to the following topics. There were comments around catalog maintenance and content validation, so to include more information about how we plan to incentivize data holders to provide and update the metadata, how we plan to quality check the metadata to ensure they're entered in a harmonized way, but also how the involvement of the metadata elements collected will be managed. There are many comments around interoperability and collaboration with other catalog, highlighting the need to harmonize definitions, metadata terminology, and also in order to minimize the effort of data holders who may be contributing their metadata to several catalogs at the moment. There were also many comments about the relationship between the data quality framework that was discussed in the previous session with the good practice guide and the data sources catalog. It was highlighted that there is a need to align between the two documents on terminology and definitions. And also there were comments about applying the data quality framework to the catalog, which is something indeed in our radar, especially in view of the development of the real world use case in the data quality framework. Also, there were questions around the scope of the catalog, both in terms of geography, but also to include more information, more clarification in terms of what types of data sources are covered and if there are any exceptions. And the importance of data source accessibility was highlighted, and there were proposals to add in the catalog more information around accessibility and how important it is to be addressed early in the process of identifying suitable data sources for a study. Finally, there were many various comments around the need to provide more clarification definitions for specific metadata or proposals to collect more metadata elements. And thank you very much to everyone who took the time to read and review this document and provide these comments so that we can improve it before the publication of its first version. In the next few slides, I will provide a brief status update on the actual development of the catalogs. This year, we are concluding a discovery and analysis phase of the project where we have collected and provided all our requirements to the contractor. Next year, it will be the implementation, and we will have the testing, which will be an important phase, and we plan to include input from key stakeholders, from the industry, from the ENSEM community, to ensure that the requirements are being met and the use is friendly. The launch of the catalog is planned for the last quarter of 2023 at the moment, and some key features that the catalog will have, and for those of you that are familiar with the current NSEP resources database or the EU Pass Register, will be improvements to these systems, is that the study catalog and the data sources catalog will be linked together. So there will be a possibility to view information about data sources used in a study and vice versa. We will have the possibility to search and export information. The studies will be visible in the relevant medicines overview page in the EMA website. We plan to implement globally unique and persistent identifiers to the records according to the FAIR data principles. External users will be able to submit data through a web form, so to insert or update content, and they will first need to register and log in to do so. There will be email notification to the user to approve, to inform about the approval or rejections of the content by the administrator, and also notifications will be sent to prompt users to update the records. In the next few slides, we have included a few prototypes to make it more real. They are still on draft, so please, some of the content you see there may be typos, or, because it's just examples. It's draft under development. So this is the landing page of the catalogs as it is. The design is proposed, where users will be able to navigate in the 4 modules, so the studies, the data sources and institutions, and the networks. Users that are actually submitting or editing data will have a dashboard where they will be able to see or manage all their content and see what is the status of various submissions and add further content. This is an example of how it will look when adding a new data source. So the user will have to fill in the data in several metadata in several steps. And finally, this is an example of how most likely the search functionality will look like. There is going to be a bar with the possibility to search using keywords, but also to further refine the results using several filter options. And thank you very much for listening. This is the email address in case you want to submit anything you want to communicate with regards to this project. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Katarina. Thank you for the very clear update and presentation. So I think it's good to see the progress and that you've made on this very fundamental and critical work to really progress the area in this space. So I'm sure there will be questions, but I think we'll hold the questions for now and come back to it in a bit. I would like to now transition actually to the stakeholder perspectives, and I would like to invite a set of stakeholders here for their comments, reflections, and views. And we will be starting with Dr. Rosa Giuliani. Dr. Giuliani is a consultant at in medical oncology at the Clatterbridge Cancer Center, Director of Public Policy at the European Society for Medical Oncology, and Chair of the ESMO Global Policy Committee. And she's also a member of the ESMO Executive Board and Council. Rosa, we're looking forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity, and let me start by providing my sincere congratulations for the amazing work that has been done so far that we already heard this morning. and I'm sure there will be much more later on. And a big thanks to the European Medicine Agency for organizing this forum, and provide the opportunity to look at the issues from different angles with respect to the different stakeholders. So really thank you. So the European Society for Medical Oncology, ESMO, is very supportive of the launch of the European initiatives that aims at unlocking the potential of data for research and for with the purposes of supporting decision making, including regulatory decisions and HTA decisions, so along the downstream the chain. And ESMO has established a real-world data and digital health working group that will profile the landscape of oncology clinical real-world data groups in Europe, and will help hopefully to coordinate the digital health in oncology and the real world data educational initiatives and interaction. Now, having said that, I want to take advantage and also speak as as an healthcare professional and as a very humble medical oncologist that has never really understood why the avalanche of data that basically is generated in clinical practice so far had a very limited role with respect to informing the process of drug development and the regulatory process making, a very marginal role mainly in the post-marketing setting, when ideally real-world evidence may be really instrumental in informing the whole trajectory of drug development and of innovation to bring to patients. In a way, I was thinking is how to sitting on a gold mine and not taking full advantage of it. Of course, it's a very let's say, is a very complex gold mine, is a very complex system, much more complex than the very well controlled environment of a randomized clinical trial. And we need to pay attention to the fact that worse than sitting on the gold mine, not taking advantage of it, there is generating chaos with the gold mine. So what I was thinking, listening to the presentation, for instance, is about the governance of the systems and of the metadata catalog. So say that there are, for instance, different groups in Europe that have the same question. Are we going to envision a way where these groups will work together and have like a common effort and a European effort, rather than have different groups looking at the same question? So my first point is about governance from the point of view of the scope and how to, let's say, better take advantage of this gold mine. The second point is that has been already alluded at several points, during several presentations this morning, is about inequalities. So we know that in Europe there are inequalities in access to medicines. There are inequalities in access to research. I think that we need to play it right this time and work in a way to mitigate the inequalities in the generation of real world data, or better saying in the capture of the real world evidence and data that are generated. My third point is related to the global dimension of the discussion. I was so happy when this morning was mentioned, at least in a couple of times, that we need to envisage the system in a way that we are going to take into account data not limited to the European area, because actually drug development, for instance, is global. However, we need also to take into account that even if we stay in Europe, there are many groups and many colleagues that have struggled to share data and with the registries due to the, for instance, to the lack of the uniform uptake of some regulation. I'm thinking of the General Data Protection Regulation. So healthcare professionals and learned society want to be in the position to share data. And so interoperability, it has been already said, is really key here. And my last point is that, again, when we are thinking of this new system, fantastic, I love it, but please thinking of me as a again, humble medical oncologist. So I want to help, but we need to envisage the system in a way that administrative hurdles will not hamper access to data, will not relent access to data, will not slow down the exchange of data. We need to have in place process and procedures. I don't want to have any shortcut, but the system should be like a friendly user. And we need to look at its substance and do in a way that we encourage people to share, not refrain them to do so because of the administrative hurdles. And I'll stop here. And once again, I want to thank for including the Healthcare Professionals Learning Society into this important discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa, for the perspective from the healthcare professionals. And I think we can all resonate with what you said on about the gold mine and how do we get access to the gold mine and leverage the full potential of the real world evidence that exists in support of medicines regulation and other important topics like pharmacovigilance. So thank you so much, and I'm sure there will be more questions in a short while. I would like to transition to our next key stakeholder, Rosa Gini, and I see she's online. She's raised her hand. I guess that's to just show she's ready to to talk a little bit. So let me just introduce Rosa quickly. She is a pharmacoepidemiologist and data scientist. She is the head of the pharmacoepidemiology unit at the ARS Toscana. So that's the Regional Health Authority of Tuscany. And she's also an elected member of the steering group of the NSEP and the chair of the working group on independence and transparency. So over to you, Rosa.
Thank you so much, Hilmar. It sounds like experts need to be called Rosa, but that's just a coincidence. Thanks to Caterina for this very nice presentation, and to everybody. I mean, the work that has been presented is amazing, and thinking ahead and of the futures, it helps us to have a vision and optimism. So just a brief introduction to the NSEP. NSEP is the European Center for Pharmacoepidemiology and Vigilance Network. It has been established by EMA 15 years ago. And since then, it has developed and maintained tools to ensure that evidence using European regulatory decision is generated according to principles of scientific quality, independence, and transparency. One of the cornerstones of that of the European regulatory decision that uses systematically and massively real-world evidence is the post-authorization safety studies and the post-authorization studies in general. And this is where the work of NSEP has focused so far. And yesterday at EMA, we had a kind of celebration. So we were able, for the first time after the pandemic, to hold in person the annual General Assembly of the network. And I think, looking at the audience in person and to the people who were connected, I think, Peter, we can say that there were almost 100 institutions that joined either in person or virtually together. So it was an opportunity to reinforce the uniqueness of this asset. It was clarified that no other major regulatory agency in the world has created a similar network of expertise. And now that real-world evidence enters into regulatory decision, let's say more systematically and massively, it is certainly crucial that this expertise is leveraged, maintained, and made more systematically into the system. So I have 3 comments on the guidance for metadata in particular. So the first point is that we are somehow puzzled by the concept of data holder, sometimes also mentioned as data permit holder throughout the documentation of the guidance. it is unspecified by the guidance which type of institutions data holder are expected to be, and apparently the role is to populate the metadata list, and the metadata list, according to the use cases that are being illustrated by Caterina, need to help the user to understand the strengths and limitations of data sources, and in order to appreciate the quality of the evidence that has been generated or is to be generated based on such data sources. So it is only, I think it is obvious that NCEP somehow notices that there seems to be no requirement on those institutions in terms of expertise that they are required to have in order to be able to populate and maintain the metadata with such purpose. So the suggestion of NCEP would be that expertise in conducting pharmacopepidemiology database studies is required by such institutions, possibly through collaboration with NCEP centers, if it is considered to be impossible to require that the NCEP centers themselves populate the catalog, which is what has happened so far, because the origin of this catalog actually, in origin, it was an NCEP tool. So the second comment is more technical. So as data scientists, some of us have participated in the development of or have expertise in the development of metadata catalog. Now, in the list that has been released and that is the base for the guidance that we are discussing today, there are some important metadata whose unit of observation is not clearly defined. For instance, there are metadata that require to describe how the data source is originated, what is the underlying population, what is the purpose, which is very important from, if we look at the data quality framework that has been presented this morning, it is obvious that having this information about the data source is paramount to understand its strength and limitations. So we completely agree on the fact that such metadata needs to be collected, and this is where really expertise is needed. However, a data source that is to be used for generation of real-world evidence is itself composed by different data banks, by different elements, and each of those elements may have a different underlying population, a different purpose for sure, and different institutions that originate and mandate it. So we wonder how the collection of this information can be somehow incomplete or misleading. So we wonder if this can be rectified in updated version of the metadata list so that the information is transparently included about all the components of a given and important data source. And the third comment is not a question, or it's really an acknowledgement. We are really happy to hear that collaboration with other catalog is foreseen in the spirit of FAIR principles, of reusing the existing data and metadata in this case. In our opinion, this is key to maintain a healthy ecosystem of metadata catalogs. So we welcome the decision of EMA to maintain the persistent identifiers for data sources. Thank you so much. So these were my comments about the guidance for the use of the catalog. I would just like to give a small comment, lateral comment on data access and GDPR. So certainly the GDPR is a great regulation in Europe, and it has a vision that allows everything that we are talking about to be possible. It is clearly, and it has been mentioned earlier even by the person who has spoken before me, that it's often not clear to local institutions how transparent and correct and legal and legitimate data access should be allowed for the generation of evidence for regulatory purposes. So any effort of EMA and of this task force to clarify that is, of course, welcome by NSEP centers.
Very good. Thank you, Rosa, and thank you for your feedback on the guidance. I think these are very valid points, and also the final point. I think with the GDPR, I think that's going to be a recurrent theme, I guess, for also this session. Thank you so much, and I think we're now transitioning from the two Rosas. We're transitioning to Irene. So there's more. So my pleasure is to introduce Irene Kersisoglu, and she's a researcher and project manager in the unit for EU Health Information System at Scienzano in the Department of Epidemiology and Public Health. And she's also involved in the TDAS Joint Action and the Health Cloud EU project. Over to you, Irene.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the really nice presentation. I think it's great the work that you've been doing, and we need to congratulate really the work done on the metadata catalog, because even though there's a lot of institutes and projects that are developing metadata catalogs, it's really important to have that, because for research, for example, findability of the data is key. Is the first step, and it's fundamental. It's the foundation to have a good research study. So part of my work is I'm also part of the European Health Data Space pilot project, and this is where we also collaborate with Darwin in one of the use cases. So in this European Health Data Space pilots project, we also want to develop a metadata catalog, a European metadata catalog, and I think we should actually follow your example, because I really liked the way, the methodology that you showed, and the guidance on how to add a metadata record, the good practice guide that is provided to the data holders. I think it's very important, and we should use it in the pilot when implementing the metadata catalog and asking from the different to input their metadata record. More specific, like just a question, I guess when you mean real world data, you focus more on drugs, medicines, and not on every type of health data. And maybe that's where I wanted to really see how do you plan on linking the EMA, the EMA metadata catalog with the European metadata catalog that will be developed by the European Health Data Space. Are you planning on using, let's say, standards that are compatible, so that the different metadata catalogs can be aligned and found in the single location? That would be very useful. Yeah, just for your information, in the pilot project, we're developing a metadata catalog based on a specific standard called DCAT AP, which we plan on extending it to the Health DCAT AP extension, adding more properties that are specific to health data. So yeah, that's on the first point. Then I wanted to mention that it's very interesting and very useful, the possibility to use this metadata catalog that you have developed and to assess the suitability of a data collection for the study of a researcher. And there I wanted to discuss whether you use any fairness assessment tools to evaluate the suitability of data collections to be used in studies. As part of the Healthy Cloud project, we have actually developed a fairness assessment tool and published it on Zenodo, so it's openly available, where you can measure, kind of quantify the amount of how fair a data collection is, and that would be very useful for researchers when they go in the metadata catalog to see which data sources is important to use, is useful to use. Then, as a third point, I wanted to ask you more about the quality. How do you ensure the quality of the different metadata records that are being created by data holders? Is there a filtering? Is there a quality check that is being done by the EMA before adding it in the European metadata catalog? And what kind of system do you use to receive metadata records from the different data holders? And then finally, I would like to yes, I would like to ask you how much resources and how much effort, if you collect any information regarding the effort that is needed from the data holders, from the healthcare providers in the case, or pharmaceutical agencies, when they have to input a metadata record in the catalog. Do you get specific feedback from the data holders? That would be very interesting for the European Health Data Space pilot project, actually, and to see how easy it is to sustain this metadata catalog and its quality in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. I think you're raising some really good questions, and I think we'll take a moment maybe to reflect on some of your questions in the Q&A part. I think also highlighting the importance of the connection of this effort, the BDSG work plan, also with the European Health Data Space, I think is well understood. I think it's a really important point. So thank you for those comments. In the interest of time, I would like to transition to our next stakeholder representative, and that is Gianmario Candore. I don't know if he's online. So Gianmario is representing FPIA here today, and he recently joined Bayer, where he is involved in the development of evidence generation from multiple data sources and identifying strategic partnerships to enable the advancement of innovative methodologies. Gianmario, we look forward to your comments. If you're online.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ilmer, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And thanks for the opportunity to provide comment on behalf of FPIA and Medicine for Europe. I would like also to presentation and the work done so far. And before starting, I would like to know, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay.
Perfectly.
Okay. So I would like to acknowledge Patrice, Kelly, and Sigrid that help preparing this reflection point. We start welcoming this initiative of creating a catalog of real-world data sources. We do believe that access to data is a major challenge in providing real-world evidence, and having a catalog that helps identifying data sources that can provide reliable evidence for a specific research question is a step in a good direction. We have also provided detailed feedback during the public consultation phase, and we would like to thank the HMA EMA steering group for having considered and presented this feedback. Moving on our reflection point, we also have 3 areas that we would like to highlight and consider important for the success of this initiative. The first area is about user involvement. In Caterina's slide, this was explicitly mentioned that will be a testing and industry will be part of it. And we would welcome even more detail in due time about the testing. Area for reflection could be which other stakeholders are important to testing. For instance, patient representative, healthcare professional representative, or data holder might be considered useful to be involved. A second area for reflection could be what is the scope of the testing. So what exactly will be tested? In terms of functionality, from our point of view, we believe that the search functionality, so how we retrieve information in the catalog, how we download the information, and how we can compare side by side to different data sources are important for the use of the catalog. Moreover, we wonder whether the data collection from data holder will also be tested, and this will provide very useful information in defining a process for data collection. Focusing on the catalog of studies, not on data sources, both FPIA and Medicine for Europe offer the contribution to test the uploading of studies. So we offer that in case it is needed. The second area for reflection involve the process for collecting, maintaining, and creating a quality check on the data. And this has been highlighted also by other speakers. Here, it's important that we create a sustainable process and based on how the data are collected by data holder could provide very helpful information in terms of how much time and how many resources are needed for data holder to provide information required, and also whether they face operational or governance challenging, because some of the metadata require some data management, aggregation of data. Some other metadata might be information that are accessible in different parts of the organization. So this is a governance challenge to test and identify. And finally, and this came out from all the speakers as well, we welcome the fact that the collaboration with other catalog is present from the onset. Catalog like the Eden catalog or the future HDS, but also others that are ongoing. And in particular here, there are two areas for potential collaboration. One is to make the catalog interoperable, so having harmonized definition. For instance, how we define the different type of data sources should be similar across all these initiatives. And the other, very important, is to look at opportunity for how to minimize the effort from data holder, because the data holder will be required similar information to all these from different initiatives. So can we have something that minimizes this effort and duplication? We thank you for your consideration and we look forward to continue the collaboration and engagement. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Gianmario, and it's good to see you again. And no, I think these are also very good points, and hopefully we'll have time in the discussion to reflect more. I think, yeah, I think your points on the testing, I think is well understood, and also thank you for the offer of the help on FPS side and Medicines for Europe to support the upload of studies. Now, again, in the interest of time, I would like to move on to our last stakeholder perspective provided by Ms. Kelly Zhu. And Kelly is representing Medicines for Europe at this forum, and she's the head of Global Medical Affairs and Real World Evidence at Viatris. Over to you, Kelly.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thanks, Katarina, for a very in-depth, description about, the metadata catalog, and also Gianmario, you also took part of our view, but let me just reiterate some of our positions. So first of all, I'm speaking on behalf of Medicines for Europe, which represents the European generic, biosimilar, and value-added pharmaceutical industries. So in terms of real-world data, it is very useful to generate real-world evidence as important to help us designing medicines that can better address the needs of patients and healthcare professionals. Ensuring that data is discoverable is the very first step, and it's very key before further harnessing such data. Medicines for Europe, provided feedback on the metadata catalog in terms of what Katarina said. There is a document that says good practice guide for the use of metadata catalog of real-world data sources. We would first like to reiterate the points that Gianmario just made. These are the importance of defining a sustainable process, the clarity on the process itself, and also collaboration and partnership. Now, specifically, from the perspective of value-added medicines pharmaceutical industry, real-world data can be ripe for this type of value-added medicines. For example, repurposing and label extension. It can really guide us in thinking about, as I mentioned, repurposing, reformulating, or combining established treatments, and what we define under the concept of such type of medicines. And it's also in terms of based on known molecules that can address healthcare needs and deliver relevant improvement for patients, healthcare professionals, and also payers. Now, the specific comments, we have two, are First of all, for value-added medicines, it's very important to think about rapid cycle queries because we have emphasized a lot about studies, right? And the queries can be, those are very easy turnaround and really just to understand how the medicines were being used. And then through feasibilities that are very critical, we can better understand the specifics and the particular variables. We can also assess the sustainability of sources of data and also to understand the differences between very quick, easy analysis in terms of medication uses versus a very complex type of studies. So second point is that in terms of assessments, they can be performed by data holders who participate in the metadata catalog, as you already revealed in the pilot, and also periodically updated. But we also need to see and recommend if this type of updates and also in terms of the periodical information can be verified and validated in a systematic way. So the recommended actions that we think are, first of all, detail the elements of the catalog, especially the search of the key terms and some of the search functions and options. Second point in terms of action is to strengthen the testing capabilities and various options. The third one, as earlier we mentioned that it's very important to also understand the medication uses in global perspectives and international uses. So I think the harmonizing in terms of international perspectives where data sources may be very specialized, but may not be well connected or interoperable. So not only we need to understand how to search the data in our member states, we also need to be aware of how such kind of medications were used outside, outside Europe. So in summary, the metadata catalog can be extremely useful, especially for value-added medicines besides innovative medicines. And we need to really focus on the fit for purposeness and also the search capability of the data, and search, query, test, and validation need to be very well considered. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Kelly, and especially for your perspective for how actually the importance of real-world evidence in the area of generic medicines. I think that's a very good perspective because very often we think about the innovative medicines only or new medicines. The other thing you said about the international perspectives and a global view on real-world evidence, I think is also a common theme that I see across all the stakeholder perspectives. So thank you. And with this, I believe we're now transitioning into the next actually presentation. And I wanted to first of all thank all the stakeholders for sharing their perspectives and giving a lot of good feedback and food for thought here. But now we're transitioning into the next topic. It is my pleasure to introduce Gabriel Westman, who will discuss with us the use of artificial intelligence in medicines regulation. And he will also especially look back and look at the status of the various initiatives that were discussed in the 2021 AI artificial intelligence workshop. So to introduce Gabriel, Gabriel is a medical doctor by training. He specializes in infectious diseases. He's an associate professor at the Uppsala University. He's got a wealth of experience in epidemiology and bioinformatics, software development, high-performance computing, and then, of course, in artificial intelligence and machine learning applications, especially as they relate to clinical studies. Gabriel is currently the head of artificial intelligence at the Swedish Medical Products Agency and also a member of the Big Data Steering Group, as well as the EMA Methodology Working Party. So it's a pleasure to have you here, and welcome, Gabriel.
Thank you. So I see we are a little bit back on time, so I will try to be concise, but still stick with my topic. Pleasure being here, and thank you for all the good presentations preceding this one. So what I will do today is start off from the joint conference in April 2021 and what conclusions were made then, and try to connect that to the ongoing follow-up activities that we have right now and what we're planning for the future, and to also provide some food for thought of discussion. So first, I think just recapping the conclusions is important, and especially since I feel we might want to revisit some of those in the light of developments since the last conference, and also in that this is a new field and we need to collectively rethink and see how we provide the best value in this field. But what were stakeholder priorities more than a year back was developing a framework to assess and validate AI, and also build a framework that supports the development of guidelines. And what this really means, I will discuss to some extent, and whether we need to sort of find common ground in what we mean when we use those words. Another stakeholder priority was to build partnerships with academic and research centers and collaborate with international partners. And then last but not least, upskilling the EMA and EU regulatory network. And I will actually start with some sort of more abstract image, because I think this is there is a divide still between the field of data science, machine learning, and AI, and the understanding of regulatory memory and trends and so on. And I often find myself in situations, both in meeting industry teams and as well as in regulatory situations, where those different skill sets don't overlap enough to really move the question and the discussion forward. So I will just discuss what I think we need as sort of a pyramid. And of course, it's on the base of technical resources. Of course, you need the resources for modeling, deployment, lifecycle management. I mean, any companies, any engines doing this have it. And then, of course, we have the middle field with data science. And there is, I think, where there's been a lot of focus, and where we see qualifications, we see scientific advice, we see clinical trial applications, and not always fully grounded, but often well done in terms of internal generalizability and good work being done with data quality and model quality. But as with training, training soldiers, training co-workers, there is a reality where things need to work. And I think this peak of the pyramid is where we already have a lot of strength within the regulatory system and within clinical development teams in industry, which really need to connect in terms of epidemiology, regulatory experience, and memory, as said, to make sure that what we're doing really does have external generalizability. And this cannot only be by upskilling the regulatory network, but also making sure that the data science teams understands the GXP requirements, how drugs are really made. I mean, how the sausage is made in terms of politics, in terms of science, in terms of negotiations, and so on, so that we can really team together and produce value. So moving forward, this actually, believe, is my take on the first two stakeholder priorities, both the framework for validating and assessing AI and machine learning applications, as well as the framework for creating guidelines. And everything will sort of start from the base here, from the member state network capacity building, in that all the stakeholders, regulatory and in pharma, need to make sure they know their business, they're training their employees within this field that is overlapping with other competences. And I am happy to see that the HMA EMA cluster of excellence being mentioned several times, and that we have a training curriculum to support this development. This will then feed into the newly formed methodology working party, where we do now have building AI capacity and competence, and which will feed into the discussion, the reflection paper that I will come to. And of course, we have the scientific advice working party, the CHMP, and the PRAC. And this is where we will assess these things when relevant for medicines development. And this is where we'll also develop guidelines on how these tools can be used effectively, both to make sure that this benefit really reaches patients in the long run. We don't want to hinder innovation. We don't want to be the no-sayers, but also we don't want to end up in new kinds of pitfalls not anticipated because we don't understand the new technology fully, because that could set us back time-wise quite a lot. And we have to acknowledge that there are other players. I mean, medical devices is not within a remit, but they will come to us in terms of companion diagnostics. We have the ICH standardizations, we have the ICMRA, and we need to sort of make sure this global network of standards, of harmonizations, of good ideas is really sort of vibrating together in sync and moving forward. So coming to the actual reflection paper, this was one concrete activity being sketched out, and this is supposed to be a high-level document covering regulatory aspects of AI/ML tools to support a future guideline. It was identified the need by the Big Data Steering Group, and it's been anchored in the respective committees. And at the EMA side has helped kicking off the process, and we formally started in May this year. So just briefly on the drafting group composition, myself, colleagues with Jesper Chair from Denmark, Jörg Sungselin from the BF Farm in Germany, and Liam Charles also from Germany, but the Paul Ehrlich Institute. And then we have a lot of EMA members representing and supporting, Fia Westrom, Laurent Brassard. I think I'll not go through this list, but these are well-known names in the EMA, Data Analytics Center of Excellence, and supporting teams. We also have legal expertise on board. And what we are trying to do then is to draft something from scratch that will really be useful for understanding what is expected when facing regulatory decisions or opinions in drug development. So we are planning for subtopics on how this relates to GXP, how will this be used when actually going into pivotal clinical trials, how does it connect to statistical analysis plan. We're also thinking about post-marketing use, both pharmacovigilance and of course drug effectiveness studies, which will also then connect into what we've heard today about real-world data and real-world evidence. Short about model development and deployment and risk explorations, but I think we should not go into too much technical details because there are other players in the field that does that better, and we should focus on what is really relevant for drug medicines regulations. Of course, data privacy, legal ethics, and regulatory interactions where we can provide advice along the way. So this is the process itself. I mean, the scope and onboarding has been done, and we are now trying to collate a first draft, just collecting the first writings now late November. And then we will do a handover to methodology working party, which, because I mean, these kind of guidelines and reflections is in the remit of the MVP. And then of course there will be a consultory period, and we hope to have then or plan to have a follow-up AI workshop once this final paper is out and has reached different parties, and we can see how it is being read, how is it being adopted, where does it need to be improved, and how can we then turn this into a full guideline to further support medicines development. Moving on to the next stakeholder priority is partnerships with academia and international partners. And there, I think, I mean, we see the big horizon calls within the EU. We see a lot of AI and machine learning projects within those calls. And I wonder a little bit what if there's anything specific as to regulatory data science that we could do further to improve this. And I think we all partners, including myself, involved in this, are very welcome to have propositions, which are of course market neutral and so on, where we can advance this field, because it is a new playing field. We need to draw the map together, and we do already have some early examples, which I will show you one very quickly. This is something done at the Swedish MPA in cooperation with Uppsala University and the EMA colleagues, and we were actually looking just at the corpus of product information and see we think this is being handwritten in many different variants, and we think that is not optimal for readability, it's not optimal for prescribers, it's not optimal either for companies or for regulators. So we thought, let's look at the text and see where there are semantic similarities, not lexicographic, but semantic, by embedding all the text in an pre-trained machine learning trained language model, which can then translates semantic text into mathematical reality. And we found 400 different examples that could be candidates for standardization. So this is one use or example of regulatory science where we can see that this could improve our future work. This could perhaps feed into more standards for SMPC and package label creation. And we are also already publishing all the data, all the clusters for others, because we know there's a lot of skill sets out there that can improve on our work. And just quickly on the results, this is what an example could look like. This cloud is just a map where each color is a cluster, where there are sentences that are similar in meaning and that then could be perhaps be harmonized. And this is just one example of a cluster where there are then 425 different ways of writing on how to go about if you have forgotten a dose. And we think there could be only one or a few of those. So the last stakeholder priority was upskilling the EMA and EU regulatory network. And there we do have the Big Data Steering Group training curriculum. It was adopted already September 2021, and I've been trying to push to see the module development going, and I believe it is now starting in early 2023, and we need to see to decide when it's going to be rolled out. And I think this is very important because we think we have an underused resource of regulatory experienced biostatisticians in our network, which could quite easily learn to assess models a bit larger than what they're used to, but still have the regulatory experience and know a lot about statistical analysis plans and what GCP requirements make of this field. And this is my last slide, just trying to summarize what we hope to see in the future or what I see in the future. I mentioned the AI follow-up AI workshop, depending on when the reflection paper is published. And then we do have this cluster of excellence thought, and I'm particularly interested in the field of regulatory data science. What is the next step? How can we really create a cluster where we use the strengths to pull together, identify the goals, and actually what the challenges that we own, and where we don't have to wait for everyone else being caught in a gridlock? Then we talk about the data science training curriculum, and I think we need to evaluate the impact, whether that kind of modality is the most efficient in delivering training. Academic partnerships I mentioned. Should we further initiate, strengthen these? What output is expected? If we don't set the goals, if we're not clear on what we want partnerships on, I think that will be difficult to reach. We see also we do have standards already available. We need to understand them. We need to integrate them. We need to pull together in this because it's a new field. As to medical devices, there is a medical device coordination group on an EU level. I think also we need to reach out to them because our challenges, our scientific assessments will to in many aspects sort of be in line. And then the last point is just a vision of mine, because when I see different companies coming with proposals for models and so on, I say, this would be a beautiful, robust thing if these models could be developed jointly, for example, on the case assessment, on imaging. I mean, there are so many things in clinical trials which are very similar between different sponsors. And if we could get a consortium where these models are trained in a collaborative fashion, openly available, deposited in open repositories, this would put a lot of confidence in regulatory agencies. This is, of course, something not easily achieved, but at least I just want to throw out the idea out there. And with this, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. Thank you for this very comprehensive overview and update on the progress that's been made with respect to the stakeholder priorities in the field of artificial intelligence. And thank you also giving us a little bit of an outlook what to expect in 2023. And of course, everyone is highly anticipating the reflection paper on AI in medicines regulation. So I think we're terribly running over here and are behind schedule, but I think the topics are interesting, and I think they deserve their time. So with this, I would like to transition now into the stakeholder perspectives. And the first speaker I would like to invite here is Andre Decker. Andre is a professor at the Clinical Data Science for Clinical Data Science at Maastricht University Medical Center, and his research group really focuses on a federated data infrastructure, machine learning, and AI, and then specifically how to apply artificial intelligence in healthcare. Over to you, Andre.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for this great overview, both overviews actually, because my comments are going to try to relate the two aspects, which is real world data and AI, because I do think they shouldn't be seen separate from each other. So the first thing I would like to comment on is that nowadays, also with the European health data space, but also with the concept of federated learning, where you no longer have a need to move all the data to one specific center, or to the EMA for that matter, you can actually learn from routine data all over the world, which increases not only your amount of data and thereby the validity of any AI or model that you learn from it, but it also has a diversity that you want, because diversity is important in AI to have it learn. The second aspect that I want to mention is what was just said about the medical devices and the regulation. I'm a medical physicist and I work in a very technology-driven discipline, radiation oncology. And so you see in my field the first AIs entering simply as devices in our field, and also being used already for AI-based indications, especially the indication of proton therapy in cancer patients is being done by AI. And this is something that is new, right? Rather than having the idea that, you know, with a certain T stage and a certain mutation, if you want, you'll get that treatment. Now an AI decides that, and that AI takes into account many more features than we ever did, which raises the bar, obviously, as was just said about, you know, how transparent is it? How open is this? How can we evaluate those? What's the external generalizability of it? So that's my second point. I do agree that we should look and work together with the medical device people to make sure that the regulations that we develop and the principles are similar. My final comment is on what I haven't heard mentioned yet, which is causality. Right? What AI does not save you is the problem that if it's based on observational data, like we think we should do, it is by its nature associative and not causative. This is a problem for regulatory agencies, obviously, or for the field in general, because we can't really estimate and quantify the treatment effect of a certain agent, device, technology. Right? However, help is on the way, right? And that's, I think, where we should increase our knowledge. Causality and AI have been investigated very heavily in the past decade. It's coming from mathematics, and they can now prove that you can, with AI, learn from observational data exactly the same thing as you can do from a randomized clinical trial. And that opens up a new avenue for evidence generation, which I think we should consider going forward. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make these comments.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you for giving the perspective here from the research side and specifically the academia and the developments in what you said, the causality and AI and how these things emerge, and we're getting better and better at these things. Thank you so much. I would like to proceed to our next stakeholder representative, and this is Thomas Brookland. And Thomas serves as the EU Data and Digital Policy Lead at Hoffmann-La Roche in Switzerland, and he currently leads the FPIA AI sub-team. And of course, in this role, we're looking forward to his comments and perspectives with respect to artificial intelligence. Welcome, Thomas.
Thank you, Herman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, my name is Tom Brookland. I work for Hoffmann-La Roche. I'm here today on behalf of FPIA. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. As you mentioned, within FPIA, we have a dedicated sub-team focusing on the topic of AI in medicines. And I think based on the discussions we've had in that sub-team, and also hearing now Mr. Westman's presentation, and also comments from Andre, also acknowledging the recent EMA publication in Nature on AI in medicines regulation, which we read with great interest, by the way. We wanted to make five comments at this stage. Firstly, number one would be, we believe it's going to be important that we have clarity on which AI systems are considered in the scope and definition when we talk about AI in medicines. We've internally at FPIA talked about the concept of AI being used in the development and use of a medicine which may impact the benefit risk of a medicine or associated regulatory decision making. We think that aligns well with concepts within the EMA's Q&A on qualification of digital technology-based methodologies, and also thematically similar to the EMA publication. So the first point's on definitions and scope. Second point would be, I think for industry, it's going to be important we have high-level guiding principles for the development of AI in medicines. We know the reflection papers coming that would hopefully lead to formal guidance within the scope of the big data work plan. But we would like to reference the good machine learning practice guiding principles for developing medical devices, which was issued by the FDA, Health Canada, and the MHRA as a possible example to follow. But we would actually look for something beyond that, something that elaborates on those principles and helps guide industry as to how to meet the principles. And that's certainly something which we would be very willing to help work with regulators on. And we'd also, within this area, look for clarity on the evidence, documents, things needed in the case of inspections as well. The third point is around, I guess, a request that any future guidance doesn't reinvent the wheel. And what we mean by that is we don't treat AI like a separate tool or methodology, and rather be considered a tool or a methodology that can be integrated into existing guidance and processes for medicine development. An example from one member here was that existing pharmacovigilance guidance could be updated to include considerations for AI-based classification of individual case safety reports by seriousness, for example. Fourth point would be to consider a risk-based approach to regulatory assessments, but based on the theme of proportionality. You know, the variable nature, the variable intended use, the variable potential impact of any AI system means it could be appropriate to consider correspondingly variable regulatory requirements, and hence a risk categorization framework would be of interest. We realized that was also mentioned in the Nature publication, but it's something that would be discussed. I think people would quickly ask questions around, well, how does that risk categorization framework fit with the broader the EU AI's Act risk classification framework, for example? But that's something we think is important. And the fifth and final comment would be, we think it's important, and others have, I think Andre touched on this, it'll be important to think about future regulatory pathways, procedures, including scientific advice when AI-based medical devices, AI-based software as a medical device are used in the development of a medicine, which is becoming common already. So, for example, clarity on the interplay between the role of the EMA, the role of the national competent authorities and notified bodies in something like scientific advice and review procedures is going to be very important. And what options might there be for maybe more iterative scientific advice? That's not a new proposal, but given the rapidly evolving nature of an algorithm compared to a traditional medicine, it's something worth considering. So those would be the 5 key points we'd raise at this stage, and FPA looks very forward to elaborating on these points within the consultation on the reflection paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for the perspective from the pharmaceutical industry, the innovator industry. In the interest of time, I would like to proceed. Our next stakeholder representative is Julian Isla, who is a scientific advisor at the European Dravet Syndrome Federation. And this federation is committed to finding new treatments for the Dravet syndrome, which is an epilepsy syndrome in young children causing severe development delays. And Julian is the father of Sergio, a young 14-year-old boy who has that syndrome. And so Julian will give us the patient's perspective here. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I just want to mention that I'm also a member of the Orphan Drug Committee at the European Medicine Agency. So I have regulatory science experience as well. First of all, thank you so much for the EMA, for not just for the invitation, but also for thinking about big data, thinking about artificial intelligence, because I'm a software engineer by training. So in my professional work, I work as a software engineer. And it's pretty interesting to see how regulatory agencies and also the European Commission is putting this focus in technology and big data and artificial intelligence in particular. So thank you very much for the focus on this. Regarding patients and the importance of data for AI, at the end, artificial intelligence needs data. If without data, we won't be able to produce the models, and the models won't be able to help us, like as a tool. From the patient point of view, I guess it's important to improve the creation of open data sets. If you explore the datasets available in Europe, there are a very reduced number of datasets available, and I guess we have to start a collaborative effort in order to improve the number of datasets that we have available, because if we don't have the datasets and they are not available, there is a strong limitation to create models for artificial intelligence. The other point is about real-world data and real-world evidence. I heard this morning a lot of concerns about quality, and this is the big concern when we are talking about real-world data. But just from an IT point of view, the way the IT is managing quality is using big data. Because if you are using big data, you have the instruments and you have very good technology in order to mitigate the quality issue. For example, if you have a big amount of data, you can use anomaly detection as a tool in order to improve the quality of the data you are using. So I would like to reinforce the idea of quality can be improved with big data. It's an important message. Another point is the role of the patient organizations. We want to be active. Something I'm missing this morning is how the patients organizations are integrated into the different activities. We are already collecting data, and we want to collect data, and we want to collect the data in order the data can be used for science, medicine, and regulatory use. We have to think how we can integrate the role of patient organizations, because the patient organizations, I'm particularly thinking about the European healthcare data space, they can be data brokers, and they can be in the process of collecting data and use the data. Just finalizing, the feedback from the patient is super important for some regulatory steps. For scientific advice, for example, when we are providing advice for protocol assistant, the patient preferences for clinical studies, for clinical interventions is super important. And the most important thing, significant benefit. Significant benefit is an important asset in evaluation of new treatments, and the significant benefit mainly comes from the feedback from the patient. And we have a big opportunity to use big data and artificial intelligence to incorporate this feedback into the regulatory process. Some warnings regarding AI. We need protection for training bias. In the way we train the model will react. If we are using an unbalanced data set, the model won't work and can be a risk for exclusion. This is an important issue, not just for patients, but also for citizens. And we also probably need protection for cyber attacks. For example, if we have a database and this database is compromised with a cyber attack, this could be an issue. And this could be also provide more quality issues. And the last comment is about education for patients. We probably need more educations for patients about the benefits and the challenges that we are facing using artificial intelligence and big data as European citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this very different perspective, I think, and really looking at it through the eyes of the patients, and also looking specifically at how patients and patients organizations can be involved and more included and integrated in this overall process. So I think this gives a very good perspective for this session, because ultimately it's all about the patient, and that's why we're doing these things. And also the point of communicating to patients on the benefits, I think, is quite critical. So they're buying into this new way of working. Thank you. And with this, I move on to our final stakeholder perspective from the healthcare professionals. This is Professor Aldo Pietro Maggioni, who is a cardiologist, or is by training. He is the director of the Research Center of the Italian Association of Hospital Cardiologists. And he's been, for 10 years now, a scientific coordinator at the Observational Research of the European Society of Cardiology. So over to you.
Many thanks, Ilmar, for the introduction, and thanks to Gabriel for the overview, and thanks to EMA for having organized this relevant meeting. I'm a cardiologist background, and I think that cardiology is probably an ideal setting for AI because cardiology can provide a lot of information, not only clinical, but also imaging, biomarker, genetic, and so on. And up to now, the use of AI in cardiology was focused mainly on diagnosis. A good example is the diagnosis of rare diseases in cardiology. For example, cardiac amyloidosis using ECG tracing. Another way to use AI is to define new phenotypes of a specific risk to develop ad hoc management strategies or to test new pharmacological hypotheses. But the problem, and it was already mentioned, is validation, clinical validation, and also the need to consider the biological plausibility of some results, specifically when there is the definition of new phenotypes. Another point to be taken into account is to try to demonstrate the efficacy of using AI in clinical practice. For example, to try to reduce clinical events. There is an example, a proposed cluster randomized clinical trials in which AI is formally tested versus usual care in defining patient a specific high risk of events. And the main objective of this study is to demonstrate that using AI, you can prevent the occurrence of clinical event in this high risk patient, commonly not recognized by the usual way to assess them. In any case, the major issues remain the clinical validation and the real role of AI in clinical practice. An association of healthcare professionals can help in improving validation and determining the causality, as mentioned before by Andre Decker, in the real clinical field. Thank you for this opportunity to be here.
Thank you so much for your perspective on the use of AI in the clinical setting, and I think also for the examples you gave on using AI to identify high-risk patients, which I think is a very good example of an area where AI can help. Thank you so much. I think we're now 14 minutes over, I guess, and I think I would like to open the floor for questions, and I'll be looking at the chat to see, first of all, sorry, I will look at any raised hands first, so that we could give preference to the live questions. So if you have a question, please either post it in Slido or just raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Trying to open the chat here. Okay, I might need some help here from my colleagues to see if there's any questions.
Hilmar, maybe we can start with Slido because I don't see any question from the WebEx.
Okay, wonderful. Now I see it. Okay, so these are the voted questions, right? Yeah, I think this was actually a question that came up in one of the stakeholder comments. So let's start with the first one here. How does EMA plan to control the quality of data sources that are added to the catalog? Would this be Katarina who would be in the best position to answer this question?
Yes, sure. So I see this question in two ways. So one is how maybe we can characterize the quality of data sources in the catalog. And for this one, as mentioned earlier, we are planning to use the data quality framework that has been developed and the catalog. We're looking to use it as a use case in order to see if we can apply some metrics that can characterize maybe the maturity of data sources entered without being exclusive. So without saying a data source should not be entered in the catalog, but just to provide more information. Now, looking at it with regards to quality of the metadata and how they're entered, how they are interpreted by different data sources in a harmonized way. This is work that is in progress. We need to work on the processes, and as mentioned earlier, to have sustainable processes in order to validate the content that is entered, and also improving the guidance and the definitions of the metadata, and having already started to collect some of these metadata from data sources has already provided some good insight about the metadata that need a little bit further improvement in the guidance, or where stakeholder data holders find it more difficult to complete.
Thank you, Katarina. And I see there is a hand raised, Irene.
Yes, sorry, just on the point about quality that Katerina mentioned, I forgot to ask before, do you plan also to have a quality certification label in the metadata catalog?
So this is not something at the moment that we have in our immediate plans, for our immediate plans.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and maybe this is also for you, the second question here, the question on clinical data sources or PROMS data sources, whether they are also included.
If I understand this question correctly, we are capturing metadata in this catalog about data sources when we characterize data sources to understand if the data sources collect, for example, patient-reported outcomes or not, or whether they are collecting different clinical information. So yes, I believe that yes, we do cover this piece of information in the catalog.
Yes, thank you so much, Katarina. I have a question for Gabriel, and that is a question that was also raised by Tom, I believe. Would EMA consider adopting high-level good machine learning principles like the ones adopted by FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada for medical devices?
Yes, I think the key word there is medical devices, and I think we were aware of these documents. However, then medicines regulations have, as also discussed by another panelist, different risk levels depending on whether it's drug discovery or whether it's for a pivotal trial for the primary endpoint, or whether we are discussing about pharmacovigilance or drug effectiveness. So I think we will try to learn as much as possible of the work already being done, but we think we need to put it into a different context of the full scope of medicines development regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. And maybe you can take the next one, which is about how will the BDSG EMRN prioritize the AI guidance?
I'm not sure how to read that. I mean, this is how it will be prioritized. I mean, we are now on the verge of trying to compile the AI reflection paper. The methodology working party is finding its feet, so to speak, because it's a young organization, and we are aiming for a full guidance when there is time. I think this is a high priority issue, but there is a lack of competence and staff and manpower to really make a full network collaborative effort. So that is why it takes more time. We are not as many as in the field of biostatisticians or other ones. So it's highly prioritized. That is my perception, at least, but I am also a part in this.
Okay, thank you. And maybe if you have a perspective, Gabriel, on the connection with EPI and SPORE, and I don't know if you can speak to that
Yes, well, they're even more involved because it's our project, and we're of course very much hoping for our results and this concept to be adopted by the regulatory network and the EMA, and whether this could feed into the EPA work and so on. I have no sort of relation or ownership of that process. So what we have done is we have shown that this is possible. We provided data openly to all those are interested, and are also open to dialogue, whether this is EMA QRD or whether it's EPI. Some of the colleagues are involved in the long-term EPI work, but not myself, so I cannot comment more than this, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you for this. And maybe for Katarina, the next one, how will we use these different data catalogs that are being created? And can you also reflect on what is actually the overlap between these data sources? Oh, data catalogs, sorry, I should say.
Yes, so on that point, we're trying in the catalog to adhere to the FAIR data principles, so to be a catalog that is interoperable, so that hopefully we can make it easier in the future to leverage data, to get data in the catalog in a more less, let's say, without much effort from data holders. And yes, and probably we're thinking also to maybe have a pilot, a use case where we can test this maybe to see how we can actually implement in practice this interoperability between a catalog or a data source, which I think it's not something that has been done.
Yes, and thank you, Katarina. There is another question about if the catalogs, because this is your alley, will include information, or is there a plan to include information about the legal basis for the collection of different data sources, especially when they're collected by non-EU entities?
We are collecting information to describe the data collection process. So what is the process of data collection? Also, we have fields to describe the data source in general, and also what triggers the creation of a record in a data source. So we do have some information around that, not specifically the legal basis as a metadata, but places where this information can be recorded.
Okay, thank you so much. And I have two questions actually for Paolo. Will the training modules be available to other international regulators? And then how do you envision the collaboration with ISO, IEC, SEN, etc.? And how will you collaborate to implement the European standardization strategy?
Ilmar.
Paolo, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ilmar. Potentially, yes, is the reply for having the training available to international regulators. We are working on some possibilities there. And for the standardization, yes, ISO and SEN are partners in a sense for when we develop standards, because especially in the data standardization strategy, we have reference to many ISO standards that we are collaborating with them. For example, the ISO SSR, the ISO DMP are two standards that just come into my mind, and we are having close relationship with these two bodies. And we will have for sure open discussion with them.
Excellent. Thank you, Paolo. We do have a very tricky question, a difficult one, and I think that will be maybe for Gabriel. That is, what would the review of an AI algorithm look like for different use cases? For example, if a medical device is being used in a trial.
Well, I could probably talk for days and weeks about this, and that's what we're trying to do. But I think that the silly answer is that it will depend on how it is used. I mean, if it is used just for does it affect the type 1 error? Does it affect the type 2 error? Is it even connected to the endpoints of the trial, or is it just making the trial more efficient? Is there a fallback to a human in the loop? I mean, how well is this medical device already started? Is it already evaluated in a prospective trial? Is it a transparent model, or is it a deep black box, which is hard to explain? So I mean, all these different aspects need to be taken in consideration. But I think we will land in a general answer that it will be the responsibility of the applicant to, at the time of a marketing authorization application, robustly prove that all tools have used in the trial have been working correctly. So it will. I don't foresee that there will be. These concepts are so situation dependent. It's like saying, is allogeneic stem cell transplant is a good or a bad thing? Well, yes, if the hospital system where it's used support it. If everything around it is a mess and they don't understand what they're using, it's going to be life-threatening. And I think the same will be this for very complex tools. So this was a long answer, but I think this is why we will often be vague in answering and putting it back to the one making the question.
No, thank you, Gabriel. I think you gave a very concise answer, considering that it could take days to answer and respond to this question. So the last one, I would like to ask Peter Allett, will the catalogs be part of the European health data space?
So yeah, I'm very aware that I'm getting between people and lunch. So very succinctly, we are working very closely with the colleagues leading on the European health data space, where our focus both for the observational research catalogue, but also on the catalogue of data sources is use in medicines regulation. But I would hope that colleagues working in the European health data space can build on and leverage the work we're doing and the interaction we're having with stakeholders for the future, and that we don't end up with, there'll be some duplication, and some duplication is necessary, but hopefully we will avoid unnecessary duplication and work in a very collaborative way towards data sharing and ideally a situation where we don't have multiple duplicative data catalogs. So yeah, I think that would be my answer, Hilmar.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. That's very clear. So now, in the interest of the lunch break, I wanted to check with the organizers what we do, whether we reconvene at 2 o'clock or whether whether it's going to be 2:15.
No, Hilmar, I would stick with 2 o'clock because some people might have dropped out. I mean, it's important that we try to stick to the published agenda because people will be calling in at 2 for the session on clinical trial raw data.
Excellent. All right. So then see you all again at 2 o'clock. Thanks. Welcome back to the second part of this session on data discoverability, skills, processes, and capabilities. We're now changing gears a little bit, more looking at clinical data, raw data in clinical trials. And I'm now very pleased to introduce you to our next speaker, who's Jörg Zinseling. He is a biostatistician at the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices in Germany. Jörg is also a member of the Scientific Advice Working Party and a member of the New Methodology Working Party, as well as the Big Data Steering Group. And Jörg will now give us an update on the raw data pilot related to clinical trial data, obviously. And he will talk a little bit about the progress that has been made, the plan moving forward, and then also for what to expect in the coming year. So with this, Jörg, I would like to pass the floor to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the kind introduction. And already all said, I have many perspectives on this project. I'm also involved in clinical trial assessments at the National Competent Authority. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to this interesting project. And next slide, please. Or should I? Yeah, perfect. It's my pleasure to walk you through the presentation on this topic. I will give you some background and introduce you to what it is entailed with this project. I will briefly touch on the design phase and the achievements, and also on the execution phase, which has just started. And we will come to next steps and what is expected in 2023. So right into the presentation. As a reminder and a definition, we understand as raw data patient data in electronic structured format, which is available for data analysis. And please note that individual patient data are already provided to regulatory authorities in PDF format. And we may request for assessment raw data, and this is covered in the regulation as a legal background. But normally, this would not include electronic structured data that could be used for analysis. Next slide. So this project and topic fits into the Big Data Steering Group work plan, and it's one of the topics highlighted in the work plan. There should be a proof of concept pilot to be performed to clarify the benefits and practicabilities of accessing individual patient data. And we will feedback the learnings into the regulatory network. Next slide. This is a slide that shows most of the interesting to know about this proof of concept pilot. We are talking about a timeline that is intended to last for 2 years initially, from September 2022, and we propose to use 10 regulatory procedures over that time frame to be included in the proof of concept pilot. And regarding scope, we are targeting initial marketing authorization application, but also post-authorization applications. That so we have a variety of procedures here. Regarding participation, the procedures included will be selected on a voluntary basis based on the participation of CHMP rapporteurs for the procedures, and will ensure also availability of assessment teams. And the eligible applicants from industry or marketing authorization holders will be asked to confirm their participation also on a voluntary basis. That's something important here. With regard to usage, we foresee that analyses that are considered relevant to the assessment will be shared with the applicant via the assessment reports, and will probably be used for decision making by CHMP. The applicant will be asked to replicate some of these results, and we would want to ensure full transparency here. That's a very important process in the procedure. With regards to the resources involved, there is foreseen that there will be 3 resourcing scenarios for doing the hands-on analysis. That could be done by the rapporteur's assessment teams alone. That could be done by EMA as a service. And there could also be an EMA contractor involved to do the analysis work. And I'll come back to that later. Next slide. So the key achievements in the preparatory phase is that there was consultancy support ensured, and there were timelines, interactions secured, and there will be metrics for benefit realization. So this will be evaluated on parameters that are already selected, and there might be additions to that. Importantly, there was also an extended data protection impact assessment because sharing these data within the network is something that needs some attention. I mentioned the three versions of operating for this, and I mentioned the contractor that may be involved. There was a competition for the EMA contractor to support the raw data analysis, and we can happily say that with the Danish Medicines Agency, we have a strong partner from the network that will be capable to doing the support here. Next slide, please. So the key achievements in the preparatory phase include also various communication steps, and we marked these as internal and external communication. There was a stakeholder engagement with an advisory group from within the network. This is the AGRD abbreviation, and we had extensive communication with an industry focus group that helped a lot in setting up processes and shaping this project. And we also had information exchange with the assessors at the national agencies that should ensure that the procedure is understood and supported from their perspective. There are already guidances published for external stakeholders, and we also developed guidance for internal use. And there is also communication planning for the future communication with different stakeholders, internal and external, and there will be the need for identification of learnings, and there will be also a training approach to feedback what was gathered as information. Next slide, please. Now coming to the execution phase, and we are right within this execution phase. There was public communication via the EMA website for the description of the pilot to industry and patients. There's guidance for industry, as already mentioned. There's also extensive documentation about the data protection aspects, and there will be documentation about participation. With regard to the procedures, this is an ongoing process, so there are not all procedures already identified. This will ensure that we get a variety of procedures with different indications and different questions to be addressed. And I'm happy to announce that for the first raw data pilot project, we have now a procedure identified. It will be an initial marketing authorization in the field of neurology, and we will execute this according to scenario 3. Rapporteur and assessment will be supported by the external contractor, and we will test the processes there. And of course, EMA and rapporteurs will act as joint controllers of the data and the data flow. So I'm closely involved here also and will closely look at the progress. Next slide. So for next steps, the pilot outcomes will be monitored through the whole phase of the project, and there's further consultation planned. There will probably be an interim report in the third quarter of 2023, and we will continue engagement with the stakeholder groups, internal and external, and will prepare presentations to the EMA working parties to inform, and also prepare presentations to industry fora. There will be communication internally to the network to inform about learnings, and probably workshops and information sessions for the assessors. And that's all I can say currently about this interesting procedure. And I would like to thank you for your attention. And this should not go without acknowledgement. Thanks to the EMA Data Analytics and Methods Task Force who is involved in this. Thanks.
Thank you, Jörg. This is very interesting, and of course, we're all looking forward to the lessons learned from this pilot. Also, when it comes to the capabilities that we need to develop in terms of you know, the data analysis, but also data validation, and then also the tools that we need to put in place to enable this. So we're looking really forward to this work. I think we wanted to now transition and first get a stakeholder perspective, the patient perspective, and that is from Angela Bradshaw. And I see Angela is online. She's a project officer at the Alzheimer Europe organization. She is involved in several EU-funded projects involving artificial intelligence and health data, and she's co-authoring the recent Alzheimer Europe policy report. And she also represents Alzheimer Europe on the EMA PCWP and is a member of the advisory group on raw data. Over to you.
Thanks very much for the introduction. I hope you can hear me. So I'd like to start by congratulating the EMA on the extensive work they're doing to understand the benefits and practicalities, obviously, of raw data use in regulatory decision making. And thank you very much also for inviting me to contribute to patient perspective in this forum. So I work for Alzheimer Europe, and we're a non-profit umbrella organisation which represents 41 national Alzheimer's associations from 37 countries across Europe. And our mission is to change perceptions, policy and practice to improve the lives of people with dementia. As you just mentioned, I represent Alzheimer Europe on the Patients and Consumers Working Party. And in this role, I'm also delighted to sit on the Raw Data Advisory Group that Jörg just spoke about, along with colleagues across different working parties and committees. And in the remit of this advisory group over the last year, we've been invited to provide input on strategy, on design, on communication of the pilot through meetings, face-to-face emails. And this input, we're really gratified to see, has resulted in adaptations to processes and outputs. And I think it really shows the value placed by the EMA on stakeholder involvement, and I'm really looking forward to continuing this work over the coming year. On the presentation that was just made, I've got a couple of points to make. So firstly, on the broader point of capacity. So I think we've heard this morning and we see every day online and in different forums that the European healthcare sector is embracing digital innovations and new technologies more than ever before. And with the advent of the European health data space, the launch of the CTIS, and initiatives such as this pilot, I think building capacity in regulatory networks is clearly important. However, I would say that we should not overlook the need to build capacity in civil society, building digital literacy, health data literacy, so that we could be meaningfully involved in the development of raw data platforms and technologies. What does this mean? Well, this means providing tools, training, information, and importantly, accessible opportunities to contribute our views. And my second point is a broader point on the use of raw data for decisions that will directly impact the lives of patients and people living with diseases such as Alzheimer's and dementia. So those of you who have an eye on Twitter and on developments have probably seen that the Alzheimer's field is really abuzz at the moment with positive and negative news coming from the conference, the CTAD conference in the US. And these are results from anti-amyloid immunotherapies. And obviously with 20 years since the last Alzheimer's drug was approved in Europe, these new treatments are desperately needed by our communities. However, they're complex, they're biological products, and there are noted safety concerns that we all appreciate and are aiming to understand. And as such, regulators, healthcare systems, as well as doctors and importantly, patients, we all need to understand which individuals will benefit the most from these complicated, expensive, but impactful therapies. Using raw data, for example, through this pilot, to assess the safety profiles and the benefits to different subgroups is a huge enabler for personalized medicine. And as such, at Alzheimer Europe, we're really gratified to see the EMA working towards the use of these valuable data sets in regulatory decision-making and to improve access to safer and more effective medicines. I was also really excited to see that the first pilot procedure involves an initial marketing authorization in neurology. And as such, we'd like to really encourage applicants to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you for your perspective and also the connection between the raw data and the personalized medicines, which I think is really a critical benefit of using the raw data. So we will be discussing in a moment more. I would like to transition now to our next stakeholder representative for the pharmaceutical industry, Hans-Ulrich Burger. He's the global head for data and statistical sciences in neuroscience at Roche. He's based in Switzerland, and we're looking forward to your perspective. Over to you.
First of all, thanks for the invitation and congratulations to the group for the first pilot. I think that's great. I also share the view of Angela that I'm delighted that it's in neuroscience, working in neuroscience, so that's good. I would like to make a few points on the industry focus group, which are really important from the industry side. First of all, a lot of congratulations to EMA and the group from EMA, how this was set up. We have really very good collaborations. We have open discussions, and we really feel informed and involved in this important process. This raw data submission pilot really means a lot to industry. We are really strongly believing in the value of data for decision making, and therefore, of course, we also think it's really time and important for EMA and then the national competent authorities to build up analysis capabilities to further look into the data. And Angela actually gave a very nice example how useful this could be. We have discussed in the focus group many topics. We had many questions which were answered, and that helped a lot to build up confidence in the way EMA approaches this from industry point of view. There was one point which really stood out, and Jörg already mentioned it to some extent, and that is the point on data sharing. And for industry, we have to understand that the data privacy is not a nice to have, it's really an essential thing. We have to make sure when we can't totally 100% ensure data privacy, we basically risk our ability to run clinical trials. And that is so fundamental for us, of course, that this is a really important point of view. We are not against data sharing. Of course, we do that at the industry now for nearly a decade, but we need to have a procedure in place for data sharing, which is really ensuring data privacy. And the discussions are therefore not going around the if, but really around the how. And I hope that we get also to a final resolution of that. There's one last point I would like to make, and that's more a point on the number of pilots. When I understand it right, we will build up data analysis capabilities in a number of countries, and when we end up with a number like 7 and have 10 pilots, I feel that 10 pilots is not enough. Maybe we need some flexibility and add to it, but for building up capabilities per center, 3 plus minus 3 pilots is probably a minimum really to get the necessary experience, to know how many resources we have and to get really familiar. With that, I would close and thank again for this really fruitful process.
Thank you, Hans-Ulrich. So first of all, it's good to hear that from the industry side, you're supporting the raw data pilot and you want to see even more. So that's very nice to hear. And also the question on the data sharing and then related to it, the data privacy is a must. I think that's been a common theme, and I think it resonates probably across all the stakeholders. Thank you for your perspective. I would like to now move on to our next perspective from Prafula Giras. Prafula is a director for data standards and governance at Alexion, and he has 20 plus years of combined experience in the data standards and statistical programming space. He's currently participating as a member in EMA's industry focus group for the raw data pilots. So over to you, Prafula.
Thank you, Haman. Can you confirm that you can hear me okay, Haman?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. Well, first of all, I would like to thank EMA for this opportunity to participate today. Also, I would like to thank the trade association UCOP, through which I had this opportunity to participate in this industry focus group. And I echo, some of the things that were said by Uli and Angela in terms of the value of the raw data and this pilot. Certainly the industry realizes the value of the data and how it enhances EMA's ability to do benefit risk assessment and potentially earlier authorization. So ultimately, we think it's good for patients. And from applicants' perspective, we hope that during the whole process there will be increased transparency, and in terms of what analysis is being conducted, there is two-way communication so that applicants are aware and they have full transparency in terms of methods that are being used. And I really value EMA's approach in how they are engaging various stakeholders. And I say that from the experience of participating in the industry focus group. We had several fruitful interaction several discussions within industry focus group, and then communication with EMA about it. And we saw some of the feedback that was provided. There was adaptation and changes to the documents that were published. As an example, many small companies, sometimes they have limitations in terms of technology to be able to produce certain artifacts in XML format, for example. And based on the feedback, EMA was able to adapt and provide alternative format, for instance, analysis results metadata. Also clarification regarding, which standards can be used, which artifacts are optional, which artifacts are required. So that is definitely appreciated that EMA is engaging stakeholders in this process. And what we hope looking ahead is that there is this engagement with stakeholder continues even beyond pilot, especially if EMA at the conclusion of the pilot is going in the direction of making this a requirement, which I understand at this point is not known, because pilot is needed to get the information to make that decision. But if that is happening, we see the importance of this engagement even more, because, for example, other regulatory agencies which require submission of the electronic data, they have some minimum set of validation criteria, such as technical rejection criteria or validation reject severity, where applicants have to meet those certain minimum criteria, otherwise the submission is not accepted. Plus they have additional documentation such as technical conformance guide. So we envision that if EMA is going in that direction, such documents and requirements will be needed from EMA side as well. So at that point, it is important that there is as much harmonization as possible across regulatory agencies. And that's where I think industry stakeholders can help and provide feedback from our experience of submitting data to other regulatory agencies. So we hope that this this engagement continues, and we again, at conclusion, I would like to thank EMA for the engagement with industry stakeholders so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Prafula. I think this is well understood, and also thank you for providing that perspective from the industry, small or big, and kind of also the challenges that you see on their side, and the need for continuous engagement between the regulator community and the industry beyond the pilot. So I think, first of all, thank you to the speakers and also the stakeholder perspectives. I think we're now at the time where we can dive into some of the questions. I'm looking here at the first one. I think this would be maybe good for Jörg to reflect on: will real-world data be in scope for the raw data pilot, or is it strictly limited to the clinical data, clinical trials data? Jörg?
Maybe that's a bit a question of definition. If real-world data would be submitted for a marketing authorization application, I guess these data would be part of the raw data pilot. But we would, at this stage, not consider including additional external data that is not part of the primary submission, I guess.
Okay.
And EMA colleagues, correct me, and I speak under the control of you.
I can do.
Any other perspectives in the room?
Well, it's absolutely correct what Jörg is saying here, right? It's not a scope of the pilot work to have real-world data in there, but if the sponsor, the applicant, decides to include that, that can be part of it, right? But it's not a goal as such.
Okay, thank you, Jesper. So the next question, Jesper, is maybe also for you. Can you?
I'd be happy to. Yeah. Because I appreciate Uli mentioned this. Thank you, and it's obviously for many good reasons, a concern by industry. Fully appreciate that. In effect, there's actually a process around this where disclosing this data is associated with a opportunity by basically the sponsor, the applicant, before the data is being released, it can actually be redacted. And that whole process and how that could potentially unfold if it really should be the case. And I can fully understand that if some of you are concerned about if your competitors suddenly start to request data that you have submitted under the pilot work, that's a one-way street of disclosing information. But I'll just inform you that we will put some of this in writing so we can explain what the process really is and who at the end is in control of what is being redacted if this is being disclosed. So I think this is basically back to the applicant to control this. Just would like to share that.
Thank you, Jesper. The next question is a question about the patient data that is used and whether, for real-world raw data, patients may consider opting out, and if we expect any discrepancies due to the willingness of patients to share. Jörg, is this maybe something you can respond to?
Yeah, that's maybe a principal concern about bias and further problems with real-world data sets. Maybe not so much with regard to clinical trial data, although there's always the possibility for patients to withdraw from a trial. So similar aspects there. I would say that for the raw data pilot, there are no specific problems that are not already inherent to real-world data analysis and clinical trial data analysis. Thanks.
Very good. And the next question, I think, would also be good if you could reflect on this. I think you talked about in your slides. It's the question about how the raw data pilot is progressing and how many sponsors have already offered to participate.
I know that there is already a list of candidate procedures, and there are already volunteers also from the industry side. But as I maybe expressed during the presentation, there is the willingness to have a variety of procedures included and some different indication fields. So it's not already fixed. Thanks.
Okay. And then I think the next two are also in your realm. So the guidances and documentations, are they publicly available?
This is maybe a point where EMA colleagues may directly help with directing to a landing page or just a general comment.
I can try to answer some of that with the experience we've had so far, but I mean, Frank, if you're online as well, feel free to intervene. If Tikia is there as well, brilliant. If Tikia, please.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, if I may say, I don't have access to the chat, but yeah, everything is available, all the guidance and documentation. It's publicly available at EMA's big data website. And maybe following the meeting, I can share also the link with you, with the organizers, so you all have it. But everything is there under the big data website.
I can only confirm that industry was able to find it the day or the day after it was published.
Very good. Thank you, Uli. And it looks like this could be a final question. Does EMA have any concerns that the requirement for the applicant to be asked to replicate results will limit the feasibility of this pilot? Maybe Jörg, if you have a perspective.
I have a personal opinion on that. I don't think that this will be a limitation. I guess we will not ask for replication for every exploratory analysis that we might conduct, but only those who are relevant that are relevant for inclusion in the assessment report will likely be replicated. So it's the subset of all the analyses we could do, and I don't expect limitations. Thanks.
Thank you, Jörg. And I saw, Uli, you had your hand up for a short moment. Do you want to comment? We can't hear you.
Sorry, I just wanted to add that this was also not a concern raised by industry. I think we had some questions around replication, what it means and where it would have a place in the pilot. But at the end, we understood that the asks for replications would come instead of a normal ask for doing some analyses. So we don't think it will have an impact on the duration of a pilot.
Very good. No, thank you for that that comment. So now we're seeing a few more questions here. I'm just trying to digest what we have. First one is from Transcelerates. Oh, it's about the privacy methodology to improve quality of the clinical trial data exchange. So I think this is a comment, right? I don't see a question here. The next one is there a platform for raw data sharing? Any specific formatting requirements? Real-world data uses OMOP. Who would be able to respond to this?
FTK, perhaps, just what the current situation is.
Yeah, I would pass this question to better informed.
FTK, okay.
Yeah, maybe just to say there is currently no platform for RCT raw data sharing, but as it was mentioned before, we're currently considering what should be done, in the future, but during the pilot, there is no such a platform. Yeah.
Thank you, FTK. And then there's a follow-up question on the policy 43.
Yeah.
Jasper?
Yeah. So, I mean, expectations obviously aren't that we're asking for redaction before we do the analysis, right? It is in the case of that data being requested for transparency reasons, not before the analysis. So
that's very clear. Thank you. Okay, so then I'm looking here. I don't see any hands raised. I think we exhausted the questions on Slido. And I think we're a little bit over time, 5 minutes, but I think it was really a good discussion. Wanted to thank all the speakers and all the participants who really engaged in the discussion. So with this, I believe I'll be transitioning back to either Peter B or Peter A.
And I can cover for Peter A here and basically just hand it over to Peter B. But thank you so much, Hilma, for a couple of great sessions around lunch, especially discussions here around the raw data. I think this is really important to have clarity around. So thank you for all of that, for all of those participating. But I'll leave it directly for Peter Bachmann, hoping that he's actually getting out of Brussels and trains trouble and what else not. But over to my good colleague from BfArM.
Okay, many thanks, Jasper. And it's really a pleasure to chair this session. Perhaps some words, as I said, my name is Peter Bachmann. I'm working at the BfArM, but I think for this session, it's more important that together with Hilma, I'm the co-chairs of the European Network Data Board, and I'm also part of the Big Data Steering Group. And also, I'm chairing the IPRP, which is a term you will hear later. So what we are trying with this session is really to bring you on a journey. So we will start in the European Union, then we cross a little the border to the world. Then we currently only have spoken about big data in the context of clinical, little preclinical data, but there's another door to open, which means what we are doing with all the quality data which are around, which also a large number of data. So this will be the first try to open a little this door. And then we're also moving from one species, which is called human, to a lot of other species, which means the veterinary field. So that's the idea of the journey for this session. And having said this, I would like to propose we start with the first one. So it's about the architecture. Who has a building plan, what we should do from a legal point of perspective? And the first presentation is from Jérôme Tebaros. He is Policy Officer, Digital Health Unit at DG Santé at the European Commission, so exactly the person we need. And his main area of focus is health data quality, especially as part of the European health data space. And prior to this job, he was a data-driven innovation lead for health and care at the University of Edinburgh. Please. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to present the European Health Data Space. So first, I would start by just very briefly describing what actually do we mean by the European Health Data Space. And when we talk about it, we are talking about a set of rules, common standards, infrastructures, and a governance framework for the use and the reuse of electronic health data for healthcare, but also for what I call secondary uses for research, innovation, and policy making. And we have three goals we're trying to achieve really is to, in the first place, empower individuals to have access and to control their health data. We also want to foster a genuine single market for digital health services and products, in particular electronic health record systems. And more importantly, for research, we want to ensure a consistent framework for the use of health data. So what the scope of our activities can be broken down into two main areas for the use of health data for care, so we call primary use. And for this, we have four main provisions. The first one is to empower individuals to control their data. And what do we mean by that? By empowering, we mean that individuals should have access to this data, being able to share this data with professionals of their choice, being able to edit this data, correct it when it is wrongly inputted, add it when it is missing, but also to decide on whether or not this data is accessible, part of it or all of it. So having the right to limit access to part or all of their data. We also have provisions around the standardization and the mandatory certification of electronic health records. We also have we touch on voluntary labeling of wellness apps, and we are promoting the use of the European Electronic Health Record Exchange format. When it comes to secondary use for the reuse of health data for research, innovation, policymaking, or regulatory purposes, our main provisions are around first the creation of health data access bodies. These are national agencies that would facilitate this access to data. We also set a series of purposes for which data could be accessed, and for some for which it shouldn't be accessed, so forbidden uses as well. And we also created proposing a process for facilitating this access through data permits. View this as a contract that determines what data will be made available to whom, under which conditions, for how long. So trying to define exactly what would be let's say, what would this access actually entail? Data would only be made available in secure processing environments. This is something we want to ensure. We want to propose to ensure that data is only accessed by authorized persons and that no data comes out. And we obviously foresee that no identification should be happening. When it comes to actually what are we trying to achieve, so here you really see what this use and use of the data tries to achieve. So the empowerment of citizens I mentioned here, also enabling healthcare professionals to have access to this relevant health data in their practice, and making sure that policymakers, researchers, and the industry has access to the data for better healthcare policy making and more opportunities for research. So when it comes to secondary use, one of the key components to enable what we're trying to achieve is having an infrastructure for enabling this access to health data. And again, here we can see that the concept of health data access body that I mentioned before is a key component. The infrastructure links health data access bodies across different countries, as well as other data sharing infrastructures. Think, for example, of our European research infrastructures, but also the EMA and the ECDC. And at the center, you can see that we also foresee the development of core services, so services provided by European Commissions to enable the sharing of health data. And importantly, here, as you can see, health access bodies are the entry point for data users, those that will be requesting access to this data, and the holders, those that have the data and would make it available as part of a permit. And in a nutshell, this is what we are trying to achieve with the EHDS, starting from the discovery phase, trying to understand what kind of health data would be available to support a researcher. As I mentioned here, also proposing a pathway framework for enabling success. So first, through permit applications, understanding whether or not this researcher is allowed to have access to this data for his or her research project, which, if the permit is approved, would then make it possible for health data access bodies to request health data holders to make data available. And this will be obviously put in a secure environment, as mentioned here before, where this data user would be able to analyze and process this data. And an important part as a last step is also making sure that the results and the outputs of this access to data are known, that these are published, and also for ensuring privacy and referability. So making sure that the results are known to the wider community as well. So why did we make this data available, and trying to see what was the result of that. This is just to say that obviously we submitted the proposal earlier this year, in May this year. It is currently being negotiated, but in the meantime, we're already working towards its implementation. And one of our key initiatives is the launch of the Health Data EU pilot, which I will not touch on too much because I know Mario is also on this call, will be able to tell you more about it. But this is just to highlight this is quite a very important project for us, for really moving from our proposal to already starting the implementation. And that's all for me now.
Hey, many thanks for this nice overview and really giving the framework and the intention of the legislation, because I think always the intention is very necessary and useful to know. Thank you. With this, I would like to move to our second speaker, which is Shona Cosgrove. She is a project researcher at the EU Health Information System unit of Scienzano, and she's working on several EU projects. And as part of TDAS, she has been carrying out country visits to nearly half, less than half, but to 12 EU member states, with the aim of mapping their health data management system across Europe and reflect on needs and expectations at the national level regarding to the future e-health data space. So it's really how we fill the framework. Please.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Peter. So exactly as Peter said, my name is Shona Cosgrove, and today I'm presenting from the point of view of the TEDAS project, so towards the European Health Data Space, a joint action, and I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues, together with whom I've been carrying out country visits over the past 12 months, as Peter said, to map the state of play of national health data management systems. Today, I'm going to focus the findings. Whilst our visits were wider than the governance framework, I'm going to focus my findings specifically on what we found in terms of governance. So I think just a very quick recap of what TEDAS is. So it's a joint action which helps the member states and the European Commission in developing and promoting the concepts for sharing data for the secondary use. So just specifically, we focus on the secondary use of health data. And as we've mentioned, we've been carrying out country visits during TEDAS. So the aim of the country visits was kind of twofold. Firstly, what we wanted to do is really provide an overview of what's happening in terms of health data management in different countries, to really see what's happening across the EU, to be able to consider that in the implementation of the EHDS. But then we had a second aim, which was really to reflect on the needs and expectations that the different countries have, which are very specific to each different country with regards to actually implementing the HDS. So as I mentioned, the scope of our country visit was wider than just data governance. So we went from mapping the data sources, so what data is available in the country, the data quality control mechanisms, the infrastructure in place. So in that we mean the technical storage of data, but also access procedures and also interoperability and standards in use. Then, of course, we looked at data governance, which is what I'm going to present today. And finally, we looked at the resources available in the countries for the secondary use of health data, but also the resource needs and capacity building needs, and all of this to map general EHDS preparedness. So as you can see on this slide, and as Peter mentioned, we visited 12 countries since last December. Just to note that in my presentation today, I'm only going to be presenting findings from 11 countries because the country visit in Germany, which is our last one, is currently ongoing. So we don't have the conclusions from that visit yet. But you can see that the countries we visited provides quite a diverse picture. And from across the EU. So then I won't dwell too long on this slide, but it's just to show our methodology. Just the fact that we start with a preparatory desk review, then we carry out the country visit. They've been happening either face-to-face or online. And during those country visits, we carry out semi-structured interviews with a wide range of different stakeholders across the health data landscape in the country, using a semi-structured format based on the WHO assessment tool for assessing health information systems, which we then adapted to specifically our needs. And then importantly, we have very soon after each country visit, we have a meeting with all the stakeholders who we interviewed where we present our initial findings, and it allows them the opportunity to provide very initial feedback, which can then be taken into account in the reporting. And what I wanted to note here on the reporting is the fact that actually the fact sheets from the first 6 country visits that we've carried out are available on the TEDAS website under Work Package 4. So anybody who's interested can go and browse them there. So then I'm going to move quickly into the findings of our country visits. So I'm going to present some general findings, but also providing specific examples of where we saw these come up. And then finally, and some of the challenges also that are in place in some countries in terms of governance. And then finally, I'm going to wrap up with the needs and expectations that we saw in terms of data governance across the different countries we visited. So firstly, in terms of how data management is organized, what we noted is that, of course, there is a spectrum of different systems in place across Europe, which is quite unsurprising. And we see that spectrum goes from very decentralized countries to very centralized countries. What I want to note here is that, of course, we're not providing any judgment of which system is preferable. Of course, different systems are adapted to different national situations, but it's just the fact that we do have this variety in the EU, which, of course, we need to consider when implementing the European health data space. Even within the different, so for example, in decentralized countries, we see different forms of decentralization. So for example, one specific example is Sweden, where it's a very regional country. Each region is responsible for the provision of healthcare and also for the data developed from that healthcare. But other countries have more decentralized systems in terms of having many different data holders. So for example, this was something that we saw in the Netherlands. In general, what we see in the more decentralized countries is that often there are different access procedures to gain access to data from different data holders. And whilst this isn't always a barrier, sometimes data users do see it as a barrier if there's a lack of clarity or transparency on the access procedures. And we also heard that sometimes there are legal barriers to actually sharing data between the different organizational levels. So again, this was an example that we heard in Sweden, where there are sometimes legal barriers to sharing data between the national and the regional levels. Then, of course, on the other end of the spectrum, we visited quite a few countries that have very integrated centralized systems. So some that come to mind here are, for example, Slovenia, Portugal, and then, of course, Finland and Denmark. And most of those countries often have a central data permit authority, which provides access to health data. So in terms of the legal framework, which is on my next slide, so what we saw is that in general, for the legal framework, most countries do have a legal framework in place for the primary use. However, it's not true for the secondary use, where a lot of countries do not have a specific legal framework in place, and often this was noted as quite a barrier to the reuse of data. So one very clear example of where there is a legal framework in place is Finland, which has the Act on the Secondary Use of Health Data, which was published a couple of years ago, including the putting in place of FinData, the Central Data Permit Authority. But we don't see that kind of very clear legislative framework in most countries. What we did see, however, is there is quite a lot of movement in that area. So, for example, the Netherlands recently published a legislative proposal for the primary use and are working on a roadmap for the secondary use of health data. And similarly in Ireland, we saw that they are actually currently drafting a health information bill to develop the governance framework for health data use. What was also interesting was that we heard in some countries that they are actually, since the publishing of the EHDS proposal, they are already working on mapping what will need to change in their national laws to be able to fit into the EHDS. So, for example, this was an example that we heard in Belgium, where they're looking at how they can align the national laws with the EHDS. Then, in terms of privacy, so I think we've heard quite a lot today that, of course, privacy is very important, and we do see there are strict laws on privacy protection across all of the countries we visited. But what was interesting to note was sometimes data users can see this as a hindrance if there's a lack of transparency on the decisions made. We also saw that the need to protect privacy often makes a need for additional approvals. So, for example, with extra data protection approvals prior to research. What was quite interesting is that countries have very different systems in place in terms of sanctions for data breach, going from very strict systems. So, for example, in Denmark, if a data breach is noted, the whole research institution is blocked from access to data for a certain period of time. Whereas other countries noted they don't have mechanisms in place to impose sanctions in terms of data breaches, and are hoping that the European Health Data Space will help to implement these. Then my next slide is just covering some of the governance aspects that we saw in terms of access procedures. So I'll go first through the ethical aspects, and then in terms of cross-border access, which is of course key for the European Health Data Space. So what we saw in terms of ethical aspects is that almost all countries do require ethical approval for research using health data, but it's not true in all countries. So, for example, Finland was one example where you can ethical approval is not required for use of register data. Similarly, the need for consent does differ between different countries, but also different data types. So, for instance, in Slovenia and Estonia, consent is not required for secondary use of health data. I think I can hear some noise in the background, but I'll just keep going. Whereas on the other hand, we heard that, for example, in the Czech Republic, consent is needed from every patient for access to health records. And this was really noted as a barrier, especially to retrospective studies, where it's not possible to gain that consent, and it can act as a barrier to certain studies being carried out. It was very interesting to note that in some countries where there is a need for consent, there are some mechanisms in place to be able to waive that need for consent if the research is seen to be in the public interest. So, for example, in Ireland, there is a Health Research Consent Declaration Committee, which can waive the need for consent. And in the Netherlands, there's a Lex Specialis, which also allows a similar mechanism, allowing research in the public interest. Then, in terms of cross-border access, so of course this is key for the European Health Data Space, and what we really see is that there are very different approaches at the moment. Some countries currently do not, in terms of actually sharing their data across borders, some countries currently do not allow that. So, for example, in Denmark, there's a rule that Danish data cannot leave the country. Whereas on the other hand, for instance, in Hungary, we heard that the data can be sent across borders as long as there is explicit consent from the patients. Promisingly, what we do see is that in most countries, the access procedures and fees are often the same for local and foreign researchers without any distinction being made. But there are still distinctions in some countries. For example, in Sweden, a foreign researcher can only access data if they're affiliated to a national researcher. And this is because of the ethical approval can only be granted to researchers in Sweden. And a similar system is in place in Denmark. So then I'm just moving on to, I think, my second last slide. So Jérôme gave us a very nice overview of the European Health Data Space and some of the roles that are envisaged in that, including the health data access bodies and the national contact points. And so one of the findings that we were looking at is whether such a body already exists in the different countries. And we saw that it varies widely. So some countries already do have a national contact point in place, and they have assigned that this will most likely be the national contact point for the HDS2. You can see them on the slide, for example, FinData, the Danish Health Data Authority, SPMS in Portugal. Whereas in other countries, either there is a body in place who could take on the role, but it's not decided yet, or there might need to be some changes in their mandate or their roles. In other countries, such an entity doesn't exist, and it would need to be established. So, for example, that's the case in Ireland, and is one of the things that's being considered in the Health Information Bill. We did note some interesting roles during our country visits that hadn't come up previously. So, for example, we heard about in Ireland the proposal to create a national data guardian who would act as a kind of ombudsman for citizens representing their views. And also in Denmark, we heard about the National Board for Health Data for shared decision making and strategy setting, which brings together the different stakeholders, the main data holders in the country, to create a shared strategy for data, which was a very interesting one. And then that brings me to my final slide in terms of the findings. So as I mentioned, what we're looking at is the needs and expectations from the different stakeholders in the countries in terms of implementing the European health data space. We've grouped them under three titles: legal, organizational, and human resource needs, because these were the themes that came up quite most commonly between the different countries. So in terms of legal needs, as I mentioned, several countries don't have a legal framework in place for secondary use, and they really call for such a framework with clear rules for sharing and linking data, and there's an expectation that this is what the EHDS should deliver. However, they did also call for the need for a clearer distinction between the EHDS and the GDPR and how they will interlink in the future. And this links with the fact that one of the things that came up quite a lot across different country visits is the fact that both between but also within countries, the interpretation of the GDPR can differ quite widely. And so different stakeholders are calling for guidelines to ensure common interpretation. And that's similar to the next need, which is about ensuring harmonized rules on anonymization and pseudonymization, because practices can vary between countries, hindering research. This is linked to the fact that we heard a lot of calls for a code of conduct for secondary use to support data protection officers, which is linked similarly to the guidelines on GDPR interpretation. Another call that we heard, which is about the secure processing environments, is that there's a need for a clear definition of the requirements for these secure processing environments, kind of linking to for example, in Finland, there is a specific law for secure processing environments and the characteristics that they need to fill. And there is also a call for legislation for federated analysis. Then, as I mentioned, the organization of health data management does differ quite widely across the EU. So some of the needs that we heard coming up was a need for guidance on really how to implement the HDS with a clear roadmap of what to do when. And obviously this will differ between the different countries depending on what they already have in place. One of the really interesting things that came up quite independently between different countries was a call for a platform within the European health data space where different stakeholders can interact, sharing best practices, advice, and also guidance on different aspects of the HDS. This is also linked with, for example, there's a need for a manual which really just describes the different systems in place across different countries, because one of the things, especially with cross-border data use that we see, is that the diversity in the systems, whilst it's not a barrier in itself, a lack of understanding about different systems can be. So a clear manual is needed. And then finally, in terms of organizational, in terms of the roles within the HDS, there was a call for more transparency on the roles of data holders and their access decisions, and also clarification on the role of private actors in the HDS. And then that brings me to the last theme in terms of the needs, which is human resources needs. And in terms of capacity building, there was obviously a call for more legal experts across different data holders to be able to support the legal decisions being made in terms of data access, and also for training on data protection and specifically on data privacy. So that brings me to my last slide, which is conclusion. So in conclusion, what we have seen across all our country visits in TEDAS is that there is a really positive view of the impact of the HDS and what added value it can bring, and a political will to join. We've also seen that, as I mentioned, that what's interesting is that the publication of the proposal has really boosted national conversations on how to already start harmonizing access procedures within the country to be able to scale that up for the HDS, which is an interesting finding. But of course, all of the countries we visited have noted the fact that there is really work needed to clarify some of the governance aspects of the EHDS. So, for example, clarifying the definitions of who is the responsibility and liability in the HDS. And as I've mentioned, it needs to consider the diversity and the different governance structures, a lot of which are because of different local sensitivities. So all of these need to be considered in the HDS. One call that came across quite loudly is the fact that it needs to ensure equal benefit for all countries and all stakeholders, with a real focus on cybersecurity, trust, and of course privacy. And then finally, the need for transparency in the HDS, including on access processes and decisions and communications with all stakeholders, came across quite loudly. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I've included our email address here if anybody would like to contact us if you have further questions or require any further information. And then, as I mentioned, the fact sheets from the first 6 country visits are available on the TEDAS website. So thank you very much.
Okay. Many thanks for this very in-depth presentation before the finding. I think it's absolute necessary because then we know where to harmonize. And I think you always have tried to answer one of the questions we have in Slido, as these results will be published. And I think the answer is on your last slide, left corner, because it's a European project. So all findings of European projects will be published.
Yes, exactly. They will be published. So we're working on the last fact sheets, which will be published early next year.
Okay, many thanks.
Thank you.
And with this, I would like to go to the next session, which was earlier announced by Jerome. The Commission has now started this enterprise to do something about implementation, where we are still discussing the legal proposal in the Parliament and in the Council. So it's also a new approach. So there is an HDS 2 pilot, which is sponsored by the Commission. This project is led by Mario Jędrusek from the French Health Data Hub. That's the famous HDA. And simple, show what's in the product. I think that's what everybody's interested, what's really going on.
Okay, no, thanks so much for the very nice introduction. So I will try to walk you through what we try to accomplish through the Health Data at EU pilot projects. And I will skip over this first slide, as I think Jerome has very well presented already the overall context. So I will start by presenting who is really part of that project. So it's a wide European consortium that responded to the European calls for a project. So bringing together 17 partners at the European level from 9 countries for a project of 2 years duration. So you can see all the project partners below with their logos and the European implementation on the slide. Of course, we will be happy to work with all the other countries and interact with everyone who's not part of the consortium going forward. But that is who we're starting with in order to, as you say, start to implement and to pilot a few items. It doesn't mean, of course, that we intervene with the legislative work that is ongoing. We think we try to see what we can already accomplish, what is foreseen without overstepping any of the current rules in place. So we stick to all the legislation in place as of now, of course. To say what are the main objectives of our project. So the first is to build a network of data platforms on a European scale. So in our consortium, we've got different types of data platforms or data actors, both national actors, similar to the health data access bodies that were mentioned before. We have European agencies, we have EMA and the CDC, part of our consortium, and we also have research infrastructures such as BBMRI, Elixir, or eBrains, also part of that. So I will talk through what that means exactly later on. And how are we going to do this? So the project is really aiming to cover important parts of the overall European health data space user journey. So we will start with the data discovery. So work will be done related to DCAT AP extension. So that standard can be used by all the platforms involved and implemented at their level, so that we can build a common European metadata catalog. We will also work on the data permit requests by providing a single access application form, so that the researcher who would like to access data from several European countries, for instance, wouldn't have to go to 5 different institutions and fill out 5 different forms, but that single form would contain all the content that is required that could respond to the needs from the different countries. So we will work on that step around requesting access to data. But then we will also work on the whole data preparation, data use, and finalization of projects sequence by working, for instance, on interoperability standards. So we will be working with a certain number of concrete research use cases. I will get to that in a second, but so we will check what standards should be used for each of these use cases, and based on that, make first attempts to standardize a few of these databases based on common standards. And we will also figure out a way to inform citizens and comply with their GDPR rights working through the project. For instance, we could imagine setting up a portal, a European portal, to inform about all the projects that are conducted as part of this overall project. And so we will discuss these items as we go through. And all of this, of course, is not possible without some common infrastructure. So we will build an IT infrastructure that will connect the different national and European platforms, and also connect it to the EU central services that Jerome has also referred to earlier. So that will be a network that will allow information exchange between these different nodes. And I'll get into that just with this next slide. So the idea will be really to connect the national platforms, the European agencies, and also the research infrastructures, as well as the central services in such an IT infrastructure, and use European building blocks and security standards to build that. So we're looking especially to the e-delivery standard in that sense. So I won't go into much more technical detail here, but yeah, the idea is that network will be able to support all the different services we will try to implement at network level. So for instance, the exchange of metadata, the sending of the data access application forms, etc. And getting a bit into some of the other technical work, content work as part of our project. We have two work packages within our project that will work specifically on questions of the data discovery and data interoperability. So I've started discussing the common metadata catalog already. So this work is led by our colleagues from Cienzano and from Norway. And so, of course, beyond defining the standard, this will also be work at the level of each node to implement the new standard and the technical solution, and then to develop together with our colleagues from the European Commission also a central search portal, so which would be available through the central services also referred to by Jerome. And within work package 8, of course, there's really a lot to be done around data interoperability and quality, but we really try to work this out based on a number of research use cases to find some agreements around which standards to use and how to actually pursue those interoperability and data quality standards. And we will do some additional work to test whether something that is called federated queries can also be implemented at network level. So to get into a bit more detail than just the metadata. But I think this discussion is also specifically around normative aspects, regulatory aspects. So we'll get into a bit more detail around our work package 7, which serves as the normative laboratory of the project. So I already mentioned that we will develop a common data permit request form and also a common contractual framework that would allow for data to be shared across nodes. We will work in that sense similar to the metadata catalog, also together with the central services around how could look like a central request portal. So what that would need to be able to fulfill, and also what other, once the application is submitted, what should be the next steps. So should data users who request access to data also be able to interact with the institutions they request access from to be able to follow up on that request process, for instance. So that is another area of interest for us. But beyond these overall objectives and more long-term objectives of the work package, the work package will also be there to resolve any questions that our technical work packages and our use cases will face throughout the 2 years of the project. So, for instance, we may have one of the use cases struggling with data access application, the need to submit one or what process to follow. So this work package 7 will also be there to really address those challenges. And given it is a pilot project, all those challenges we face, we think is actually valuable experience to collect and to start creating a knowledge base around these issues. And I think one thing that may be interesting to you is just I tried, based on the legislative proposal, to highlight a few very specific links with the proposal. So the proposal in Article 52 refers to the establishment of the health data at the EU infrastructure, I think, which we would, in a certain sense, pilot through the IT infrastructure I referred to earlier. Of course, there's also the mention of certain delegated and implementing acts in the same article around the health data at the EU operations. It doesn't mean that we would write those, not at all, but I think the experience collected will be worthwhile input for that work. And then on Article 53 gives some indication around how access requests are to be managed with a unique access form, a permit template, contractual arrangements, etc. So again, we won't, of course, be writing those, but we develop one for the purpose of the pilot. So I think it's a starting point again for those developments. So I think it will be would be valuable in the legislative process further down the road. And then, of course, there's additional items mentioned in Article 55 and 57, the minimum dataset description, so the metadata description for the catalog, and the health data at EU datasets catalog. And again, what we will be implementing, what I mentioned too as the common metadata standards and implementation, as well as common search portal, are addressing, I think, very, very similar needs, and could be to a certain extent a blueprint for what is referred to by these articles. So I think just to say there's very direct links with the legal proposal. So we will try to implement certain aspects, at least on a reduced number of actors already now, to be aware of the challenges faced, and develop at least some initial versions of these solutions. I referred to several times, and I won't spend time because I see the time is running short. Just to say, we will have 5 cross-border use cases that will show how this can work, and will show the added value of conducting such research at the European level. And actually, we have one of the use cases which is led by the European Medicines Agency around some questions around COVID-19. But you see the remaining use cases also here, and you see that there's a lot of countries participating in these use cases, so which is, of course, one of the main purposes of these. And as already said, 24 months is very short, so we have to get the work started, and we did so in October by kicking off the project. So now we have 2 years to go to deliver. So we do our best, and there will be multiple opportunities to engage with the project. And one of the first ones will be that we will launch an open call for our external advisory board very soon. So if you're interested, yeah, please follow the project. I will provide the details in just a second. And then there will be multiple other opportunities to engage, for instance, stakeholder meetings and roundtable discussions. And we will also be very closely working together with the community of health data access bodies working on the direct grant for setting up services for health data access bodies. And as today, we will contribute to multiple presentations, discussions, etc. So we will, well, the interaction with stakeholders is at the core of our project. So we want to make sure to get all the inputs and to provide visibility into what we're doing and how we're progressing. So yeah, with that, at the end of presentation today, open for any questions. And here you see the contact details for the Health Data Hub and also the Health Data at the EU pilot project. So please stay tuned and follow the project if you're interested in that. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks, Mario, for this presentation and really the outline where we can go. So in fact, we have now done a small journey and starting with what we would like to have, what we have, and how we can work what we have. So the question is now, so a lot of food for thoughts around this, but the only question is, what are the thoughts of the stakeholder on this? Because that's missing. And I think that's the next part that we have on the agenda. And I would like to start with the healthcare professionals and followed by the patients and by the industry, but not the normal suspects, but by the small and medium-sized enterprise. So not the usual things. So starting with the healthcare professionals, the speaker is Ilaria Passarani. I hope it was correct.
Yes.
She is the Secretary General of the PGEU, organization representing European community pharmacies. She is also Vice President member of the Board of Directors for the European Medicines Verification Organization, so the famous 2D matrix code.
Yes.
And we also have to think what we are doing with this one. And before joining, she has worked as head of the Food and Health Department of the European Consumer Organization, BEUC. She also serves as a patient representative at the EMA Management Board. So please take the floor.
Yes, thank you so much. And good afternoon, everybody. Thank you also for the invitation to this very interesting conference and for the opportunity to share the community pharmacist perspective. Optimal data generation, gathering, and interoperability can improve treatments for patients and foster personalized advice from healthcare professionals. So from this point of view, we expect that the European health data space and the other ongoing new initiatives and pilots on digitalization of health data, many of them have been presented today, will improve quality of care and promote medical research. If done under specific protocols, we also believe that data collection at pharmacy level can be useful for real-world evidence generation and more broadly for scientific research. Pharmacies across Europe already collect a lot of data for regulatory purposes. I'm thinking about pharmacovigilance, but community pharmacies are willing to do more, to expand this practice and to contribute further to generating valuable data for public health. In this context, though, it is important that the system in place differentiate between the data that is registered by healthcare professionals and self-registered data as foreseen in the European Health Data Space proposal. And we think that also greater clarity is needed in the cases where the patient decides to restrict access to part of the data so that the healthcare professional, in our case, the pharmacist, is aware that the health record that he or she is seeing is not complete and can make an informed decision. Enhanced interoperability will also contribute to unleash the possibilities of e-prescriptions and support interprofessional collaboration and seamless care. And with regard to cross-border access to prescription data, it is also important to consider that pharmacies, when dispensing electronic prescriptions issued by another member state, are also subject to the conditions which are set under national laws according to Article 85 of the Directive on Pharmaceutical 83/2001. Moreover, we should also recall that different e-prescriptions in place in the different member states make it difficult for the system to communicate among each other, and therefore creating an infrastructure that ensures interoperability is really crucial. It is also necessary from the pharmacist point of view to have mechanism in place to identify healthcare professionals digitally to solve the traditional problems that we face relating to the difficulties in assessing whether the prescriber is entitled to do so under the national law, and also to double check the differences in the name of the medicines. Electronic health data can also be very useful for the monitoring of care under the consent of the patient, obviously. And there are good practices of shared records, like the dossier pharmaceutique in France, that we think should be taken up also in other countries. Because recording information also on other elements, like the use of food supplement, for example, or other health-related information can bring added benefits, for example, for the detection of potential side effects, but more generally can improve health outcomes and generate value across the healthcare system. With regard to the e-health data space specifically, we think that it will support community pharmacists in providing better services and better treatment to patients while promoting the safe use of medicines. However, to fully exploit its potentials, it is vital to ensure that the EHDS legislation is fully in line with the EU General Data Protection Regulation, as it was pointed out previously today, that it respects member states' competence on healthcare delivery, and that it also takes into account professional duties. We also believe that the new legislation should avoid putting excessive burden on healthcare professionals with time-consuming obligations that can potentially compromise the provision of care. It is also necessary to increase legal certainty by clarifying the use of health data, further developing strong anonymization standards for secondary uses, considering the ethical duties of healthcare professionals, which are set in the national regulation. Before I spoke about public health, and at PGU we believe that also Article 160 of the treaty regarding public health should be added as a legal basis of this important piece of legislation, because the main objective of this legislation should be to improve public health and quality of care, and so should not focus only on the internal market perspective. Lastly, we also call for the provisions on the reuse of data to be amended to guarantee a higher protection of fundamental rights and effective control mechanism for citizens. In this regard, we think that the proposal has some loopholes to be addressed, such as the possibility for data access application to be automatically approved if the data access body do not review the application in 2 months, just to give you an example. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks for this contribution. Perhaps what I find most intriguing was one minor item, what we are doing with all the data which are not available due to the concealing of pharmacists to patients. So all these advices what they give to patients, which are never structured or whatever. I haven't thought about this. So many thanks about this, but that was quite forward. Thank you. With this having said, the next stakeholder are the patients, and it's Julian Isler. He is scientific advisor of the European Dravet Syndrome Federation, and this federation is committed to find new treatments for Dravet syndrome, which is an epileptic encephalopathy having long-lasting seizure refractory for treatment as severe developmental delays. And he is also the father of a son which has this syndrome. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Just to mention, also a member of the Orphan Drug Committee at the European Medicine Agency, as patient representative.
That's what I have imagined, because it's an orphan disease.
Thank you very much. Well, the first comment is a lot of gratitude for the people who is working on the European health and data space, because this is really something we have been waiting for years. The plan is great. I guess it's probably the umbrella where all the European Union strategies are going, and definitely the risk is going to be the challenge is going to be the implementation. The data holder concept is super powerful, and it opens the door for new roles for patient organizations that probably we have to explore, in terms of how patient organizations can be data holders in the European health data space. Probably we will need more specific standards. If we look into the past, we can see the example of GDPR. The GDPR concept is great. The idea of giving the data and the power to citizens is amazing. But the issues with implementation and the lack of standards and the lack of recommendation right now generated the situation that our experience with GDPR in most of the cases is that in order to go into a website or using an app, we have to accept a long informed consent, but nobody read it. And this is something we have to avoid, making sure the new strategy is also aligned with the standards, and we have provided the capabilities to the citizens and companies working on this direction. At national level, probably we need a regulatory change as well. For example, in Spain, the transposition of GDPR is super powerful, and researchers can use anonymized and pseudonymized data without an informed consent, because this is the particular transposition of GDPR in Spain. Probably other countries in Europe, they have to adopt this principle and make sure the data can be used by default, especially when the data is anonymous and there is no risk of identifying the patient. Decentralization at patient level, probably this is something that you can explore, because the new technology based on Web3 and decentralization probably has the potential to solve some data governance problems. And maybe we could explore how using hybrid solutions, using federation and decentralization, but at patient level, can solve the problems we are facing. The NHS policy paper called Data Save Lives is really going into this direction and exploring how full decentralization at patient level can solve these problems. And just to finish, and just to remember that all of us, we are patients, all of us, or maybe we're going to be in different degrees, right? If you ask individual patients if they want to share medical data, probably most of the people, they will say, yes, I want. If you ask this question to people for rare diseases or with rare diseases, the majority of the people, 99% of the people is saying, yes, I want to share my data, but I want to share my data with respect to my privacy. And also we have to consider that in privacy, one size doesn't fit all. The severity of the condition drives the risk you want to take in terms of privacy. If you are facing a debilitating disease, a disease with high mortality, probably the risk you want to take is higher. And we have to make sure this flexibility is included into the regulation. Thank you very much.
Okay, many thanks. And I think this last statement was especially important. We need some flexibility, which is always difficult to have flexibility in a legislation because there are two different thinking, but I think that's exactly what we need. So many thanks. And the last stakeholder is then from the small and medium-sized enterprise, representing UCOP, one of the trade associations for small and medium-sized enterprises. So please, Michael.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. My name is Michael Biel. I'm the general manager for Europe at a company called Flatiron Health, and indeed representing UCOP here. Flatiron Health is a pioneer in the generation and use of real-world data focused on oncology, and that's something we've been doing for the last 10 years, both in the United States and in Europe. Data that we have generated and processed has powered several regulatory and HTA submissions, oncology research, and over 500 publications in leading journals. We welcome the European Commission's efforts to create a consistent framework across member states for the access and use of healthcare data through the EHDS. We do believe that an appropriately designed EHDS can certainly help unleash the full potential of big data, including the generation of real-world data and real-world evidence for such use cases, as I mentioned earlier. At the same time, we think there's some further revisions to the EHDS that should really seek to take into account the multiple ways that healthcare data can be used to further research and ultimately impact the lives of patients, particularly through secondary use. An important example in the concept I'd like to bring into the discussion here is the role of curated healthcare data, which is a critical tool in the generation of real-world evidence. So I'm using the word curated as opposed to unprocessed or raw data, particularly if you think about data that sits in clinical systems like electronic health records captured in routine care. such data is often very noisy and unstructured and therefore not of direct or immediate value to researchers. Effective use of such data requires ultimately skills of experienced data curators and scientists to create real-world evidence data sets that are fit for a variety of research needs. The need for such curated healthcare data is exemplified in complex diseases like oncology, where objective endpoints on a disease, such as a value that's based on a laboratory result, or outcomes such as a progression event, are generally not available outside of the context of a clinical trial due to the complexity of the disease. In such an example, the role of a data curator is not only to serve as an aggregator of data and to apply interoperable standards, but to also provide a secure and expert analysis of the underlying medical records through highly trained abstraction specialists that analyze raw data and make determinations about the history of treatments, evaluations, and outcomes, all while maintaining patient privacy standards. Only that can really allow the generation of high quality longitudinal data sets that can be a reliable source of information for healthcare, regulatory, and other decision making. So I'm really highlighting this need for oftentimes some manual processing to enable high quality, and automated approaches to this state in complex diseases like oncology have proven insufficient given the complexity of the disease. An example that we can speak to is in a recent project study we have conducted with a leading European medical center. We've actually found that accessing data through a pre-structured anonymized data lake was unable to provide us with the data of appropriate level of quality and depth for an oncology research question we were trying to answer with an academic partner. So this example really highlights the need for the HDS to also create and accommodate the role of a data curator to meet the joint objectives of supporting innovation in Europe more broadly. And such data curators should also be thought of as roles that can be incentivized to really provide the expertise for data sets, while also take into account a certain level of intellectual property is generated and used in the actual data sets. In this context, I'd also like to point out that it is important for various organizations that are considered single data holders to retain an ability to work outside of health data access bodies, following the principle of proportionality, but also to allow for flexibility and ultimately speed and efficiency. It's important that we don't define just one access mechanism, and there's different pathways that ultimately can accelerate research. Lastly, I'd also like to highlight that while the HDS will be an important way of generating data used in the approval of new medicines and in HTAs, we believe it's also very important to align it with initiatives such as Darwin to ensure that there are no conflicts that arise in the operation of Darwin upon the implementation of the EHDS. And to industry stakeholders in our group, it is still somewhat unclear how the establishment of the EHDS will impact the use of Darwin EU. So we also urge EMA to provide some clarity on this point, and the EMA and European Commission to closely collaborate as the EHDS and Darwin move into the next phase. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks for these words. And I think what is a reiterating theme is the data curator, because we have heard the same in the study. So it's something like an ombudsman for data going in this direction. Okay, many thanks for all this contribution. Now we have a slight problem because we, in fact, already in the coffee break, but we still have one presentation. It's about the implementation status of the data standardization strategy that we have. So Nick, sorry that it's always with you, but can you be really concise in your presentation?
Sure.
And Nick is a data scientist in the healthcare data workstream, supporting the activities related to the electronic transmission and management of adverse drug reaction reports and user vigilance. He's also supporting all the standards on international level, if it is an ISO, ICH, or HL7. So Nick, please. So it's always fighting you that you should be short.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so I'm going to be very concise and get through the presentation a little bit quicker than I had planned, but that's okay. So just looking back, the data standardization strategy paper was published this time last year. So I was just asked to give an update on where we are with realizing all the recommendations. So the idea was that the strategy would set out what the EU regulatory network wants to do in the next couple of years in terms of putting effort and resources into developing international standards. And when we talk about international standards, they could be ISO standards, they could be ICH guidances, or it could be CEN, well, more CDISC or HL7. So there's a number of standard development organizations, depending on what type of standard that we need to work with on an international level to take forward the data needs of the regulatory network. So I'm going to give you a quick update on where we are, because a lot of work is going on to make those recommendations bear fruit in terms of data standards that the network will pick up. So again, just as a recap, we developed the data standardization strategy through consultation with stakeholders during last year. We did a survey, a workshop, and we gathered over 300 use cases in the end. We analyzed all the strategy documents from Europe, from the Medicines Regulatory Network, and put those together and extracted a set of requirements for the development of data standards. So in terms of domains, there are 4 main domains that came out surrounding medicinal product information, healthcare and study data, and then on the other side, more regulatory information about safety and risk management, which are mostly regulatory documents for exchange between the regulatory agencies and industry, and also the submission formats for getting medicinal products approved. So I'm going to leave the regulatory documents to one side and focus on the sort of common area of interest, which is on product information and the study data. So we have had some mention of electronic product information previously by other presenters, but there's an actual project going ahead on electronic product information, or structuring the information within that, which would support things like clinical decision support, but also cross-border healthcare, where the product information needs to be made available in a different language. Part of the recommendations looking into the future, where that project is further enhanced to be more structured, because at the moment it's mostly text-based, but it's structuring that text in a way that could be reused. So we're seeking there to have alignment with the ISO IDMP set of standards. So there's a lot of information about pathology and such structured information coming out of IDMP that could be utilized in electronic product information. But we have to acknowledge that the EPI project is a big project, it's ambitious, and they've got to stick with their timelines that they've agreed for the first phases of their project. So over the next 2 years, they're going to be developing the EPI submission system, focusing on centrally authorized medicinal products first, and then making it available for other authorization procedures after that. And in 2025, they will have, at that point, time to review the implementation, have the feedback on how the production or the authorization has gone for the centrally authorized products, and at that stage they'll look at implementing the IDMP information into EPI. So that will start not straight away, but we have to acknowledge that they're doing a lot of good work already, and they'll need time before they can do the integration work with IDMP. In terms of interventional studies, the recommendation has 2 parts. One is about ICH M11, or clinical trial protocols, saying that the network should support that work being done at ICH and through international standardization bodies. And the second part is related to looking at CDISC standards for collecting raw clinical trial data. So we already heard about the proof of concept is going ahead, and we have to wait for that pilot project to go forward. And at the end of that, they'll give a review and they'll be able to report back on their findings on using CDISC standards in the pilots to see whether that should be adopted as the standard for the network. And for the ICH M11, we have some good news that that's progressing well. So looking at the milestones, they've already gone out for consultation, or ICH has gone out for consultation in the EU. It happened in October. The template guide and technical specs are out there for comment until next year. And the other ICH regions will start their consultations from the new year. So looking at the timelines, it might be a bit ambitious to say 2024, but we're expecting a lot of work to be done next year leading up to a standard and an implementation guide towards the end of 2024, but most likely appearing in 2025. For the raw data, again, the project is running over the next 2 years. So in 2024, hopefully we have some reports coming back on the use of CDISC. So we should have a good idea if those standards are applicable and will be adopted. Moving on to observational studies. So there's two parts to this one as well. One is on use of adopting a common data model. Again, we heard Darwin has selected OMOP, so that has a good direction of travel, and we should learn a lot about OMOP. I think the first steps have been made for realizing that part of the recommendation. And the second part of the recommendation is about using the clinical trial protocol standard and seeing if it can be adapted for use in observational studies. So we'll have to, again, wait for the ICH work to complete before we have a standard that could be reviewed for observational studies. For manufacturing and quality, for this one, there was a whole set of requirements that were included into one statement, but it's mostly focusing around quality and manufacturing information, so and looking at inspection data. So ICMA published a reflection paper this year in August, setting out harmonization efforts that would cover this particular recommendation. So you have ICMA picking out various groups that will do the work. So ICH M4Q for data elements and standards work, and IPRP will look out at regulatory assessments and expectations for the process. And then there's another group, which is the inspectors that will look at harmonizing the data format and how inspection reports can be shared internationally between the regulators, so you can have one inspection of a site and not require another country to come in to inspect the same site a while later. So there's a whole set of work that's being planned at the moment internationally through ICMA that will then lead to a roadmap for these the set of standards and exchange formats to be developed over the next few years. So that recommendation is definitely going ahead internationally, and we'll look forward to seeing the work plan that comes out in the next few months. Then the other set of recommendations, there are things happening, but I'll just have to go over these quite quickly. So in terms of these ones, if you've got any questions, you can put them into chat or contact me outside. So I have to stop there. So thank you. I did as best as I could.
Yes, many thanks, Nick. It was really a run through the themes, and some of them will be later after the coffee break coming back. Only to mention what we, because those close to my heart, electronic product information, we had also just a week ago in Korea a discussion at the IPRP how to harmonize an approach for the world, and there was some nice ideas how to go on. So there's also something in this area. So many thanks for this. And as we have now the problem with the coffee break, I would propose that at least to have one question. And I think what we have heard several times is a question like the first one: what is the interlinkage between EHDS and Darwin? So Jasper or Peter A?
Peter B, it's Peter A here from the mothership. Thanks for the question. It's a question that comes up a lot, and it's an important question. So Darwin is alive. It is growing, and we have high hopes that it's going to be delivering important observational study results into decision making within the next couple of months. As Xavier Kurtz presented this morning, the first 4 studies have been initiated. We foresee 16 studies next year, 2024, something like 70 studies, and by 2025, about 140, 150 studies per year. So that's a real live federated network delivering for regulatory decision making. EHDS has, in parallel with the legislative process that's ongoing in the Council and the Parliament, you have TEDIS, a joint action, and in addition to TEDIS, you have this pilot, or it's called the European Health Data Space 2 pilot, or EHDS 2 pilot, of which both EMA with Darwin, but also some of the national competent authorities, including the Danish Medicines Agency, are actively participating. And the point of the pilot is to understand the governance and the technical and the scientific details of how the EHDS will work or should work in practice. And so I think the answer to the question is Darwin is already participating in the pilot, and it is foreseen to future-proof Darwin that we need to make sure that it is leveraging the opportunities that the European Health Data Space brings in the future. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks, Peter A, for this explanation. And I think for the sake of time, I will propose that we stop there, unfortunately, with the question and answer session. But also the question then to the Captain's Bridge, when we should continue.
I would suggest, Peter, that maybe 4 o'clock sounds like a very good time. So if we restart at 4 o'clock, it gives people time for a comfort break and then we restart. Thank you.
Done. Okay, thanks, Captain. Okay, so sorry for this very short coffee break or whatever you have done in the meantime. But I think it's good if we continue, otherwise we would completely run out of time. So as we had before the coffee break, the European point of view, we are now trying to reach a little out of the European side and going into the world perspective. So the first presentation is about collaboration on international activities, initiatives, and that was on is then real world evidence, international collaboration and next steps. So starting first with Sean Berry from the HPRA, and you see he's slightly different because he is a pharmaceutical assessor. So he's the current vice chair of the EMA Biologicals Working Party. And as such, he is involved in every other working party who has a bio in its title, which also he is part of the Heads of Medicine Biosimilar Working Group. And as such, then he was promoted also to work in the ICMA Working Group. And he will explain to you what ICMA is.
Okay,
over to you, Sean.
Yeah, thanks for the kind invitation. So as you said, I'm a pharmaceutical assessor. So this is going to be a slightly different focus. So we've heard throughout the day on the many exciting initiatives that focusing rightly so on clinical data. But I think my job as part of this presentation is to hopefully convince you that there's also an aspect to look at pharmaceutical data, and that mustn't be forgotten when we're moving forward with these exciting big data projects. So just to start, it was mentioned briefly in the previous slide, a project which was initiated by ICMRA, which has the quite complex title of a Regulatory Pharmaceutical Quality Knowledge Management System, or PQKMS for short, if you can remember that. So earlier this year, a reflection paper was published outlining the concepts that when we're talking about this PQKMS. And the nice thing about this reflection paper is it involves a lot of global stakeholders, so both ICMRA and IPRP, which are regulator focus groups, also ICH, which involves obviously pharmaceutical manufacturers and regulators, and also PICS, which is the inspectors group. So as part of this initiative, ICMRA laid out some strategic priorities. And as you can see, I've just picked out a few there that really closely to relate to what we've been discussing today in terms of data structure and big data. So one of them would be transitioning to harmonized, structured and standardized electronic formats, which would hopefully support risk-based and targeted oversight. So this again is focusing on quality or CMC pharmaceutical data. And also developing a framework to support full harmonization of data in the CTD and to enable more extensive mutual reliance between regulators. And the reason why reliance today can be complex is that international regulators don't really have a good oversight of what data set another regulator is looking at. We're sometimes working in isolation on which particular data another regulator has. So sometimes this means that we can come to differing conclusions, mainly because we're looking at different data sets. So part of the objectives of this project is to strengthen international collaboration through these activities and to better leverage the resources that regulators have across the global regulatory landscape. A huge part of this is standardizing and harmonizing structured electronic data to develop a framework to support full harmonization of this data in Module 3 in the quality section of the dossier. And as we move forward, this harmonizing of format and data expectations, 3 important areas this will be done in is with unique product identifiers, unique facility identifiers, so those be manufacturing sites or testing sites, and commonly agreed data standards for exchange of information, because it's when we're exchanging information, obviously in the quality data is in different standards, it becomes difficult to reach harmonization. And was touched on the last slide. So the nice thing about this reflection paper is, I guess, it gives tasks to each agency. So ICH will be involved in harmonization of the data elements and standards. IPRP will look at alignment of regulatory assessments and expectations. PICS, the inspectors group, and expectations look at harmonizing inspections and structured data format for inspections and reports. ICMA has started 2 pilots for assessment of post-approval changes and hybrid inspections, which involve collaborative inspections from multiple agencies. And then all the groups will work together on collaboration and working on the unique identifiers. So there are many benefits of this approach, particularly in terms of harmonized data expectations, which will hopefully further convergence and alignment. It will allow secure sharing, allow confidential and non-confidential information. It will help hopefully to have rapid integration and analysis of quality information, something we probably don't do particularly well today, which I'll touch on in a couple of slides. And developing a framework to allow for simultaneous filing of data sets and rather than a staggered approach today. And as I said, more extensive reliance both in assessment and in inspections. So as we move towards this harmonized and structured manufacturing or CNC data, you have to reflect that currently the submission and assessment of this type of data in Module 3 can be quite labor intensive and quite manual. There's different data and submission requirements between different international regulatory agencies, and this creates challenges for sponsors and for companies who work in a global way. So the data currently has to be submitted through electronic or paper-based documentation to support either clinical trials or new product approvals or life cycle management. And we would like to move from the state today unstructured data in PDFs to move towards machine readable CMC data uploaded in cloud-based systems, because this provides a huge opportunity to use advanced analytics and machine learning. And I think really investing in the proper infrastructure now, we have a huge opportunity to increase efficiency of both the submission of this type of data and the review and regulatory decision making. So if you look on the left there, I mean, this is just a kind of a high-level cartoon of how you might view the current state of submitting Module 3 CMC information. There are many systems that manufacturers have at their manufacturing sites collecting data. Could be LIMS, a standard laboratory system, electronic batch records, manufacturing execution systems, many different systems that don't always talk to each other, and data is in different formats. So then you need quite a manual data input process. This needs to be analyzed. And then the current state is different versions of PDFs get submitted to different regulators based on PDFs, the regulatory requirements in each area. And so, as we know, data in PDF format is static. It could need multiple rounds of auto review and approval before changes can be made. And a typical module 3 might contain hundreds of PDFs with thousands of pages of data, which cannot today easily be analyzed, and results in numerous versions of the same PDF, which creates version control issues. So we'd like to see, as we move towards a future state, is using a structured cloud-based submission approach where all the data is put into a structured format, and then all regulators could access this, and analysis can be done both by the developers, the pharmaceutical companies, and by the regulators. And cloud-based structured data, it's dynamic and can be updated more readily than version control with PDFs today. And importantly, this can really increase, or could increase, the speed and efficiency which CMC data can be both transmitted to regulators, and then would allow us to use properly the tools of data analytics, which is a challenge today when working with unstructured PDF type of data. And also, once we know that all regulators are looking at the same data at the same time, this supports regulatory harmonization and reliance, and complements the so-called Pharma 4.0 approaches of digitalization of manufacturing data. So this leads in then to the use of machine learning, data analytics, and AI in manufacturing and CMC. And manufacturing processes are usually rich with data, multiple points of data acquisition throughout a manufacturing process across numerous batches and numerous manufacturing sites. So the use of machine learning and analytics has the huge potential to improve knowledge and decision making, enhance process control and capability, moving from current monitoring to monitoring in real time, prediction, and even control of the manufacturing process by AI in the future, and improving overall product quality. And these may offer opportunities to both improve regulation by, on the regulator side, being more efficient and freeing resources, or by enhancing support for regulatory science and decision making. And just, there's not time to go into a huge number of examples, but just some things that companies are working on could be using training and validation data sets to replace standard human visual inspection of vials and syringes by AI, using natural language processing to examine deviation reports, using machine learning approaches like neural networks that you can use to look at stability of medicines to predict how they will actually behave in storage. And on the regulator side, applying machine learning models and predictive analysis to the number of quality defect type reports that we already have, to use that to make predictions about how good a company's pharmaceutical quality system is. And just my last slide, so just looking forward, some of the potential impacts of data analytics on regulation of CMC. So as I said, we've discussed a lot the impacts on the clinical data, but less so on the quality side. So these big data approaches are already being used by industry to analyze manufacturing data. We haven't seen so many of them yet in regulatory submissions, but they are on the way. But I guess you could consider that the approaches considered on clinicals may not always be readily transferable to CMC data. So there may be a need to consider the impact of these big data, machine learning, AI approaches on CMC in the medium to long term. And there's impacts on both the GMP and the Module 3 consideration. Where does the data lie? Is it in what's submitted to the regulators in the file, or does it lie at the manufacturing sites where the inspectors have to look at it? And do we have the right experts both on the industry side and the regulators side in terms of code writing, data analytics, AI, Bayesian statistics, so on? All these new approaches that companies are using that we need to be ready for. And how do we deal in the future with algorithms that will be much different from today, where algorithms can actually adjust manufacturing processes in real time, so it moves to a very different control than we today that wasn't foreseen when the legislation was written many years ago. And based on all this, do we have a need for updated regulatory guidance for companies to let them know what we expect when we see these type of initiatives used in the CMC space? So I'll stop there, and I believe we can take questions after the presentation. Many thanks.
Okay, many thanks for this presentation. And as I said, the idea was to have a teaser, or in other words, to bring a submarine to the surface, because it's a very huge area which we just have discovered, and nobody really knows about it because we have concentrated really on clinical, preclinical things, but there's something to come. In order to say one word, what we have from the also WHO paper, it's always about if you can show sameness, then you can have reliance. And I think that's exactly going in this direction. If we could identify it's the same, we don't have to reassess things. So as I said, many thanks for opening the door. It was really a teaser, and I think we have to go further this road. Many thanks. Having said this, I will propose then to leave Europe finally. And it's a great pleasure to have Melissa Kempman with us from Health Canada, because she's exactly saying what is the thinking of real world data, real world evidence on the other side of the Atlantic. So she is by training a pharmacoepidemiology and pharmacovigilance, and main interest is about population health study design methodology for pharmacoepidemiology research, drug safety and efficacy, and regulatory policy and decision making. So many thanks, Melissa. Floor is to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone, for inviting me here today. Before I get into this, I would like to give an acknowledgement to our EMA colleagues and Peter A. He will notice that some of the content in this presentation is drawn off of some of the great content that he and his colleagues have put together, because this is a representation of some of our collaborations in this space. So I'm very pleased to discuss real-world evidence and how we are collaborating today. Now, I apologize. I am trying to, there we go. So in terms of a bit of background, so I think that we're all very well aware that real-world data availability has been increasing over time, and that we can leverage this data in the assessment of drug safety, efficacy, and effectiveness. And we know that this area also continues to evolve and is a big area of focus, not only for us as regulators, but also for our counterparts in health technology assessment, industry, and other groups such as stakeholder groups representing, for example, patient populations in rare diseases and those with an interest in access to new medicines. Over the years, Health Canada and our regulatory counterparts have very much been exploring real-world evidence. We have had a number of initiatives and documents that have been released. So for example, in Canada, we posted a notice to industry back in 2019 indicating that we were kind of open for business in terms of accepting real-world evidence of high quality in our drug submissions. We had an accompanying quality document that was published at the same time to try and signal to industry kind of high-level expectations with that. And we know that a number of other initiatives and documents have been posted by our colleagues. So for example, the HMA, EMA Big Data Initiative in the EU here, as well as the RWE framework in the US, and a number of different guidance documents. But we all recognize at the same time that there are a number of challenges. For example, data sources, whether or not data is fit for purpose, methodological challenges, access to data across jurisdictions. So a common theme that really has emerged over time from our stakeholders is a call for convergence and harmonization wherever possible across our different jurisdictions. So to highlight this, I am going to provide COVID-19 as an example. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was the creation of this new real-world evidence and observational studies working group through ICMRA that has been co-chaired by EMA and Health Canada. And so this was created back in April of 2020. And the purpose of this was to bring together 20 different regulatory member agencies so that we could discuss potential ways that we could leverage real-world evidence in the COVID-19 space to discuss observational studies, to look at how we could potentially look at the natural history of COVID-19, medication use, the safety and effectiveness of vaccines, and ways in which we could share information, but not only share information, how we could potentially come up with some common research questions, protocols, and results, and really see how feasible it was to advance in a collaborative manner to address some of these issues. So based on these initial discussions that we had created 3 technical work streams for collaboration. So one focused on pregnancy studies that has been led by EMA, one on building international cohorts of COVID-19 patients led by Health Canada with participation from EMA and the FDA, as well as a vaccine pharmacovigilance network that has been led by MHRA and TGA. So I'm not going to get into the specifics here about the different projects, but I just wanted to really emphasize that through the creation of this working group and the technical work streams, it really resulted in collaborations and the sharing of data and knowledge in the area of observational studies, as well as great discussions on our potential path forward together. So in terms of the path forward, one great thing that has come out of the ICMA working group is a workshop in real world evidence that was held back in June. So it was graciously hosted by EMA at their headquarters in Amsterdam, and it was co-chaired by both EMA, Health Canada, and the FDA. We had approximately 250 online participants, 40 countries represented worldwide, including the WHO. So it was a very well attended and productive workshop. And the types of things that we discussed at this workshop were all different aspects of real world evidence and real world data. So, for example, one big area was terminology. So what are existing definitions of real world data and real world evidence? What are some of the challenges? How do we transform real world data to real world evidence? What are some of the lessons learned, successes, pitfalls from our work in this area? We discussed the landscape. For example, what is happening in ICH? We provided an overview of the current work that's underway on ICH M14, which is looking at the use of real-world data for the assessment of the safety of medicines. We looked at lessons learned from the use of different data sources, metadata, quality assessment, federated data networks, as well as got into some kind of very regional areas of interest, such as pharmacogenomics. So it was a very fruitful discussion that we had. We had great participation from everyone who attended the workshop. And really, at the end of the day, one of the great outcomes of this workshop was that we put together a draft statement on how we can move forward in the international space in terms of collaborations to advance real-world evidence. So out of this, an ICMA statement was published on their website in July 2022, where it highlighted 4 areas of focus where we did agree to pursue regulatory cooperation. And I'll get into some of the aspects in a moment, but really through this, it was concluded that as we're looking to advance in this area, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We don't want to duplicate current efforts. So we concluded that if we wanted to progress the work, what we're going to have to look at moving forward is how can we leverage existing fora. So for example, through ICH, through real-world evidence cluster meetings, through ICMA. So these are some of the things that we are continually discussing in terms of how we want to advance in each of the focus areas. Now, I mentioned that there are 4 focus areas. So the first one is global harmonization. So this is looking at how we can align operational definitions across different stakeholders so that we can ensure common understanding of things such as the scope or the purpose of the data when they're submitted to application or through applications to the different regulators. Looking at common principles for characterizing real world data quality. So, ways where we can look at providing the best real world data in these submissions as well to support the evaluation of studies where we're looking at, studies of a high evidentiary value. And also looking at internationally recognized metadata to enable better description and characterization of real world data. The second area is convergence on guidance and best practices. So this is looking at scenarios and tools is how I would present this. So for example, can we develop templates as tools for study protocols and reports that can be used in multiple jurisdictions? This is one of these areas where we may have a few challenges because we could have different regulatory requirements. But in terms of these tools, we can also potentially leverage lessons learned across jurisdictions. So for example, within Health Canada internally, we have internal templates where we do record when real world evidence is submitted as part of a drug submission package so that we can learn from that. We can learn what the outcomes were. We also want to continue to explore suitable scenarios where real world evidence either has or may contribute towards regulatory decision making. So this is, for example, looking at use case studies. In Canada at a domestic level, we are collaborating through a domestic steering committee where we're looking at learning projects, for example, looking at drugs that currently have notices of compliance with conditions and how real world evidence might be able to fill the gaps. The next area is readiness. So we saw through ICMA that we could rapidly come together. We could create these technical sub-working groups to address the pandemic as a global issue through an emerging health threat. So how can we come together again in the future in such situations, or even just to collectively explore an issue that is of common interest to different regulators? And also, how can we build on this in terms of governance and processes to efficiently and effectively conduct studies collaboratively across different countries to address some of these health challenges? And then finally, transparency is one area that is of great importance, because we want to really look at defining those common principles and practices for the registration of pre-specified study protocols, making sure that results are available in publicly available registries, and also making sure that the final results of these studies are published online, for example, in open source journals where they can be accessed by a number of different stakeholders. So we have some very concrete areas that we want to start to explore together. So I will kind of end off with the next steps in all of this. So in terms of the ICMA Real World Evidence and Observational Studies Working Group, one thing that we're looking at doing right now is documenting those lessons learned and looking at the path forward for the group outside of COVID-19. Through discussions with the different members, there is that appetite to continue on outside of the pandemic itself. So we are currently discussing that. We're looking at the appropriate fora to advance each of the different focus areas that were talked about as part of the statement. And in the end, we're really looking to continue to advance and leverage the solid collaborative foundations that we have built through ICMA and through other collaborations to really see how we can better come together to come up with more common approaches towards real world data and real world evidence. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for this overview, and really to give the message that we are working in a similar way all over Europe. So as nobody of you has really said, what is ICMA? Can now we have this white elephant in the room. Can somebody give some explanation what this kind of animal is?
So I can provide a bit of background on that. So the International Coalition of Medicine's Regulatory Authorities is a body of international regulators who come together to address different areas related to the safety and effectiveness of medication. So for example, the working group that I mentioned was one that was very specific to COVID-19 and real world evidence, but there are a number of different areas and different sub-working groups depending on the topic. Those are all listed on the ICMA website if anyone would like to go and have a look at that. But the focus I know on our end at least has been that real world evidence working group.
Okay, thank you. I think the important message is it's a strategic body. So they are not, the intention is not to do the work there. And that's what we have seen on the slide of Jean, for example, clearly saying we are reaching out to the relevant groups who can do the work. So it's really a strategic approach, but it's a well-harmonized strategic approach, and it was really born out of COVID-19. So we know it's working. So many thanks for this. Any question from the web? It looks like a phenomenon. If we reach out of Europe, then it's a little silence, or we go to a different area. It's a little silent. Okay, there's only one question that we have, which is on the screen, and it's, will ISPE iSPOR's real world evidence study template be considered? And then there's a reference to something. I have no clue what's behind it, to be quite honest, behind this question. I have to say it. So if somebody can help and provide an answer, would be great.
So I think in general, referring to templates, so we have heard over time that desire for some of our stakeholders to have templates related to different aspects of real world evidence that could assist in submissions. It can be a bit of a tricky area though, because depending on the different regulator, we have different regulatory requirements, we have different ways of looking at things. So I think that At this point in time, it's something that will be explored. We will be looking at what templates already exist out there, and we'll be kind of seeing the best way of moving forward in terms of what we do consider. That isn't, I realize that's not a very concrete answer to it, but I think it's an area where, you know, back in June, we agreed that we would start to discuss this and look at this. And so I think that in terms of next steps, we still need to get there in terms of those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Oh, some applause that we go in this direction. Thank you. That was exactly the idea. Other question is there any prioritization occurring in ICMA on next project they will focus on?
So I know in terms of the real world evidence observational studies working group, we haven't gotten there yet. So we are at the point where we are completing projects related to COVID-19. So as an example, there is the project that's still ongoing right now that is in the phase where they're looking at meta-analyses for the use of medicines in pregnant women. We are wrapping up some projects on the natural history of coagulopathy and COVID-19, one on steroid use that EMA was the lead for. We have just kind of wrapped up the report for a study that we looked at the validation of ICD codes in terms of COVID-19. So I think that's going to be kind of one of the discussions that we have as the next steps at the next meeting, as we talk about those results and the lessons learned and where we want to proceed. But I think there's probably a number of areas that we could draw from, a number of areas that are always of great interest, specific populations, something that will be discussed further with the group.
Peter, can I just interject a complementary intervention to Melissa's? And that's to say, because you can interpret this question two ways. You can interpret it in terms of what's going on within ICMA, but you can also interpret it in terms of the ICMA statement that was published in July. And so on the latter, I think it is important to say that the ICMA statement was shared with the ICH Management Committee in South Korea 2 weeks ago, and it is anticipated that that the prioritization of, certainly in terms of formal guidelines, will go. That discussion will now go on at ICH as to what the priorities will be. But it does seem likely that, building on the ongoing M14 working group on post-authorization safety studies and pharmacoepidemiological studies, there will be further ICH work in the real-world evidence space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. New question, it goes, I think it's a direction of confidentiality. And that's a difficult one. But I think the general answer is we have to respect it. So it will be very hard to share data with anybody who has no confidentiality agreement with another party. So that's a general concept. And we are not debating for this. That's also the clear message.
And I think that is an area that is always a challenge as well in terms of data sharing, and that we're having conversations on right now. So as one example, with federated data networks, within Canada, we have one through CNOTES, which is the Canadian Network on Observational Drug Effects Studies, who has a common data model built off the US FDA Sentinel Initiative's common data model. So we're looking into how can we better have collaborations between those two together when we're looking at, for example, we have a confidentiality arrangement with FDA. They have their own with Sentinel, we have our own with CNOTES. How do we come together? So we're looking into those challenges, you know, legal services, all of that. So I think it's one of those things that needs to be explored, but I have very much a lot of hope that we can kind of land on something, including with the EU in the future, looking at those collaborations, for example, with Darwin and stuff.
Yeah. I could just add from the looking at it from the pharmaceutical side, where companies are sometimes reluctant to share their confidential information across even regulatory agencies. So any of these projects we have where there's multiple regulators involved, we have either standing confidentiality agreements already in place, or new ones are drawn up on a case-by-case basis depending on who joins. And in terms of just sharing, I think that's just something that has to be kind of embraced as we move towards international collaboration in a general sense, that GDPR notwithstanding, that companies at least are more open to sharing their information, at least across regulatory agencies, to, you know, if they really want to realize the sort of global harmonization approach in the future.
Yeah, I think the big question behind is then, if we have the cloud, how are the access management is governed by the things. But as I also got this message from industries, they are willing to share because they see it's a, at least for the pharmaceutical part, it's a big effort not to submit everything to everybody. So I see a strong tendency really to go in this direction, even on a voluntary basis. And let's see what the future gives us. Okay. So then many thanks to Melissa and to Jean for these presentations and also discussion. Many thanks. And as I said, we now also have to go from one species to all the other species. So the next item is an update of the second veterinary big data stakeholder forum. And this will be done by Ilaria Del Sepia. She's a data scientist at EMA veterinary part. And Ilaria, over to you.
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide you with a report from the second vet Big Data Stakeholder Forum that was organized at the agency last week, and saw 300 attendees connected to via WebEx on broadcast among regulatory authorities, marketing authorization holders, academia, and animal health practitioners. So it was a very successful event. And essentially, the goal of this second event was to identify and prioritize a list of initiatives in order to derive a veterinary big data work plan for the coming years. And the event was organized around 3 sessions. So session 1 was essentially focusing on resuming the discussion from last year at the first event that was organized in June. And then in session 2, we went a bit more in depth with concrete discussion on use cases in the area of vet medicines information, pharmacovigilance, and antimicrobial resistance. And then the third session was around the big data, the big picture on big data. So sharing essentially current initiative in cross-domain fields such as food safety, falsified products, and again, antimicrobial resistance and disease control. So in session 1, as I said, we try to sort of resume the discussion from the previous event. And the key conclusion from this session was essentially that the experience from the human domain is very useful to define the best practice for veterinary domain. It was also quite strong, the need to identify relevant animal health data sources. And this is something that we will do at the agency in the very near future. Another point was around building network skills in cooperation with the regulatory network and industry. And also it was recognized that the principles applicable to the European health data space are not currently available for the veterinary domain. And this was a quite of an important point. Also, another conclusion was around that the implementation of data solution must always be related with key benefits for all the stakeholders in order to increase acceptance and, of course, engagement. So with the second session, as I said, we had a very deep dive into some concrete use cases, and we ran before the forum, in fact, a survey to essentially ask to our stakeholders which are the key priorities and on certain areas, and specifically the areas were around medicines availability, pharmacovigilance, and antimicrobial resistance. So the stakeholders indicated essentially the high priority and also the level of maturity of the underlying data technologies, but also the skills to develop such solution. And these use cases were prioritized for discussion during the forum. So we went in terms of medicines availability, we discussed a solution to monitor monitor vet medicines availability and anticipate shortages, but also data integration that could inform areas of unmet medical needs and also to inform alternative treatment plans. In pharmacovigilance domain, we prioritize solution for comparing signal detection to improve quality control and harmonize safety outcomes, and also data integration to support and enhance pharmacovigilance regulatory activities such as risk safety, but also compliance monitoring. In the antimicrobial resistance area, the prioritized use cases was around data integration and development of data analytic methods to understand the association between vet medicines use and resistance development, and inform risk management and identify emerging use, and of course evaluate the impact of reduction of antimicrobial use and antimicrobial development. So we essentially expose all these use cases to our speakers coming from different stakeholders group, and we ask to report on benefits, on ongoing initiative, obstacles, and recommendation. And today I'm just giving you the conclusion of such discussion. So in terms of benefits and driver, it was recognized that the real-time monitoring of shortages and identify treatment alternatives is a key priority, especially in area for the use of vaccines, antibiotics, and limited markets. Also, length of discussion was around the pharmacovigilance use case that was recognized to be quite of a priority, especially for increasing the reporting of adverse events in the Eurovigilance vet system, but also to optimize the signal detection activities and to perform such activities, reducing the administrative burden. So, for instance, to establish a risk-based approach. So the overall driver was constantly in the discussion, the reduction of administrative burden, the optimization of the processes, and also the improvement of the data quality and the interoperability of the system. And of course, to create an harmonized regulatory framework and documents as outcome. In terms of the obstacles, so certainly one of the obstacles at present in the vet domain is related to resource and timing. And this is because we are still in the context of the vet medicines regulation implementation. So part of our stakeholders, such as industry, are really still occupied with the implementation of the solution and the requirements from the vet medicines regulation implementation. Other obstacle pertains data ownership and accessibility, lack of standardization, of course, the heterogeneity of data quality, metadata, and again, knowledge and technologies was recognized as sort of barriers at the moment. In terms of recommendation, it was indicated that we should build sustainable capability and capacity within the network and ensure ethics and security. It was also indicated that we should reuse existing data technologies as much as possible, and that again, the experience from the human domain is going to be really important for us. And then to identify and integrate suitable data sources, and also to access and provide governance to access data, which is very variable. And it was proposed to have a definition of federated model and ontology mapping governance. And also, of course, to mobilize stakeholders and expertise, and so to combine veterinary expertise together with the IT specialist and data analyst. So last session was the big data, the big picture on big data, where we had intervention from essentially different stakeholders, the European Food Safety Authority, the World Organization on Animal Health, and academia, that provided insight on how data collection, integration, and analysis and dissemination could support the public health. So the key conclusion from this session was that essentially data-driven solutions are already available and are a reality in animal health. Sister agency like EFSA recognized the need for further development and is seeking cooperation, especially also with the EMA. For the WA intervention, we saw essentially that WA has got wealth of experience in data gathering and analytics, and is now expanding these towards new fields such as antimicrobial resistance and falsified products, and this is part of their strategic plan. And also finally, the academia contribution on the DECIDE project and VI showed essentially that this data-driven solution in animal health is essentially already a reality and could be implemented through cooperation and partnership within between academia and industry, and that funds accessibility was a very key and strong importance for the successful implementation of this solution. So quickly running through the proposed action and outcomes. So essentially the focus is still on the enrichment and increasing the data quality of the data in the vet system established under the VMP regulation. There is, as I said, the compelling need to identify data sources and metadata for veterinary use that is going to be part of our work plan and actually release in the near future. We also need to derive a work plan that needs to prioritize and implement the selected use cases that needs to consider the needs from all the stakeholders. Also quite important is the establishment of a multidisciplinary platform that should drive the implementation of the items belonging to the work plan, and it should also advise on independent analytic methodology, integrating the One Health cooperation. Also, another key important outcome was the essentially exploring the potential for establishing an animal health data space that should be interoperable and embracing the One Health principle, which means essentially should connect and be interoperable, for instance, with the agriculture data space that is just being designed at the moment. And of course, a third vet big data stakeholder forum is anticipated towards the end of next year. So as just my last slide is on the take-home message from the vet side is that since last year, awareness on big data has increased and coalition of willing is established, but we still have quite a long way ahead, and we need to keep the momentum and consolidate our cooperation with the stakeholders to establish data-driven and evidence-based decision-making practices to essentially underpinning the innovation in the vet medicines regulation domain for animal and public health. I think with this one, I'm at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks, Ilaria, for this very comprehensive overview what you're doing on the vet side. Despite all these particulars for the vet side, not in the human side, what I have seen is one item which could be very interesting is about shortage. Why I say this, we have seen in the IPRP in the Korea meeting that some agencies, they always report from other agencies what they're doing, and some of the agencies have reported they develop systems on the prediction of possible shortages using artificial intelligence. So I think this could be a theme on both sides, on the veterinary and on the human side, which could be very fruitful or cross-fertilization on this issue.
Totally, Peter. We are really, this is certainly an area of cross-domain cooperation, human versus vet. For the veterinary side, it was explored, for instance, the possibility to integrate also the outbreak of disease to monitor really the outbreak and to try to anticipate also medical needs and try to anticipate really the medical needs in the light of emerging disease outbreak. That was also the discussion that was taking place.
Okay. Thank you. There is a question in Slido. Learning from COVID-19 experience and the emerging mRNA for future epidemics, will there be any connectivity or linkage from the animal databases to humans databases? Not sure what's the question behind. So predictability of diseases which can spring on the human side, or?
I think it could relate to zoonotic diseases. So the sort of the connection between the animal database that could actually inform any outbreak in the human emergency health threat. And this is certainly something that I think is an area that we should explore. I believe that probably the World Organization on Animal Health and also WHO are working on this. And also, of course, we had actually some intervention last year from Health Canada that was in fact presenting on a similar topic. So certainly there is something that in that area that is going on, and it's on our radar. As I said, at the moment, we are trying to build some concrete use cases based and building upon the data that we are gathering in the context of the vet medicines regulation implementation. So it's more covering really medicines availability, pharmacovigilance, and antimicrobial resistance. But this is certainly an area that could inform at least medicines availability for sure.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, many thanks to all participants of this session. And then back to the bridge to Jesper.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much for a wonderful session and taking us through that. Having looked at the schedule of activities and plans for the Big Data Steering Group earlier today, and also along the way of all the deliverables and how nicely they're progressing, and just recently here also the expansion into the European health data space and also going internationally, why don't we look a little bit ahead into the future, which is what we put on here on the agenda. And just to commit everyone, I'm actually promising my co-chair here that we'll finish on time. So we need to win a little bit of time of the future. But I'll just pass it on here to Christina Kyriakopoulou from the European Commission, a senior policy officer in health research as the Director General for Research and Innovation at the European Commission. Christina will present us to the recent developments of Horizon Europe and the Health Cluster Work Program on the topic of big data research and real-world evidence. Over to you, Christina.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. This is my second meeting attending this forum. I was not a speaker last time that I attended. I would like also to congratulate EMA and also the great achievements that I have heard in part of the conference and the Big Data Steering Group, in particular the launched Darwin EU studies. What I want to say, and I will progress with my slides a bit. Yes, I would like to take you, of course, I will try to be fast, an overview. European collaborative consortia implementing research and innovation actions in health data integration, health data sharing, and models of governance of data, or the development of modeling and simulations to model diseases, or the development of digital tools to address clinical needs for different diseases are substantially supported intensively I would say the last 5 years in the European Union framework programs supporting research. And I would like to give you an overview, and by saying that we see a large range of integration in the European collaborative projects studying disease, from prevention, prediction, progression of disease to treatment, trying to integrate different types of real-world data, big data, a lot of support on longitudinal cohort studies and integration with modeling, on health data-related registries, patient-reported outcomes, and mobile patient-reported outcomes with sensors. And also a large effort has been devoted in the last years to collect large-scale data in the relationship between the environment and health and the effect of the environment into risk for diseases. And if I take you to the next slide, here in relationship to the big data and the development of data integration policies and data sharing, I want to emphasize that since 2011, and with a continuous support from the European collaboration programs and this different research consortia, the European research programs, we made a push and a lead to progress and to boost personalized medicine. And personalized medicine, we try to see kind of holistic or a model that is not linear but sequential, stepwise approach from prevention, from the prediction, prevention, treatment, and cure. Of course, an important element to the progress of personalized medicine, it has been the evolution of omics, high throughput technologies, biomarkers development, new clinical trial methodologies, also the piloting of personalized medicine in healthcare. So all this ecosystem for personalized medicine, it's centered a large element on the making sense of the tsunami of health data and how to use ICT technologies and digital technologies to deliver really personalized, and now the new trend is precision medicine. So the big data and real world data is at the essence of these personalized medicine policies. Another huge effort that we have done at the European level, excuse me, it is the support of rare diseases as a model for common diseases. And of course, here again, the big data aspects, the funders from the different countries have come together since 2006 back to collaborate, to coordinate. And the latest in 2017, we have the European reference networks and the registries that they are setting. And in the European Joint Program of Rare Diseases, which is the largest pilot that we have launched in 2019, the data integration, the verification of data and from different sources and linking together to be accessible to the research community, it's a very important element. And of course, I want to say that that there was a huge effort since 2016. I'll take it back there on preparedness for potential emerging infectious diseases. And again, the GLOPID-R, Global Research Collaboration for Infectious Diseases for Preparedness, promoting collaboration and information sharing and data among funders, set up a guidelines back in 2016, how to share data and information in potential epidemics. And that was the Ebola period where we did a lot of efforts. And of course, after that came the COVID-19, and there was a setup from the research directorate of the Commission, the COVID-19 data platform, trying to link at a large scale the genomic data of the virus together with clinical patient individual data. So there was a lot of push on try to integrate, standardize, and link data at the individual patient or level because of the COVID push. And of course, several of you know very well the European infrastructures. I'm sorry. The European infrastructures, the life sciences infrastructures, which there has been a great momentum back now on the integrating all the life infrastructures, the Elixir infrastructure, the biggest data infrastructure in the European Union, the EATRIS, the translational research infrastructures, ECAN, clinical trial support, dealing with setting guidelines how to share in a fair manner data from clinical trials or general clinical studies. And of course, all these infrastructures, they are in this big ecosystem of facilitating the access or sharing in the European collaborative research of big data to progress in disease. The potential interest for this group the European Rare Disease Registration Infrastructure, which is set up, launched in 2014 by the European Commission's Joint Research Center. They have set up a registry of registries with interoperable semantic interoperability of different registries so that they can facilitate at the different collaboration level in Europe the rare disease registries based on FAIR principles and semantic interoperability. And if I go next slide, yes, here I would like to say that a lot of effort we have devoted the last 12 years on modeling and simulation approaches in the European collaborative research. And this started from the basic level since back in 2012, where the data integration from different resources and the dynamic development of disease pathways and disease mechanism in a dynamic way and networks of disease. So setting up really integrating data, looking at the disease at the dynamic level and the evolution and progression of disease based on these approaches has delivered a lot of knowledge, methodologies related to modeling and simulation, from complex methodologies to simplest methodologies. And of course, a lot of modeling and simulation we supported to address clinical needs. And you are well, you must know very well the terminology of in silico trials, but in silico trials we have supported substantially, but at the same time in an iterative way of development of these models, meaning validation at the same time, not just prediction and simulation, but validating so that the models, they have a predictive value. And all these efforts, they led to a lot of data integration from cohorts, from clinical trials, from real world data, to understand better the progression of the disease and to stratify patients for essential for personalized medicine, which is also very important to select the appropriate patient groups for potential clinical studies and interventional clinical trials. And with this, I will just progress here again. For the modeling and simulation, we supported a lot of consortia building the different multi-scale dynamic modeling between organs, the virtual physiological human term, and linking disease biology and clinical research in order to make sense of the big data. And this leads to a lot of substantial outputs in dynamic disease modeling. And here I would like to mention also an interesting project that we have supported. The EU stands for PM. It still runs until I think at the end of this year. They made an effort to develop standards and recommendations and guidelines for in silico methodologies applied for personalized medicine. And in silico with the meaning of predictive value of the models and not simple simulations. And they came up with a very interesting international ISO recommendations for data formatting in the life sciences, for data processing and integration workflows, and also recommendations and requirements about standardized processes for predictive computational modeling for personalized medicine, also in silico clinical trials, also disease progression models, and how to verify, validate models. And this is a very, very comprehensive work that was done about this project. And also in all these efforts on data integration, fair health data, making in all the European projects the data fair meaning findable, accessible, interoperable. Horizon 2020 back in 2014, where in 2016 we implemented the first pilots of open access to the whole European framework program to data from publications, metadata, which later in 2018 evolved to a pilot for open access to data, to research data. And when we mean in the health research, in the different methods that the European consortia collaborate, when we say open access to data, we mean as open as possible, as closed as necessary. And all this richness of the European researchers working together delivered a lot of good approaches, how to make fair data, how to improve the quality of data, the interoperability, standardization, to increase the data sharing. And now I will go to the IMI, Innovative Medicines Initiative, which is very well known in this audience. And of course, a major effort has been performed the last years. Since 2008, the first IMI1 partnership started for the use of big data and real world data to deliver along the needs to better understand pathophysiology, disease progression, new taxonomy of diseases, facilitate faster clinical research that would facilitate also clinical trials. Also, a large group of projects, they are devoted to the use and reuse of big data and real world data for a rapid clinical decision making. A large support has been given to use mobile apps, sensors, real world data to define more appropriate patient reported outcomes and potential new clinical endpoints. And several of these projects are very well known in this audience. For example, the EMIF project, which developed a common information framework, a platform and technical solutions for accessing patient-level data from diverse medical and research data resources from over, as far as I know, 400 databases across Europe. And they created use cases for Alzheimer's diseases and metabolic complications, and also different types of data, metadata standards. And very well known about the successful outcomes, some important examples of IMI supported projects, the Big Data at Heart, which created an informatic platform to link, visualize, and harmonize different data sources, a strong data sciences approaches, and delivered guidelines for cross-border use of big data, and improve the impact of understanding of health disease, the discovery of new targets of treatments. Get Real, of course, a very important project to develop new tools and resources for incorporating real-life data into the drug development. And they launched the Real World Data Navigator, an online resource that helps users to understand the need for and the generation of real-world evidence and understand how this can be used to inform decision making. And of course, very important other projects of IMI, the radar CNS, remote assessment of disease relapse in central nervous system. And now all of these efforts led us at a very rich landscape of data, a lot of push on harmonized data to be able to have progress in different elements from the value chain, from the discovery, the development, diagnosis, and therapy. And of course, all this basic understanding of disease can be very useful on identifying and potential clinical endpoints, and also the methodologies, in particular the the standards for data, metadata catalogs, and the standards for modeling and simulation can be really very useful for this group. And now I go to the Horizon Europe and the health cluster. And here I want to take you to one of the first projects, one of the first calls in 2021, where we supported a new set of 5 projects to work on innovative tools for the use and reuse of health data, in particular for electronic health records and patient registries. And these are 5 projects selected that they started in September 2022, recently. And these projects are quite important because they deal a lot with the needs of real world data from registries and electronic health records. And what they aimed is in their research and innovation direction that they take, it's to deliver methodologies to improve the ways structured and unstructured health data is stored, analyzed, to develop innovative tools and standards to improve the quality, interoperability, machine readability, and reuse of structured and unstructured data and metadata. A new approach that we are taking. Actually, we have started already back in some years ago. We are trying more intensively in the research directorate in health research to assess the possibility the projects that are selected under one specific call to work as clusters. And why this was one of the first clusters that we created in funded under Horizon Europe that just launched back in November. So why working in clusters? Of course, to increase the impact of the work of the individual projects, to avoid overlaps, promote synergies, and enable, of course, faster progress in areas where the projects decide that they can collaborate of common interest, but not only scientifically, but also on the communication of the outcomes of the research to the policymakers and the general public at large. And of course, this exchange of knowledge and communication of the successful outcomes of the cluster projects, it is important for us as policymakers for the better understanding of the state of the art in science and technology, the remaining challenges, the design of the new framework programs, and also understanding importantly the challenges and the lessons learned, positive and negative, of the different European laboratories, researchers across the different countries working together, in particularly in the big data area, which has the highest level complexity. Of course, it is important to say that these projects already from the call, it was suggested that as a cluster, and they are very much interested to contribute to the work of the European health data space, and in particular to the health at EU pilot for the infrastructure of secondary use of health data. If I go to the next slide, several joint activities are foreseen, and important important discussions that they took place is there was an interest to work in several common themes of common interest, for example, data and metadata catalogs. So the cluster participants, they decided to organize working groups along different themes like data curation and data quality, governance of data sharing, and governance and ethical and legal implications, federated learning, which is the last year's trend. Also, how to work in using longitudinal health records to be able to see the dynamic progression of the health outcomes. And one of the working groups relates to data and health data and metadata, and it's under organization at the next level. And now I will take you to a very, very important call and results of the call that is very important to this group. This topic, it was published in 2022 and aimed at the development, invited the scientific community to develop new tools for the effective use of real-world data or synthetic data in regulatory decision-making or and health technology assessment. And more specifically, these projects, they try to address the research and innovation and regulatory science needs to develop evidentiary standards in the analysis of real-world data, synthetic data, for regulatory decision-making or health technology assessment on the safety, efficacy, or effectiveness of medicines or digital health solutions, to work towards a standard quality framework for real world or synthetic data, and to develop machine learning to help process and analyze real world data. And the majority of the projects are, the projects selected are under grant signature. I'm going to show two examples which are public now information. Of course, several of you are very well connected in this group with several of the projects. So 5 projects have been invited for grant preparation with a cumulative budget approximately of 35 million euros, 7 million average per project. The selected projects, they cover several use cases in a broad range of diseases, neurological, cancer, metabolic diseases, and also they aim to develop and implement artificial intelligence methods for real-world analysis in regulatory decision making along the product development and medicine's life cycle. Another project plans to use the registries to support patient-centered regulatory and health technology assessment decision making. They create also a large multi-stakeholder advisory groups and interaction with external stakeholders. And of course, the topic, it was very interesting that it requested that national competent authorities, regulators, and HTA bodies are involved in these actions. And several consortia mentioned already in their grants that they intend to maintain a close dialogue with EMA and the data analysis and real-world interrogation network. The Commission already we organized back in October a first meeting in order to assess and to increase the dialogue among these projects to work together as a potential cluster in themes of common interest. And one of the projects that you know very well, it is the Real Reg that aims to develop AI-based data-driven methods and tools for the assessment of medicinal products. Also, the findings from this work will inform training activities of good practices examples, and they will be implementing and aim to implement or to optimize guidelines for both regulatory authorities and health technology assessment. And the coordinator of this project is the German Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices. And it's a pleasure for me to meet also the partners, also virtually, partners of Real Reg, for Reg, also that are in this forum, and member of the Darwin EU Advisory Board, and the projects, they are aim also, this cluster of projects, to contribute to the work of the Darwin EU and also to contribute to the work that started from the pilot on the secondary health data of the European health data space. And several members of this project, they are involved in this HMA EMA Big Data Task Force. And there was a meeting where this project was presented yesterday. And another project that already starts, has started actually today, December, aims to implement value-based oncology and care at the European cancer hospitals via development of an AI-based framework for assessing real-life effectiveness of novel cancer therapies in real time. And another, here I just want to refer shortly to 2 core topics from which new projects will start in approximately mid of 2023, and one of them aims to develop to support projects developing computational models for new patient stratification strategies, which also has an element of request for standardization, performance indicator of these models, and a lot of AI-related supporting projects. And now if I go to the next work program, the work program of the health cluster, and what are the coming opportunities. The program, it was just pre-published yesterday, so you can navigate through the different opportunities for different topics. And actually here it's work program 2023 and work program 2024, relevant to health data innovations. An interesting project topic for research and innovation projects. It's the one on comparative effectiveness research for healthcare interventions in areas of higher public unmet need. The one other interesting also is the integrated development of integrated multi-scale computational models of patient pathophysiology, the so-called virtual twins for personalized disease management. One of the aims of this project, of this call, is to support actions that develop a multi-scale dynamic modeling across organs or linking the molecular level and signaling pathways to the higher level of the function of the organ, depending on the use cases that will be proposed and the diseases. And the idea is to create individual patient modeling, taking into account the specific individual characteristics, genotype, lifestyle, etc. And another very important topic, it is planned for 2023 call, the one that aims to the better integration and use of health-related real-world and research data, including genomics, for improved clinical outcomes. And a potentially also interest for this group, it is the one referring to the modeling and simulation to address regulatory needs in the development of orphan and pediatric medicines. And this is also a research and innovation project, so to perform regulatory science also. The other important also for this group is the development of an EU methodological framework for the clinical performance, the clinical evaluation and performance evaluations and post-market follow-up clinical performance of medical devices and in vitro medical diagnostic medical devices. And if I go to the next slide, we have several news coming from the Innovative Health Initiative, which is the continuation in the Innovative Medicines Initiative. For example, upcoming opportunities may be related for this group on patient-generated evidence to improve outcomes, support decision-making, and accelerate innovation is a draft topic, and several draft topics, they have been released ahead of the final publications in November in order to allow more fertilization and collaboration between the different stakeholders and the companies and industrial partners that they would like to collaborate and prepare for this call. And I'm sorry if I have taken long. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you are not getting tired.
No, Christina, we are definitely not. Actually, this is really, really important to have your overview on your presentation here. So thank you so much for that. I think this is definitely the trajectories of the planning leading into the future of where the priorities should be. So I really appreciate your presentation here, and also to highlight some of the initiatives where we've actually taken the opportunity from the regulatory space to be part of that. And that leads me to one of the questions here for the main research priorities. There's actually a really interesting question that we need to consider what our research priorities are within Horizon Europe, right? I mean, we're definitely following that closely. And as you alluded to with the Real for Reg proposal, it was actually something we had on a much, much smaller meeting yesterday with the Big Data Steering Group, where we actually learned about that. And we can see the synergies and want to follow that closely. And actually the wording there really leads into Darwin EU and the HMA, EMA Big Data Steering Group work. So something we need to consider how to do that.
So we have taken a lot in consideration the needs. We have taken a lot in consideration the needs and the vision also of this group here.
Yeah, I think that's something people need to understand, that there's a process leading into the call text, right? So that's actually open for people to be involved in as well. So those not aware. But I think also the industry people here are very, very much aware about the IMI and IHI initiatives and the role that the industries plays in that context. And also the Horizon Europe projects actually are collaborative in nature for some of them with industry partners in there. Just wanted to say that too. And it's definitely something where we can look at some of the portfolio we have in front of us. And it's quite likely an attractive mechanism to advance on some of these topics.
Absolutely.
Great. And then is there a crosstalk between AIRDRI and EMA real-world metadata catalog, just to cover that one as well? I'm not necessarily familiar with me doing that yet.
So EIRDRI, it is the European European registry infrastructure for rare diseases that is managed by our GRC colleagues. And as far as I know, the metadata model catalog, can I recall, is it a crosstalk between EIRDRI and the EMA real world data? Yes, this is probably a question for this group.
So yes, but maybe just a quick mention from me. I think that we need to talk to the rare disease platform more, because there's more and more evidence for regulatory decision making is coming out of registries, particularly in the area of rare diseases, and we need to drive up the quality and utility of these initiatives, because frequently the data collected are not sufficient in terms of the different types of data, for example, exposure to medicines, to allow us to use them to generate evidence on the safety and effectiveness of medicines. So I think we need to collaborate more and watch this space. I think we should reach out. Thank you.
And on that note, thank you so much, Christina, for presenting here today. Next up is Ralph Herold talking about preparing for the future, horizon scanning on big data topics. And Ralph is a team lead of Academia Liaison, Horizon Scanning, Regulatory Science Collaboration in the Regulatory Science and Innovation Task Force. So basically covering a lot of the perspective ahead of what the future holds. Pediatrician experience in appraising drug development programs, clinical trial design, conduct and results, and has a special interest in programming with data and regulatory science research. Perfect for the topic of what the future holds in this area. Over to you, Ralph.
Too kind, Jesper, and thank you very much to you and all colleagues. Horizon scanning is one of the foresight methods that is used by many organizations, certainly in the EMA, but also by others. And I hope that today, with a brief introduction on horizon scanning, we then can come to a discussion with the panelists and audience in how far horizon scanning may be useful for big data topics. Next, please. Horizon scanning means to look deeper or further into the future. We regulators already receive information about what will be upcoming products, which details will they have, where will be challenges through interactions that developers are having with us. But there's actually an iceberg of scientific discoveries, of all sorts of databases, of publications. And horizon scanning tries to dive deep and to anticipate what would eventually emerge from this iceberg in terms of important developments for medicines and public health. Next, please. At the EMA, Horizon scanning has the purpose to enable future-proofing. This means that we want to inform how to adapt and minimize the regulatory bottlenecks and how to adapt the regulatory system so that it fosters high-quality developments and at the same time ensures that the hurdles are minimized so that the products reach the patients. Horizon scanning is for this particular reason therefore included in the regulatory science strategy, but also in the European Medicines Agency's Network Strategy 2025. In practical terms, on the right-hand side, it means that we are looking at a range of sources that we have pre-identified in scientific journals, various databases, but also grey literature to well capture and put some finger on the pulse what is happening outside of our knowledge that we already have. From these sources, we identify signals through screening these sources and then evaluate in how far these signals present regulatory challenges, for example, where our methods are not useful to assess the efficacy or safety, or where the signal would be that novelty has a high impact on the healthcare system. We're also trying to assess for public health opportunities that require us to especially foster that development. So then we produce a sort of gap analysis between the current state of the regulatory system and what would be recommended to be able to support and be prepared for these innovations. We're producing outputs that include the recommendations how to get there. And since we started the horizon scanning with a number of signals that we already identified, next please, I want to show you here a couple of reports that were published over the past 2.5 years, where the signal was already identified, such as 3D bioprinting, genome editing, FMT, and artificial intelligence, so that we could go into the literature and work and assess the regulatory challenges and opportunities. So following the horizon scanning exercise for these topics, recommendations have been prepared, and these have been considered by authorities, committees, working parties, and other stakeholders. So these were pre-identified signals, but I mentioned to you that we screen the literature for new signals. We recently included into our sources journals that are relevant for big data. And I want to show you now 11 potential new signals, next please, that we have identified. I want to point out with these quite raw potential signals on the left-hand side that these come from a number of literature findings that were repeatedly retrieved from the sources, but we haven't fully assessed them yet. For example, some of the potential signals could be clustered. Deep digital phenotyping and digital twins have some overlap. And also the consequences in terms of challenges and opportunities on the right-hand side could be further analyzed. But the purpose for today is just to use them as examples to see what could be the practical input of horizon scanning for potential use of identifying big data topics. So let me just flag to you that the topic of digital twins, number 2 here, would mean that combine various data to compare patient characteristics with a bank of correlations between characteristics on outcomes. And the opportunity here is to predict the best treatment strategy, to virtually model patient outcomes, and in particular also to model outcomes with different treatments. There is another signal that has come from a number of literature findings, such as that healthcare professionals need to be able to interpret real-world data and evidence because it's increasingly used, for example, in assessment reports, ARs, and as MPCs. So one of the challenges here is to bring them on board and help healthcare professionals to know how to best use such results for their guidelines and for their research. So next slide, please. Another next potential signal, for example, here, taking number 10, is about data quantity, that despite the availability of big data, it is still an issue that perhaps models are built on insufficient underlying data. And we heard about the various projects that are underway to create even larger databases, but perhaps, and this comes out of the data of the literature review, guidance on data quantity and related aspects would also be useful. So these were the first 11 raw potential signals from scanning new sources that are relevant for big data topics. And after this brief outline of the methodology and the potential signals with the examples, next please, I want to finish on the next slide because we're really interested to discuss with you together in how far you are interested to hear and use horizon scanning for big data. And one of the questions I would be interested in, how is it used across the stakeholders? Which signals have you found? And do you also see that there could be added value of using horizon scanning to inform further big data activities? Thank you, Jesper, and back over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Ralph. And I think my answer to that is a clear echo saying, yes, we definitely need to have further interest into this. But we have some front row comments from our stakeholders. And I think I'll just like to start with Kajsa Immonen, who is Director of Policy at the European Patients Forum and leads the EPF's policy and advocacy work at European level. Kajsa represents EPF on the PCWP, which she co-chaired from 2016 to 2022. So over to you, Kajsa.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to speak at this event. I hope you can hear me okay. I've been listening to the whole day. It's been fascinating and rich and even a little overwhelming. And I'm not going to answer the questions posed directly because that's a little bit outside my organization's remit, but I want to pick up on a couple of important points. And I promise I did not coordinate with the patient representatives beforehand, but it just happens that we have picked up on similar issues as we have listened to everything today. So, I mean, clearly there's so much promise in better use of data, including real-world data, to bring medicines development, safe use, pharmacovigilance monitoring, to approximate more closely to the real needs and experiences of the people who use them and the professionals who care for them. We know the limitations of RCTs, even though they still form an important source of data. But real-world data is also, in our view, an important complement to that, and particularly when we talk about personalization of therapies, looking at the reality of people living with multiple conditions, the aging of the population, different groups of people having different needs, also from a biological perspective. A person who is more than 8 years old will have different biology than a younger person. So those people usually not included in clinical trials, and it's important to get the data from other sources to understand their needs. And I want to actually here, I want to return to the point of capacity building or training that was mentioned both by Ange and Julian. I think, you know, we all mention this because it's so important, because as the application of new methods becomes wider and wider, and this is a hugely fast developing field also, it's so important to build the skills and knowledge in the patient community, because that is the way to get a substantially involved community of patients, and the larger one that we have today, both in policy discussions and in the more technical topics that we discuss here in the EMA's regulatory environment. We've seen some patient organizations, particularly in the rare disease area, are really the vanguard. They're fully engaged. They're even leading on aspects of data-driven science. That kind of expertise is still patchy, and it takes time to develop this. So it's very good to hear about the trainings foreseen in the work plan that was presented earlier. And I really want to make the point that patient organizations are an important multiplier of knowledge and capacity in our community, and we need to work together with the regulators. I just wanted to give an example from EPF that is a little bit maybe an example of us looking into the future and anticipating the needs. We realized that artificial intelligence is an area where patient organizations do not have a lot of knowledge. So we started last year a capacity building initiative on artificial intelligence for patient representatives, for patient organizations. And we've really started from the very basics. From a needs assessment, we looked at the level of knowledge. It was fairly low. Also in our own organization, I have to admit. So we started really from a very basic level. We've done webinars with experts. We've commissioned research that will be published in the next days. There's a report on patient perspective on AI and on the EU legislative and regulatory environment and how that fits together. And thus far, we have not touched so much on medicines regulation. We did one webinar with EMA with the participation of Luis Pinheiro, which was really nice, but we feel that this is an avenue that we will be taking forward in future. And I also want to make a point on equity, which was also mentioned indirectly, I think. Someone was talking about the risk of biases in artificial intelligence and the importance of having high quality data for patients to ensure the benefit and to avoid waste. Involving people in unnecessary research is also waste and unethical, I would argue. And the tools that are developed are only as good as the data that is put in them. So I think here we have a wider concern that needs to be kept in mind. I would say, there are groups in society who are marginalized or excluded, and they are also not the groups present in fora like this, who may have legitimate distrust of authorities and may be less willing to share their data for secondary use of their data. And this may actually result in an unequitable situation. If their data is not used to develop those tools, then we end up with a tool that is not representative of the whole of society. So maybe when we talk about data and big data and sharing it, it's not only about the right to refuse, but perhaps also about the right to consent or to have your data used, for example, to train an AI algorithm. So that's just a little bit of a question. I would put it out there that we need to consider. And it also means for the regulator, I think, to engage with those communities of people and the importance of a wider approach to public communication, transparency, to explain the technology, the safeguards, the ethical issues, and so on, to generate trust, not only in the patient community, but in the entire society. And here civil society, again, can be a facilitator and multiplier, as well as feedback on needs for information, concerns, etc. So just to close maybe my thoughts with the policy context is again hugely complicated. It seems that it's a huge puzzle with not only several pieces, but actual moving pieces, and they're moving at slightly different speeds. So maybe we're talking about a mobile. We need to make sure that at the European level, the EHDS framework is done right, and that the EMA is already doing these activities with Darwin and others things, but the rest of the EHDS needs to be shaped so that it enables this health data sharing across settings and borders in a way that's transparent, ethical, fast, and efficient, and that citizens will trust. And I think Julian's statement on one size does not fit all was really important, because we have in the patient community different groups of people who will be differently impacted by certain provisions, and all of their concerns need to be taken into account. And of course, the pharmaceutical legislative review will be linked to this. We will be looking at the role of real-world data and evidence generation, see what the pathway needs to be that is both future-proof and adaptable to scientific progress whilst keeping patient safety and the high standards of evidence. So I think here the whole sort of innovation and access cycle needs to be linked and coherent in terms of the data that is required at each step, some of which are European level and some of which are national, and really the need for the patient community to get involved here. I think this is going to be fundamental. We are going to play our role, but engagement is also a two-way process. The EMA is a very good partner here. I think we can do a lot together. I hope also the European Commission may get some ideas for future calls to really look at the engagement needs and what is needed in terms of capacity building. So I think I will stop here, and I enjoyed today really a lot, and I took
thank you, Kajsa. We also enjoyed your intervention here, because I think it's an important perspective to have on horizon scanning of new technology that arrives with us, to have the patient on the journey, really. So a smart person once told me that we always seem to overestimate how fast technology arrives with us. We seem to underestimate the impact of it, right? So any reflections here, Ralph, you want to, before we move on?
Just to quickly confirm that these signals that I went over relatively quickly, they covered some of the points that you mentioned, to the extent that, yes, we know about risk for bias, etc., and so on, but there are already new nuances in the literature. It goes further into details, even along the lines that you mentioned, Kasia, on differentiated consent and so on. So I'm happy that this sort of converges and that perhaps this methodology can help further in making these topics for discussion prominent. Thank you.
And for the interest of time, I just move quickly on to our next intervention here. I will not present Nicholas again because he was on stage earlier, but over to you, Nicholas.
Thanks, and I'll try to be brief this time. This is a question we rarely get, and my first thought was, okay, how do we do horizon scanning on data? I guess we don't, but of course we do. Somehow we do. And I think it was also presented by Ralph that you need to do that on a number of levels. So Ralph, you used the word success sources, signals, time horizon, outputs. I had used the words. So we look at the technical development. So there can be new biomarkers or new biological breakthrough knowledges. There can be new registries, patient registries built up. There might be new legal systems built up that will change the kind of data we can get access to and the rules for accessibility. And then I think one thought I made over the day is that we perhaps, at least from the HTA perspective, need to sort all of this huge knowledge now that we've gotten into, okay, what is actually based on a process? Because processes will also develop, and we must find the lean processes, but in some aspects that will not be more than good clinical practice. It will not help us to access the very good data sets. It's only a hygiene factor. So that probably is a second layer or a distinct layer we need to clear out, and we need to talk more about the methods. So I think we definitely need to continue to discuss this. But then I thought also, never waste a good crisis. That has been said before. I think, at least in the HTA world, we have been waiting for the ketchup to come out of the bottle quite for some time now. And when we have seen ketchup on our plate is when we have gone through a crisis from our perspective. So hepatitis C rock all our boats and really made a change in terms of which types of data can you get and so on. COVID, without doubt, and needless to say, I think we have tried to prepare ourselves better because we realized that the new almost perfect storm that will come in terms of a number of follow-up measures and big data needs is Alzheimer's disease. And this comes down to something that where I think even if we try to align with everyone that's making a legal investigation, everyone that has a breakthrough on the scientific level and a product level, we try to be there and get information as early as possible. What we don't spend enough time on is to prepare data sets and big data structures for historical data and background data, epidemiological data in areas where we will soon have therapies coming in. So I don't know if that actually answers the question.
Thank you, Nicholas. Any reaction here, Ralph?
Yeah, Niklas, thanks. I think this is a very interesting aspect, because my starting assumption was that various stakeholders do horizon scanning, and this is always a reflective exercise. So we are trying to do this for the agency so we can prepare the regulatory system. And I think I heard from you that there are different stakeholders doing it from their different perspectives, and that's where our proposition was coming from. Would it make sense then, when various stakeholders scan the horizon for big data topics and challenges from their perspective, to maybe put them together, these topics, and then see which ones could be amenable for joint discussion? So thank you for reinforcing that element.
I agree, I mean, especially the Alzheimer's one. I've heard that from the patient organization as well. Basically, you need to establish the old data set to actually look into the future in order to have real world evidence. And that dates like 70 years back if you really want to do that sophisticatedly. At least the researchers in
Can I
Denmark
just
told me that. A quick
sorry,
intervention
can
then,
I
Nicholas.
just add one thing? I know we're late, but just 30 seconds, because something I didn't write down because I was influenced by the previous speaker, by Kajsa. We also have a large portion of unpredictability in this. All of a sudden, we come to new knowledges and new data sets that we didn't prepare for. We have one example, it's now 5-6 years old, where parents started getting informed by different social media groups and actually did, on their own behalf, hack their children's insulin pumps to get in their view, a better dosaging regime for insulin in the night. And they were all in the social media groups totally in agreement. It improved their quality of life and the children didn't harm. And the agencies were totally struck and had said, this is not our mandate. We can do nothing. We can't even take care of the data. So nothing really happened. The patient initiative blew us all off the playing board. And we need to realize that we also have unpredictable measures that we need to prepare for.
That's a very important discussion. Probably not one we'll reach to today. But talking about medical devices, so I'll need to pass the baton on to Deirdre Kvedaravishini from the European Coordination Committee of Radiological, Electromedical and Healthcare IT Industry, a digital health expert in this context, and with the extensive background in business management, healthcare economics of technological innovations in healthcare. Maybe a few words here of the medtech and medical device area.
Yes, thank you very much, and apologies for such a lengthy introduction. So first of all, I would like really to take an opportunity to thank all the presenters today, because from medical device industry, it was really a rewarding day to see how bits and pieces of different initiatives and actions of all the stakeholders are finally pulling up together, you know, into creating a vision of this strategy for the EHDS building, which definitely still remains a big challenge, both from practical perspectives and before I jump into commenting on horizon scanning, what I would like to make probably an additional comment to many great comments which were made today is that it's of extreme importance not to overlook the importance of harmonization of different, legislations, all of which are framing or standing in the context of emerging EHDS context, and same, for example, Artificial Intelligence Act and their compatibility with already existing legislation such as MDR or clinical practice management matters, for the same reason of huge uncertainties of how to manage legal responsibilities and ensure data privacy, safety, security, and usefulness for both primary and secondary purpose. As for Horizon Pro, scanning is definitely very important, and we do see a need as a medical device industry, to use the good examples which we had from previous initiatives to more properly cover, I would say, the growing importance and impact of digital devices in creating the needed infrastructure for the HDS and acknowledging the differences which are present between the same, let's say, health technology assessment principles and processes for pharmaceuticals industry and medical device industry. And of course, when you talk about medical device industry, that gives, I would dare to say, a much greater variety, given that it also covers, mobile health solutions, Internet of Health solutions, as well as many other more conventional segments of medical device industry, and I very much hope that these joint actions led by EMA and other stakeholders will help us to bring together the views and perspectives. What made me very happy today is to hear that a lot of comments made by patient organizations as well as research institutions, they are absolutely in line with the concerns or things that medical device industry highlights as important, even if taken from, let's say, a slightly different angle. So that is a good start in terms of having common grounds. And I think that one of the key success factors will be capacity and capability to sustain this complexity of stakeholders' dialogue and transparency in views, and especially the ones where there may be objections or deviations in terms of how we should go ahead. So that would be my brief comment. And once again, thank you very much to all the speakers and presenters today.
Well, thank you for your comment here. Thank you, Jitra. So very important with the common ground here, and I think that is exactly what we try to do here today, to discuss what is a common ground between us on developing the evidence in medicines, but also medical devices, as you bring in here. We are moving you slowly to the center stage of a lot of things we see. Like to see the Commission earlier talked about the IHI initiatives, where medical devices moves in. We talk about in centralized trials as well, but the whole ecosystem around Darwin, European Health Data Space, and creating that common ground with real-world evidence alongside with the RCT data now in the raw data pilot. Again, common ground to me is the word here. And on that common ground, I'll probably pass it on to Peter Arlett just to give a few final notes as well, and also where we're heading at with our engagements.
So thanks very much indeed, Jesper. So as we close our meeting today, maybe I'm just going to finish with thanks. Firstly, thanks to Jesper, co-chair for the day and co-chair of the Big Data Steering Group with myself. I have to say it's a pleasure to work with you, but also to be working on this really important initiative. A thanks to the Big Data Steering Group that provides the leadership and expertise and stakeholder engagement on this topic. To Team EMA that has led to a very successful workshop today, Gosha, Vicky, Jolanta and Paolo. To all of the co-chairs today, including Hilma and Peter, all of the speakers and everyone that has engaged with our meeting today and engages with these important topics in data and medicines regulation. I want to say we will realise the vision of data-driven regulation, and we will realise that vision hand in hand with stakeholders. So until the next time, I wish you a very good evening. Thank you.